G-Ball, you gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead in you.
G-Ball, you gotta stop doing this.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's the first day of the month. No, I'm just playing. Hold up. Let me pop this up real quick while we're here. I didn't even mean to download that, but all right, download if you want to. What's going on, yo? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Wake up. What's up? What's up? OTC, what's good, man? Skittles, what's up? Azarbella, what's up? Maria, what's up? All right, so it's been a minute since I woke up. I woke up around 8, but I ain't woke up this early in a minute. Been having a hard time sleeping at night, huh? Nah, all right, here we go. Let's pull this over here. And let's watch this video. But shout out to everybody in here. What's good with everybody? Good morning, everybody. What's up, John? Long time. I know you've been busy working. Just for crafts and giggles, what's going on? Good morning, Skittles. I'm pretty sure I said that. But what up, Elizabeth? Schema Boy, what's up? Aaron, what's up? Mary, what's up? I was gonna go. I'm going early today because I'll be on Kumo tonight. So that's why I went early. That's why I got up earlier, anyways, or tried to. Thank God I caught my last alarm, or I'd have been screwed. So since I'm going on friggin' Chris Kumo tonight, I figured I'd get up and at least get 7 or 8 hours in with you guys. At least 7. At the minimum, 7 hours. At the most 8. Justice for Idaho 4. Damn right. Aaron, what's good, man? How you doing? Darcy, what's up? Cynthia, what's up? Barbara, what's up? Jody, how you doing, Jody? Gashan. I think I want to say it's Gashan or Gashan. Gashan, my bad. No Chains, what's up? Cara, good morning. Tracy, what's up? Laughing Stock, what's going on? Mish Mom. Maybe it's Mish Mom. Pammy, what's up? Angelica? Or Angelic, my bad. Angelic Darkness. Shakes the sleepies out. Damn right. Esger. Is it Esger? Did I say it right? Good morning, though, everybody. What's up? What's up? Shout out to everybody in here this morning. Damn, that's low. How am I going to be able to hear this audio? From Northern Ireland. Damn, shout out to you.
We retrace the bizarre route taken by the man police say murdered 4 University of Idaho students.
8, but tonight I think they said I know they said 8, between 8 and 9. Right? Yeah, it was between 8 and 9 because Banfield goes on after that. So I'll be on Kumo after that. If you get what I'm saying.
Students will show you where he went right after the murders, then follow the path he took the following morning after he returned to the scene of the crime. Court TV is on the ground in Idaho following the evidence.
I didn't see this video.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments.
Okay, let me lock.
It is just a criminal cliche. The criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. I don't know if it's true, but wow. It is, in this case, the case of the man accused of murdering the 4 University of Idaho students, Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. This, to me, is a fact that speaks volumes and can be very powerful and very persuasive for a prosecutor in a courtroom. Like I was. It tells a story. Like, there's 2 questions, right, that a lot of people want to know. One is, like, why? Why would he allegedly do that?
Exactly.
Why would he kill these 4 students? Why would he target them? Why? To me, the answer to that is very simple. And it's the same answer as to why the accused killer would return to the scene of the crime. He's a psychopath. This killer would return to. There's no connection to the lives of these people. There's no rational motive that you can speak about, or classic motive like money, jealousy, or anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I would say to the jury if I were the prosecutor. This is a case. I mean, we could try to get inside his mind, but it's a dangerous place. It's a place where evil lives. The evil that could do what was done here, the same type of psychopathic evil that would want to return to the scene of the crime to see the reaction, to see what people are saying and what's happening there. Mm-hmm. That's who returns to the scene of the crime, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I would argue as part of the story. Now, another part of the story, of course, in addition to the why, is who. Who. And the who really begins and ends with the DNA that is found on the sheath.
That's why
that is left on the sheets of the bed.
Good morning, everybody.
This DNA, which, according to the affidavit, matches the DNA of the biological son of the defendant's father. So I'm sure they're doing more testing, and we'll have more testing at trial to connect it to the defendant himself. But that's another part of the story is who was there. And the evidence is in the DNA, in the knife sheath that is found on the sheets. Now, why would it be there, though? Why would, and this is the other question people wonder, why would he leave it there? It's sloppy. Well, there's two ways to explain it to a jury. And you don't have to tell them that you know for sure which way it is, because it's not an element of the crime. But again, it's a dangerous place to get into the mind of someone who was an evil, psychopathic killer. Maybe, just maybe, he left it there on purpose to give a clue so he could sit back and watch how this investigation goes to see if they can actually catch him, knowing that his DNA is not in the system. That's one argument. The other could be just, in what happened that night, the adrenaline and everything that goes along with committing mass murder. You forget things, but you'd have to walk out of there with a knife without a sheath on it. And would you realize that? Was it done on purpose by a psychopathic killer? I think I could argue that to a jury. But then the jury's going to wonder, where's the knife, though? Where's the murder weapon? And that gets a little more complicated. And I think what I would argue is he's not stupid. He's psychopathic, but he's not stupid. He's not going to get caught with the weapon. He's going to try to get rid of that weapon, ladies and gentlemen. He's not going to give investigators a slam dunk. This is a guy who wanted to watch to see if they could figure out who did it based upon little pieces of evidence left behind. Kind of like those psychopathic killers you see in the movies or on Batman. I mean, that's what we're talking about here.
Make sure y'all smash the like button, because after this, we're getting to phone calls. We're not even going to waste no time. We're going to jump into phone calls in case you think there's another video out there that we need to catch. What's Ghost Devil's channel? Ghost Devil, if you're in here, drop your link, brother.
Again, to me, you can put all this stuff together. While it doesn't make sense, you don't have the answers, it does make sense, and you do have the answers. Now, where could the knife be? Well, there, it might all be connected to his Hyundai Drive. So after the murders, where did he go? And tonight, we're going to take a look at that crazy route that he's driving. I guess a quick drive from his apartment to the murder scene, to the crime scene. There's a quick drive back. But that's not what he does. That's not what he does afterwards, and that's not what he does after he returns to the scene of the crime.
Good morning.
Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter is tracing those steps tonight.
She's recovering good.
Just hours after police say 4 college students were brutally stabbed inside this home in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, the alleged killer returned to the scene. Bryan Kohberger's cell phone allegedly shows him here at 9:12 a.m. and staying for about 10 minutes. But that isn't the only location police placed Kohberger that day in the hours after the murders. According to the probable cause affidavit, Bryan Kohberger's cell phone records show him moving south from Pullman, Washington, where he lived in an on-campus apartment at Washington State University, towards Lewiston, Idaho, about a 50-minute drive. The town of Lewiston is located on the border of Washington State, where just across the Snake River is the bordering town of Clarkston, Washington. It was here at approximately 12:36 p.m. November 13th, 2022, when cell phone records placed Kohberger's vehicle here on Port Drive next to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand. The surveillance videos here at the U.S. Chef store show his white Hyundai Elantra drive past. Then, just 10 minutes later, at 12:46 p.m., Kohberger's cell phone records place him at the nearby Albertsons grocery store. Surveillance video at 12:49 p.m. shows Kohberger walking through the store and purchasing unknown items at the checkout.
The shopping's
He leaves
good there.
at approximately 1:04 p.m. The probable cause affidavit does not
What are you shopping for? Murder?
indicate location data for the next few hours of the day. It isn't until around 5:30 p.m. that the affidavit indicates Kohberger's cell phone located in Johnson, Idaho. But there is no Johnson, Idaho. The affidavit may have meant this community of Johnson, Washington, right on the border of Idaho State. It's a location consistent with the affidavit's route, and it's surrounded by cell phone towers. For 3 minutes from 5:32 to 5:36 p.m. November 13, 2022, Kohberger's cell phone pings here near the community of Johnson. But then his cell phone goes dark for 3 hours.
Good morning, Stephen.
The affidavit notes
morning, Dia.
that this location in Johnson is consistent with the phone being in the same area that it traveled in the hours immediately following the murders. And according to the affidavit, from 5:36 p.m. when it was in Johnson until 8:30 p.m. November 13th, Kohberger's phone stopped reporting to the network, meaning he turned it off, put it in airplane mode, or the phone was in an area without cell coverage. While the probable cause affidavit does provide new revelations into the movements of the alleged killer in the hours after the murders, there are still many questions that remain. Why did he drive so far to the grocery store? What did he buy there? Did he get rid of that murder weapon and other incriminating evidence along the way, or during that 3-hour period his phone went dark? For now, we wait, and answers may only come during his trial. Reporting in Moscow, Idaho, Chanley Painter, Court TV.
That is eye-opening.
I got it. I went and got it.
Absolutely eye-opening when you talk about what it looks like out there and the places he went. Middle of nowhere.
All right, so just think about the games that he's playing right now, right? So in general, fucking Bryan Kohberger is playing games because in general, I guaranteed he probably deterred them in the area that he really put the knife in. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, I could be wrong. He could be dumb as a brick and put it right by his apartment building somewhere.
Nowhere, folks. Let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter, who was in the middle of nowhere today, but tonight she's joining us from Washington State University campus, where the defendant used to work and study. Chanley, great to see you.
What you mean?
Wow. Tell us a little bit more about the places that he visited. I mean, that is so revealing, the video actually getting to see what these roads and towns look like. There's nobody there.
Exactly. So I'm really pleased that we were able to bring this to our viewers because this is about a 50-minute drive. We're here in Pullman, Washington. I'm not far from his apartment here on Washington State University campus. And you would head directly south, again, for almost an hour. We're virtually nothing. You're surrounded by just fields, farmland. You can see, though, there's a lot of cell phone towers between here and Lewiston, Clarkston area, which makes me believe that a phone would not be without cell phone service in any of the areas. I did not experience that in any of the places, as rural as we were, trying to retrace the movements of Bryan Kohberger based on his cell phone on November 13th, 2022, as well as, today. So here's some video. I mean, this is what it looks like. This is video of the Snake River where it intersects with Clearwater River. This is really on the border of Washington State and Idaho, where Lewiston and Clarkston are, that we showed you in the package. And, speaking to so many locals as we made this trek yesterday and today, this is a river that moves swiftly, Vinny. It's a fast-moving river. There's a lot of fishing boats out on the river. Is this a possible spot where items could have been discarded along this journey and this trip? And where his phone last pinged in Johnson, Washington area, which we had to do some court TV investigation to find this area of Johnson, Vinny. The affidavit says Johnson, Idaho. There is not a Johnson, Idaho. We believe, based on our investigation, based on what this affidavit says, Johnson, Washington, it's a community, it's a neighborhood, it's an old farming community, neighborhood, as they call it, where there are so many cell phone towers. So he could have actually either been in Johnson, here's a map depicting this route that we took, or he could have been close by. He could have been on the main 195 highway and still pinged on the tower serving the Johnson, Washington area, or even anywhere around that area because there are so many towers. So it was just interesting to see the remoteness of the drive from here in Pullman, Washington, south to Lewiston and Clarkston, the next major town. There's the only sign in the state of Washington to Johnson right there that we just showed. We scoured the area. There is, if you put in Google Maps, just to mention, in Idaho, Johnson, Idaho, Google Maps will take you about 2.5 hours from here towards the Nez Perce National Forest. That is not a town. It is a road called Johnson Road. It could have been an old kind of community or what they call a gray farming grange here in this part of the U.S. But that location, but it just does not fit with the facts of the affidavit saying that this particular location in Johnson would have been consistent with the route he took immediately after the murders, hours before, allegedly.
That's amazing that you picked up on a mistake in the affidavit, and it's understandable because, Washington, Idaho, right next to each other, traveling back and forth. It's a little sloppy. I'll give you that. Absolutely sloppy. But what you're saying makes a lot more sense than being 2.5 hours away on some road, because that makes no sense. And this is much more consistent. It seemed like there was a lot of flat land that you were driving over. Is that consistent with what you experienced today, or is it rolling hills? It doesn't seem to be any sort of dense wooded areas, though.
No dense wooded areas. That was the 2.5 hours away, which we did drive that yesterday. That was hilly. But this route that he is alleged in this affidavit is rolling hills, farmland, not a lot of trees, remoteness. There are creeks, small rivers that possibly things could be disposed of, but there are a lot of also gravel roads. So when we're going to Johnson community in Washington on the border there, you have to take a couple gravel roads to actually reach that community.
Thank you, baby.
And this is what it looks like. This is from today. We took this on our drive to the community of Johnson, but this is what it looks like. Not a lot of trees. And remember, when he was making this around 5:30 at night, it would have been dark at the time that he was pinging from these multiple cell phone towers in that area.
Yes, and super dark. No street lights, unbelievable, and it makes no sense. I'm trying to think of a reason to go down there. Albertsons is great, love Albertsons, but I'm sure there's a place a little bit closer that you could go to.
Yes,
you don't need to go to that one. All right, let's talk about what's happening at the University of Idaho. Students coming back to campus, and students coming back to campus probably at Washington State also.
Absolutely. Today was the first day back for Washington State University, where I'm standing, but the University of Idaho, about 20 minutes from here, across the border. Their first day is Wednesday, but Vinny, I can already tell, I was there earlier today, such a difference, a stark difference from the end of last semester when we were here reporting on this case to just this week and the days leading up to.
All right, so hold up. He just messaged me now. He said, "Hey, T, it's Matt Stone with Chris Kumo. My colleague Ben would like to speak with you ahead of the segment tonight. Let me know an okay time that he can give you a call."
The semester beginning there at University of Idaho, a lot more students and presence of people and vehicles in the area, even near the crime scene. And you can just tell that from all those I've talked to, there's this sense of relief. Let's take a listen to someone I caught up with today.
I think with the arrest, a lot more people feel a bit safer to come back. But I still think there's a little bit of fear going around just because we haven't seen anything like this for about 7 years. And so it's just a bit shocking to this community.
And then here on the campus of Washington State University, today was the first day back. It was so busy. In fact, there were tons of students in this immediate area until just earlier, just a little while ago. But we've heard everything from students being glad now that there's this arrest. They're thankful. They're feeling okay from even a student telling me he was angry that the police said, oh, there's no threat. There's no threat. And then turns out the person was here, someone that went to school with them and lived so close. But actually, remember, Bryan Kohberger, he went to school here. He was in his first semester as a graduate student working on his PhD in criminology, criminal justice, a building that's right behind me to my right. And he also, as a part of that program, Vinny, was a teaching assistant and helped teach, get this, a criminal law class last semester. And I met one of his students today. Let's watch.
He was my TA last semester, and he basically just graded our papers and was there if we needed extra help outside of class. He wasn't always there. He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him. Very quiet, calculated about what he says. And you can kind of see that in the videos of him.
So that's Sky, his student, Vinny. This was a criminal law class. So here we have Bryan Kohberger teaching college students criminal law, procedure, process, unfolding. And guess who's living that out right now? Bryan Kohberger. The student goes on to tell me that not only was he very quiet, but that he was a tough grader in class, but he was just not that talkative. And he told me that the Kohberger that we're seeing in court, walk in, that's kind of stoic, is the exact same demeanor that he exhibited in class, Vinny.
No change. And the students are great. I mean, that's scary, right? This was his TA. This was a guy who was still out there and about, and you don't know if he's accused of committing 4 murders. What would stop him from 5, 6, 7, 8?
They should be calling any minute
actually now, though. All right, Chanley, stay where you are. We have more with Chanley Painter. We're going to zero in on some of the areas where the murder weapon maybe could be, because there's a lot of time spent there off the radar. We'll zero in on that. Plus, coming up next hour.
Because he just said, he said, is there any chance we can call you before 12? So I was like, yeah, just shoot me the call. I got my ringer on. So whenever you guys call, feel free to call me directly. Okay. I said, all right, hold up. He said, okay. He said, any chance we could do it before noon Eastern time, which noon there would be 11 here. So I'll just shoot him the call now. Hold up. Let's call Kumo real quick. I'll shoot him now while this video is on.
In Newport News, Virginia, a 6-year-old boy accused of bringing a gun to school and purposely shooting his teacher who survived. What should happen to this 6-year-old, and what about his parents?
What?
This is an unprecedented situation that we're dealing with. A 6-year-old. It is unprecedented.
A 74-year-old woman accused of bludgeoning her husband and leaving him to die.
No food, no water, no medical attention.
The Left for Dead murder trial continues Tuesday at 9/8 Central on Court TV. 4 college students brutally murdered and a suspect now in custody. Court TV's Chanley Painter is on the ground with what we know about the alleged killer and what's next.
We'll have the latest details on the investigation.
Live updates all this week on
The cell phone evidence in the Idaho case, to me, very, very revealing and telling and powerful for prosecutors to use in court during the trial. Take a look here. This is the cell phone movements before and after the murders. 2:42 a.m. The defendant's phone pings at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington. 2:47 for about 5 minutes. His phone data is consistent with him leaving his apartment, traveling through Pullman, Washington. 4:48 a.m. This is afterwards now. His phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48, locating the phone in Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, near Blaine, Idaho. 5:30, the phone is consistent, traveling back to his apartment. So with this, you can take a look. If you connect the dots, right? And you've got this strange loop going south from Moscow down and then back up to Pullman. A drive, if you go straight, like 10, 12 minutes. Let's bring back in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter. Let's talk about later that morning now, Chanley. I started the whole segment tonight talking about a criminal returning to the crime, the scene of the crime, which is what they allege here. What did he do that morning and later that day?
Interesting, the next morning, without turning his cell phone off, taking it with him in the white Hyundai Elantra, he makes the most direct path from his apartment here in Pullman to Moscow, where the crime scene is. According to this affidavit, at 9:12 a.m., he's in Moscow, Idaho, at the crime scene, stays about 10 minutes, and then returns back on that direct route to Pullman. He's home by 9:32, I believe is what the affidavit says. So then, later that afternoon, he makes his way south. 12:36, he is now south, about 50 minutes away in Clarkston, Washington, through Lewiston at Kate's Cup of Joe. He doesn't get a cup of coffee there. He doesn't stop in and get a cup of coffee. He's driving past this. His phone pings there, and the neighbor across the parking lot, that U.S. Chef store, catches his white Hyundai Elantra driving past on their surveillance video at 12:46 p.m. And then at 12:46 p.m., just down the road, a couple blocks away, he's at Albertson's grocery store. It's all right there together, Vinny. He's going in the store. He's seen all surveillance video. I've been in this store. There are security cameras all over this store. They can see what he's buying. They don't say it in the affidavit, but they can see what he's buying. There are security cameras above the checkout counters, so they know what he bought there. They just aren't telling us, Vinny. And his Hyundai Elantra is seen there as well. He leaves Albertsons about 1:04 p.m. Then there are several hours where the affidavit doesn't say where he is. They probably know where he is, but they aren't saying. So at 5:32 and 5:36 for 3 minutes, he is in Johnson. Now, not Johnson, Idaho, like the affidavit says. My court TV investigation shows that this is the likely area. Johnson, Washington, it's a community there. His phone goes dark. It last pings in this area, and it goes dark for 3 hours, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. And this area of Johnson, maybe 20 minutes from his home. You go north, there's a couple ways you can get back on the main highway and go into Pullman, or there's a back way on Johnson Road that also brings you in here to Pullman, Vinny.
So is there any overlap? Is it the same route that they allege right after the murders? Because I'm looking at it, and we had a loop, and I see kind of like half a loop there. What can you tell us?
Yeah, there is, Vinny, and the affidavit points this out, that where his phone is pinging there at Johnson is consistent with the same route he took hours before, allegedly immediately after the murders. Here's the maps put together, and you can see where they coincide with each other. So he's returning to a lot of the similar areas that his phone pinged in the immediate hours after the murder. I've spoken, again, with my investigation to a lot of locals there, especially around the Johnson area, and there is a well-known back road that gets you from Moscow to Pullman. It is called Thorn Creek Road. It's the white line you see kind of cutting in between Highway 95 and 195, and one's Idaho, one's Washington. It crosses the state lines there. It is a back road, less people, no cameras, but it's paved. It is well known here because used to, back in the day, Vinny, Moscow had a drinking age of 19, so people would come to Moscow over state lines, drink, and they didn't want to take that direct route back over the state lines, so they would go this kind of a horseshoe shape, the back roads, and then come up from Pullman from the back way to avoid onlookers. And so that is what it looks like here, and could be a likely spot. And he probably maybe knew this route. It's well known by locals here.
Wow. And Chanley, again, you showed us the video from the area. There are a few bodies of water, some rivers, but a lot of flat farmland there as well. But as we know, driving in the dark. Chanley Painter, great work. I know we're going to speak next hour. Right now, let's bring in our investigators. Joining me in Chicago, Illinois, private investigator, publisher of Victims News Online, Erica Morse is with us. And in Los Angeles, California, retired FBI Special Agent Bobby Chacon. Great to see you both tonight. Erica, what are your thoughts about this crazy drive that's alleged after the murders? And then it's sort of the following morning, right? He returns to the scene of the crime and then seems to go down south again to this area, stopping at Albertsons and driving past the coffee shop.
Well, the whole thing's just crazy, and we're learning, more and more every day. I kind of reference it to what you would call an old bootlegger's road. It's just the easy way back and forth, and it is the road less traveled. So, of course, that's the way he's going to try to move. In terms of going back to the scene of the crime the next day, the one thing that I get stuck on, this was a massive situation. And at one point, he was going to check the news. No coverage, no anything, no mention of this. If he had a conscience at all, I would expect he was starting to get nervous. Then he goes back and checks, no activity. By then, I might make a couple stops and consider heading out of town.
Bobby Chacon, one of my thoughts here is that we don't have a murder weapon, and there's opportunity, it seems, in this route, lots of places. Do you think there's any chance, if the killer ditched the knife somewhere along this horseshoe-shaped route between Moscow and Pullman, is there any chance of finding it?
Well, sure, there's a chance. I mean, it's a large area and it's a difficult way to search. For 19 years, I ran the FBI's underwater search and recovery team. So, when I peeked up when Chanley was talking about those rivers, because my team would be in the water searching, those bodies of water. That's typically what we did.
I'm back. My bad. I was on the phone with the producer from Kumo show. Definitely on tonight. So I'll be on at 7 my time. So I'll be off of here. I'll probably get off by 5 or 6. We'll do the podcast today, normal call-ins, etc. But yeah.
It's also possible if he didn't bury it that a hunter comes across it or somebody walking their dog comes across it. So I think people along these routes should be, on the lookout, because we can enlist the community's help in this kind of thing. So, it's a long area. It would be tough to even know where to start to search if you were actually going to do a search without anything to go on. But it's possible that somebody else finds it, somebody out in the community, if their heads up, finds it, or if they have, we used to do hunch searches, what we called hunch searches, where I dropped my team under a bridge, just as a hunch that it might be there without any other information indicating it was there. So yeah, it's possible if he didn't do a good job, or even if a lot of criminals think that just because they throw something in the water, it's gone forever, and that's my team proved that wrong over and over again. It is possible.
So, Bob, we just have a couple seconds here, though. I'm just trying to picture this. So you said you dropped your team under a bridge. So how many people would go in there, and how visible are there machines to try to figure out, or is it just what you're looking at?
No, it's zero visibility. We use metal detectors, handheld metal detectors. We put a grid under the bridge. We know how far approximately out a person could possibly throw it. We'd set up a grid and we'd systematically cover the grid, and then we would expand the grid if we don't find it. We use metal detectors because it'd be pitch black, but we would always find what we're looking for using that method, and we would search large areas and just keep expanding the search area until we found it or ruled it out too far to throw off the bridge.
Johnson, Washington. All right, guys, let's get into the phone calls. Let's not waste any time. Hold up one second. Let me grab this.
You gotta stop doing this.
Okay. Let's jump right into the phone calls. You guys know the topic. We're talking about the Idaho 4 still. If you got what's on your mind about the PCA, the probable cause affidavit that's bothering you? What's your thoughts with everything going on? I mean, we're going to cover this for a little while more. I will be going on Kumo tonight, so I will be off by 5 today, so we got plenty of time for people to call in. I'm looking at numbers to see. Let's see. Hold up. Make sure. It's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Matter of fact, make sure I refresh the page. How about that one? All right, there we go. Now it's refreshed. You should be good.
call from?
Dixie.
Dixie, what's going on? You live?
Hey, how are you today?
I'm all right, Dixie. So I'm great. What's on your mind about the PCA or anything that you have questions on?
One thing I have a question on is the footprint that they found outside the door at the end. In the PCA, it doesn't state what size print that is, correct? Or who that belongs to.
No, I didn't see that it stated the size.
It bothers me. A lot of people on other channels, and which I don't listen to a lot of them anymore, but a lot of people are just assuming that is Bryan's footprint. When
It's a van shoe. I know it's a van shoe.
Right. Did he have on boots though? Because they found a boot print outside.
Right.
So
yeah, that I don't know.
They didn't find that footprint till the second pass through. They didn't find it on the first pass.
Right.
The second pass through. So that footprint could belong to, DM, anybody that came in the house after that, the people like showed up.
What
friends.
The van shoe? Yeah, no, I mean is that possible? I'm not sure how far that anybody went into that scene that morning. That anybody that called the police. We don't have those details. I mean, we just know for a fact that they called the police. So, but I'm sure they would have. You figured they would go back and retrace their steps on that.
Right. It's bothering me though that everybody's dogging DM. And they're putting so much emphasis on that footprint at her door. That footprint's right there at her door. Like they're just assuming that is Bryan's footprint. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
It's right there at that door. He had to see her. Well, not necessarily, people, because it never stated whose footprint that was, what size it was, who that footprint belonged to. That people just automatically assume because it's in that PCA that's Bryan's footprint. I wonder why they even mentioned the footprint at the door, Was that is that anything to do with probable cause against Bryan?
I mean, that footprint, if they found that van and matched it with there, hell yeah, it has a lot to do. It'll have a lot. It'll be in evidence if they found that shoe.
If it belongs to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why they put that in there. I mean, did he bring a change of shoes? Or, you see what I'm saying? If they had found a boot print outside, did DM ever state like what kind of shoes? No. I mean, I don't know.
No. She did not state what kind of shoes. Absolutely not.
I just noticed that part of it. You know what I'm saying? And I just really wonder where he went afterwards, where he went afterwards for that 2 hours where he turned his phone off, 2 to 3 hours. That has me been puzzling. They say that he went there 12 times, that he went there 12 times, pinged his phone.
Right.
They say that that's a high area for drugs. He could have been over there buying drugs.
Who told you? Who said that's a hot area for drugs?
But at the beginning of this whole case, they said that was a hot area for people to go buy drugs. Remember, they was calling it a drug house, but it wasn't necessarily the house. It was just the area. You know what I'm saying? That area was prone for drug activities. Do you remember that at the very, very beginning of this case?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't recall that.
Well, a party house or a drug house, they were saying that at the very beginning, like when the case first started, when this first happened.
Yeah, no, I don't. I cannot recall that. I cannot recall that. But I mean, you could be absolutely right. I just haven't. I did hear a lot of theories about it being a drug house, though. I'll tell you that much. I mean, college parties, you got a lot of parties, noise, sound, and it was, Murphy was brought up a lot.
Yeah. I think people mistaked it one time because somebody said something about that area being a party area and known for drugs because it is college campus thing, college kids, things like that. And people turned it around and said the house. And people had to correct it. and say, no, it's the area. That area, is prone to drug activity, party activities. And, he could have been going over there to buy his drugs. Maybe that's why he was there 12 times. But I say he's
I thought they needed like a protein to see the shoe print. Maybe I could be wrong though. I appreciate you calling in. It's been 5. Thank you. That's Dixie, right?
Dixie and Tennessee Mountains, yeah.
Dixie, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Thank you for your patience. You are great. Can't wait to see you on TV.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you for not playing all that recording and stuff. Good job. Keep your integrity. Be honest.
Thank you, Dixie. I appreciate you, and I hope to hear from you again.
High respect for you, T-REV. Thank you. Go to your next call. Thanks.
God bless your heart. Shout out to Dixie. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. Let's see. The only verified are the police themselves. Are the police themselves? Hold up. Oh, bad. Important text, but let's get to it here.
Call from
Box.
Box, what's going on, man? You live. 5 minutes.
What's up?
5 minutes. The floor is yours, my man. What's going on?
Yo. I was sitting here thinking, man, because I told you once before, I'm from that area and I've dealt with authorities in Idaho and I know the level of their corruption, right?
Mm-hmm.
I told a story on one of the shows. I was a featured guest. It was a midnight show.
Right.
And I'm not going to tell the whole story here, but it goes like this. One time I got pulled over and the cop took my gun from me and didn't process it. He flat out told me like, oh man, my wife is going to love this gun. I'm going to, keep it for my wife. And, there's nothing you're going to do about it.
Damn.
Yeah. Real story. So check it out. Hypothetically, say something weird happened like this, or say, I don't even want to say his name, but say that chump uses this as his defense.
Mm-hmm.
The police pulled me over in August. I had this knife on me. They said the blade was longer than 2 inches, and so they took it from me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then going back to the defense of, like I told you before, man, those cops in that neighborhood were still suspect to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, dog, they had that night vision scope in their back seat. They were over there getting their little peeping Tom on too. They were doing a little extra, if you feel what I'm saying. So man, I'm just saying hypothetically, what if dude uses that as his defense? That the police, that used to be my knife, but the police took it from me when they pulled me over. And when did they pull him over? What was it? August?
Yeah. Who are you talking about? Bryan?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was around. I'm pretty sure it was around August. They pulled him over.
Yeah. So how you been though, man?
Good, man. I'm just over here multitasking. I gotta go on. I'm going on Kumo tonight with
Man, bless your heart, man. Pop your collar, player.
Kumo, however they say. I've seen him around. I like him. A couple times I've seen him. I don't know much about the guy. You know what I mean? I usually watch Nancy. Nancy Grace, but yeah.
But it doesn't matter, because no matter where you go, you're gonna bring the sunshine with you. You know what I'm saying? Your gang gonna follow with you, and everybody's gonna support you. Everybody hit that like button. For the homie T-REV, he's been holding it down since day uno. Nothing but growth for the homie.
Yeah, man. We covered this case. I mean, thanks. Shout out to the producers at News Nation. They said they gave Rev Gang the props and said we covered the story. One of the best people to cover the story. I was like, hey, I appreciate it. But
oh yeah, you've been picking it through.
I mean, we've been on it every day. Whether I mean, there was some time that I feel like we were aiming in different directions, but we also had no idea what was going on. You know what I'm saying? So,
bro, you've been in every day and all day, like CNN, bro. I don't even know how you do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm an insomniac too, but you're on a whole nother level. You be getting it in, like
I don't know, man.
I see you on in the morning and I see you on in the afternoon and evening. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing your thing.
Well, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be binge watching ID or you know, watching interrogations or something. That's the type of shit that I'd be doing when I'm not online.
Yeah, I feel
You know
you.
what I mean?
I be thinking that too. Yeah, but man, I ain't gonna hold up your time. I just wanted to throw out that hypothetical situation that hopefully you know, that they're prepared for if he tries to, you know, throw that monkey wrench in the game.
Yeah, you never know, man. You never know. Ain't no
Yeah.
doubt. Hey, boss, I appreciate you reaching out, man. Long time no hear. Glad to hear from you. Glad to hear you're well. God bless you and your family, brother. I hope you had a happy New Year and a Merry Christmas, and I hope you accomplish everything that you want to accomplish this year, brother. Shout out to hearing
Bless your
from
heart,
you.
player.
I hope to hear from you again, man. I was getting worried. I didn't hear from boss in like 5 streams. I was like, man, I hope he's all right, man. But hey, look.
Yeah, I had Corona, bro. Actually, like that was my first time getting the damn Rona. And man, I went through it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I was watching your show. I was watching your show the whole way through. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, much
Good
love.
to hear from you, boss, man. I know I'm gonna hear from you again, my brother, and I'm glad you recovered great. God bless you and your family. Boss, shout out to you.
Already, bro.
Give him that boss, you know, outro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It don't cost nothing but a free 99 to go ahead and hit that Liz Night biz nothing. You know what I'm saying? You smell me out there? Yeah.
My man, boss, I'll holler at you, man. Thank you, brother. Shout out to boss, man.
Call from
Donna.
Donna, what's going on? You live. You got 5 minutes. What's up?
Hey, T-REV. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just, you know, getting my day started.
Congratulations on tonight's Kumo show.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I was thinking about a couple things. You know, they were talking about this route that he took.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it reminds me of a case, and I can't remember the name of the case, and I apologize, but there was a guy that killed his family, and he took a trip like that, and as he was going, you know, on his route, he was throwing out like sock here, the shirt there, tucking them in different places, trying to get rid of evidence.
Yeah.
And I still think he has that knife. I don't think he got rid of it. I think that's kind of like a trophy. I just think that he's put it somewhere. I think he had a pre-planned place to hide it. And I think he's kept it. As far as that sleeve goes, you know, it just seems to me there's something awkward about that sleeve. It just seems too random. I think he may have wiped it clean, didn't think about the snap, or he just didn't get the snap like he should have. But I think he just wiped it clean because you know what? If he was killing, there would have been blood all over that thing, especially if it was laying right next to her body.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just don't make no sense to me. To me, it seems like it was just too random. I think he cleaned it, laid it down, and didn't think about the snap. I think that was an afterthought. But him coming back so early, I don't think it was for the sleeve. I just think he wanted to see if anybody had discovered the bodies yet. But it's going back to that route. There's also they have video of him being in a grocery store, and there was also a medical center out there. But I don't know if they've got. I don't think he would have stopped there. That would have been stupid. But I think him going to that. It's like a Kroger or something. It's not Kroger, but it's like one of those grocery stores. I think he was going there for some kind of supplies, like medical supplies. I think he got hurt, and I think he went down. They know what aisle and all that. They got it on camera, but I think he got hurt in the process, and he went in there to grab a few supplies to kind of help himself out until he could get back to the apartment and take care of it properly. But that's my theory. I think, he may have been tucking away evidence. They may find, his shoes in a drainage ditch or something, or in a pipe or something. He may have stopped. Nobody knows, really. As long as his phone was on, he could have stopped and they would have known it. They were just seeing the ping, But I just remember, it just reminded me of that one case where that guy was getting rid of evidence throughout the countryside, and unless someone finds it, and they go looking for it, you know, he didn't realize that they were, you know, following him via his phone, or he would have kept it off, you know. But I'm sure if he did that, they'll be looking for it there. But that, you know, that sleeve has got me kind of bothered. And that shoe, I think that was an afterthought. I think he walked up to that girl's door thinking, you know, just for a second, and I think that's why there was blood. I don't think there was enough blood. I think he was walking around and the carpet took the blood off his shoe. But I think when he stood there, you know, even though he doesn't have no blood on his shoe, there's going to be protein from the blood. So I think that's why they caught that there. He stood there for a moment and then continued on. You know, so
we'll see.
Anyway.
Hopefully, I'm hoping. I pray that they find that knife. I really do.
Yeah, I think he hit it. I don't think he, you know, there's nothing he could have taken really, if you think about it, in that short a time. You know, I don't see where he could have taken anything. He may have, but I think that knife is like his tool. You know, it's like a piece of himself. You know, so I think he had a pre-planned place to hide it, and I think eventually they'll find it. I don't think it's going to be just something he's thrown in that river. You know, I think that's too obvious. And with the technology that they have, they'll find it if it's out there. But I don't think that's where it's going to be. I think he's put it somewhere. So.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, Donna. It's nice to hear from you. It's been since not this last stream, but maybe the stream before that.
Yeah, it has been.
Well,
But I wish you well tonight. If I don't talk to you again,
yes,
ma'am. Well, I'll be watching.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, 8 Eastern. So I'll be on. I just talked to one of the main producers there. So
it's 8 o'clock Eastern.
Yes, it's 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central, and then 5 and like if you're in Cali on West Coast.
All right, cool. Well, good luck, man.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you. Thank
All
you.
right.
God bless you, ma'am.
You too. All right.
Bye-bye. That's Donna. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's see. Free 99 says Paul Bird. Free 99. Smash that like button. It's free 99. What up, Freckles? Root. What's good, Root? Christy said, T-REV, what happened with the Banfield show? I have no idea. They ended up having the affidavit come out.
Michelle?
They never rescheduled. So, hey, what's up, Michelle? You live?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm just hanging out here, you know, talking to you, see what your thoughts are about the case. Like, what's on your mind? What were any questions that you had when you read that affidavit that's still lingering around?
Okay, yes. Actually, I've been listening to everyone read it because I don't want to read it myself. That's how lazy I am. But I've noticed that I really don't think that Dylan saw Bryan.
My God!
Oh my God, you better not play that.
I did.
I know, I heard it. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Okay,
no, you're fine. Don't be embarrassed. It's just me and you. Don't worry about the people.
Right.
It's just me and you on the phone.
Here is what I'm thinking, though. It really sounds like, okay, she heard Kaylee. Hey, someone's here. The food's there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then she moves on and is like, okay, I hear somebody crying. You obviously haven't lived in a sorority house, but I have. Somebody's always drunk crying. It's not an issue. She hears a guy say, hey, I'm here to help you. And she goes back to bed. Then she gets up later and sees somebody leaving. I'm sure people were probably in and out of that house all the time. Do I think it's a drug house? No. But were they in and out? Yes. And I think she probably just saw this guy. Okay, I'm going back to bed. And that's it. Are you listening to me?
Absolutely. I thought you were still going.
But that's it. I think that she just went back to bed and didn't realize at that time everyone was fathered.
That's what I think too, as far as what I know, because that's the biggest discussion. If you look around, like last night, for instance, I was on YouTube looking around, listening in on podcasts, etc. I swear every single one that I dropped into was talking about Dylan at the time that I dropped into. I'm like, Like literally, I swear, every single one that I've dropped into. Dylan,
Right.
oh, I don't think Dylan was this, or I don't think Dylan was that. Dylan needs the answer. Dylan needs the, and it was just constantly every single one that I went to was about Dylan. So I was like, you know what? Let me go watch Fear Thy Neighbor. But it is what it is. You're gonna hear it. We're gonna hear about Dylan. There's nothing we could do about it.
Right. And I think that it is probably just the way that people read it, interpret it. Like I said, I listened to it, so I almost feel like it was the way that it was read to me. Like I'm all, oh, dang, she didn't see anything. She went to her room and didn't move, is how I heard it. But yeah, I just wanted to shout out my thoughts, and make sure you're going to wear your Eagles hat tonight on News Nation.
Which one?
Your Eagles one. Anyway, congratulations, but I'll be watching later.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. I'll talk to you soon.
God bless you, man. Lock your doors.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Shout out there. 219-885-9692. Make sure you call in. Dixie was right at the start of the murder coverage. An Uber or taxi driver said the neighborhood was where passengers went to buy drugs. I don't know. Guys, what do you think caused Bryan Kohberger to go in this house and kill these 4 students? What do you think would cause that? Do you think he had serial killer tendencies? Was he a copycat? Let's see. Hold on.
Call from
Holla.
Holla, what's good?
Hey, oh my God, I got through.
Yes, ma'am. You got through. You're live. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
I'm addicted to you.
Thank
Straight up, he's writing his own freaking book.
Mm.
He was in the house. I think there were other people there. He was a decoy to keep people off of him. And he knew what he was doing. He's going to fight it all the way through the criminal system. He knows about drugs. I work in the industry where, swear to God, I have seen, and I'm 60, people wipe out in front of me for 5 to 8 hours because they got dusted. Fentanyl is really big in Florida. I'm from Tampa. I work in retail. My daughter got dusted 2 years ago. Destroyed her life. He called me to come and get her because she didn't know what happened. She went to a party where there was drinking, and the only thing she remembered was dust. When she woke up, she had no idea where she was at. It has destroyed my daughter's life, and she don't do nothing but pot. She don't do nothing now but work 2 jobs to get through what she can't remember. He knows about everything. He planned this shit out, and between me and you, I think he's been doing this shit for a long time. I think
well, between me, you, and 1,680 people.
Yeah.
She said, yeah. No, but I get it. I know. So you think that he's done it? So you think that he's killed before? You don't think this is his first time?
Fuck no, man. He's probably been doing this shit since he was 9 and 10.
Okay.
His dad knows it too.
No, so I mean, do you think you think he started in Pennsylvania?
I think he started a long time ago. I think he started when they were on a vacation, probably.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, you're not the first person I heard. Well, actually, I want to say you're the first person I heard tell me that he started in Pennsylvania.
I think that this is how I look at it. This guy.
Yeah, echo
so
in the background.
Smart. Everybody, yeah, I know. I can't figure out what we're doing here. I told you I was old.
It's
but
okay,
let me
man.
tell you
It's okay.
something.
Don't stress.
I come from North Carolina. I've been caught up in Stephen King, straight up, all these scary movies.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you, he has been doing this. He's infatuated it, and no one's caught him after all this time. But I do believe that he had a group of people that he has been conspiracying with for years, and they just talk about this shit. And then one day they did. I think that they did want to play a game, and they all got serious, and they all, I think every one of these guys were stalking them. Mm-hmm. And they had no clue but the one, because if you ever look at her picture, she's always looking behind her. The other ones were so relaxed at what they did, but that tells in their demeanor. They're awesome kids. They didn't care about who their prey was. They went in to do what they did, and people were already in that house. I think it's a group of people that decoyed And the reason that the cops are throwing that shit out, because we are smart. People like you, Rev, that put this shit out there, we're going to be the one that's going to bring all them little pussies in, okay? Because there's a lot of them. I guarantee you they were already in that house. They had dusted them. They couldn't do nothing but scream until they had nothing else to do. And he was in the house. Yeah, he was in the house, but he didn't do it. He had his little buddies in there, and that's why the ladder was there. Too much shit don't add up. But we're looking at the picture because he wants us to see that picture. And how much you want to bet he's going to get? Probably 10 years. When we drag all the other ones in, they're going to get the electric chair for something a sick motherfucker like him did. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But it's made me sick, but I'm glad I got a hold of you, man. I love you to death.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, too.
My kids are like, Mom, you're addicted to him. But now I got everybody, because people need to be aware. We need to be aware of everybody's case out there. Extradition, Rev, jump on the other 15,000 people that got murdered that was an open and shut door.
Yeah, no, this that would be pretty insane. Well, I'd be pretty insane if he did, do other killings before he went on to Washington.
I think that he does to them kids. He drugged them kids. They had no idea, because all you got to do is look in someone's face. Look at the cop at Tampa. She went to arrest the guy, pulled him out of the cop car. She fell on the floor. They're giving her CPR. Because she came in contact with fentanyl. That's lies. That happened. And down here in Tampa, I cannot tell you how many homeless people I have seen die in front of me, standing at my pump, looking like a zombie. And I'm like, what is wrong with them? And I'm from North Carolina. That shit scared me, Just look, I don't want to take up your time, but
no, you're fine. Thank you.
I think the cops are doing very good. They're drawing these people in best way by media, because you.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, man. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your opinions. We appreciate you. Thank you for being a voice in the community also. And
I'm sorry I'm cussing, okay? I hope my kids ain't hearing me on this right now.
Well, I'm sure they will, but it's all right, though. Freedom of speech. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, man. I know I'll hear from you again. Lock your doors.
Thank you, right? Oh, I got guns. I'm good, man.
Oh, yeah. Stay strapped. Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Yo, I don't know what y'all are talking about with BHB in here, but we don't do that drama shit in here. Thank you. We don't do that drama shit.
Call from
Cable.
Yeah, what's going on, man? You're live.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, brother? I can hear you loud and clear, sir. You good? All right, next, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Good morning, Chrissy. Good morning, Amberlina. LD Bomb Bomb, what's good? Good morning. Thank you, ALW. I appreciate you. Johnny Rocket, what's up?
Call from
LaRonda.
LaRonda, what's up? You're live.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I wanted to know if you seen a
Can you mute the background for me?
Okay.
Because I could just hear it. I could hear it. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's just for the listeners too.
This morning when I was getting ready for work,
yes,
I don't want to lie, but I want to say the young lady's name is. She's walking the dog. She's talking, but you can see her like walking the dog through the woods. That's what her screenshot is always. And she was going back to King 5 interview that they had with Haley's dad. And she was saying how he was going back and forth 1 minute saying that he thought it was a connection. 1 minute he thought it wasn't a connection. But he stated that Bryan's phone connected with their Wi-Fi in their house. In my personal opinion, you can't connect with anybody's Wi-Fi if you don't have the password.
Exactly.
So I don't know if she just made that up, but he actually said that on King 5 interview. I don't know when the interview was, but he said something to the nature as his phone connected to their Wi-Fi.
And you seen that?
Yeah,
you seen that where?
Okay, it's a. I'm looking on my tablet while I'm talking to you. A lady by the name of, I want to say Michelle, walking in the dark or something. It's a lady and she talks, but you can't act. You know what I'm talking about? You can see her walking a dog in the woods.
I haven't seen that one. What you're specifically talking about now?
I seen it early this morning when I got ready for 6. I'm in Texas, so I'm on Texas time.
Okay.
And I want to say she said it was a King 5 interview that they had with Katie's dad. And this lady sitting at the computer and she's talking to him, and he states that Bryan's phone connected to their Wi-Fi in that house.
Mm.
And she thought it was strange because you can't connect to anybody's Wi-Fi if you don't have the passcode. Period.
I mean, if he was, if he's been over there, hung out, and he had the password in there, he would definitely connect. But other than that, you're right. You 100% right. Anywhere I go, I'm burning up my 5G, but not no more.
Me too. And I have to ask for the passcode because if not, you just can't get on anybody's Wi-Fi.
Absolutely, you need that code to get on, especially if it's got the password. In most places now, what do they have? A password for protection. So.
Right. And it's not an easy password, so you just can't make up a password.
Exactly. You gotta be able to get the right password to get in. Some people can crack that stuff. I don't know how they do that. Some people can crack it.
Yeah, well, he's got to be extra smart to crack.
But why would his dumb ass crack that to get banged up?
And that's the thing. I think he was thinking on a certain level. He didn't think this out like option A, B, and C. He was just thinking option A at the end of the day.
Uh-huh.
I'm not a killer. I don't plan on killing anybody. But if you're going to go to a scene, that goes from the snap button on the chest. I mean, he just didn't think it out thoroughly. Period.
Right. Yeah, he definitely didn't think it out thoroughly. And I think he pulled the trigger in the middle of his plan. That's what I feel like, because it's so sloppy. Like you drop your sheet.
Right. You're right. You are definitely right.
Like, this case is blowing me away. This case is, the only thing I'm thankful that it didn't take as long as Delphi. I mean, we waited around 5-6 years for Delphi to finally be solved, and I followed that from day one.
Yeah, you're right. And I love your channel. I'm going to let somebody else come on, but I love your channel. I love your content. And I'm going to pull up that lady and the lady that interviewed him this morning, and I'm going to post it in the comments for you.
Yeah, send it to me. Send it to the email too, if you can.
Okay, what is your email? Is it on your link?
Yeah, it's in the chat. My mods will get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in. Hopefully I hear from you again, ma'am, and you be safe, all right? God bless you and your family.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
No problem, man. Shout out to her. Good call. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Detective Juan. Me too. Bryan Gas killed before, for sure. So you guys think that he killed before. Wow. Maybe that should be a poll. I'm curious to if you think Bryan Kohberger has killed before, let me get a 1 in the chat. If you don't think he has and you think this is his first time, put a 2. I'm curious to see how many people really think that. I'm not saying I don't think that.
Chris from New Jersey.
Chris from New Jersey. What's going on, my brother? You're live. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hey, Trev. How are you, man?
I'm hanging in there, brother.
Yeah, was this guy even ever interrogated? I mean, he was arrested and everything, but he was never interrogated, wasn't he?
Lawyered up.
Oh, he lawyered up and wouldn't talk, huh?
Yeah, guarantee it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Because I see, I called in. I've been watching you since you had Santa Joe on there, and the other guy from New Orleans, I think, was on there.
Yeah, that was a while ago. That's probably about a month and a half, maybe a month or so, something like that.
Yeah, then
that's before I switched over to having you guys call in.
Oh yeah, I was probably I think it was the first show you had. I was in there, called in, but
yes,
I haven't been able to call in since. But yeah, I'm thinking this guy too. I could see him having a romantic relationship with this public defender too. she went right to the crime scene, everything before he was even extradited over there and everything. I think, I wouldn't be surprised, they get something going on later on, something comes up too,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when I called in the first time, it was, I thought it was a neighbor or someone out of the blue. And we were talking about that, was it the guy Hash? What's his name?
Enan Harsh.
Yeah. Cause he was kind of an oddball. And, yeah, I think that, I think they'll find that knife. I think that knife's got to be somewhere around there because he took that long route back and everything. Mm-hmm. And, just it's a crazy case, man. It's just way off the walls. And yeah, Detective John. I love Detective John. Every time he comes on, I keep thinking of Miami Vice. I wonder if he was like inspired by Miami Vice or something, But yeah, hopefully justice is served, and
we definitely got about a year or so. Buckle up because it's gonna be I feel like it's gonna be a while before a trial. That's just my personal opinion, but usually, it's a year or so until he's even in front of anybody or going to trial wherever. If he does decide to take it to trial, if they even come up with a plea deal for him.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this guy had to kill someone before. I mean, I can't see him just doing 4 people,
Mm-hmm.
off the bat. I think he did something before and he got away with it way too easy and walked away, and then he said, well, now I'm gonna go on, but man,
you could be right about that too. And that's what one of the other callers that brought up. She stated I think he's still before. No?
Yeah, and I heard Chris from North Carolina calling the other day. He's pretty good. I crack up when he calls in, but he was talking about the knife, the sheath, and the DNA on it that he could have maybe said he sold it to someone or anything. He could have said, yeah, I had that knife, and it was kept it in my car. One day I was moving stuff out of the car, and it went missing. I don't know whatever happened to it,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just a horrible thing, families, everything, nobody wants to go through this stuff, and then it'll be drawn out in court and all that. I hope he just fesses up and, but yeah, it's crazy, crazy stuff. But
doubt.
Yeah, but I have more things to say. I just forgot. But
man, it happens. You lose your train of thought. So I mean,
yeah,
before you finish up, what was your thoughts on after you read the affidavit?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to it. There's going to be a lot more comes out, and a lot of people were saying, hey, there's so many pages there. There shouldn't be so many pages, and I'm saying you got 4 people murdered. There's a lot there, and then the judge is probably saying, listen, we need a little more. So you get another page, and then and then we have enough to grab them, But I'm just glad this guy didn't do something in between, even driving cross country, stop somewhere and hey Dad, I'm gonna run in and grab soda or something, and then come out running, it hurts somebody else. I'm glad they got him, and this is the guy, and he's but
But I appreciate
I'll let you go.
From Jersey. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, brother. And hopefully I hear from you again. I will. Good luck with Como tonight. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, let's hear it. He's spinning in circles. Hold on. What was the question? Slackjaw said, what was the question? The question was, do you think that Bryan Kohberger has killed before this? Do you think he killed before this?
Call from
Scott.
Scott, what's going on? You live?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, man.
What's your thoughts on the case, man? Break it down.
I really don't know. But I just wanted to make a statement here about the war between the mob of Dylan and True Sleuths. So this is all I'm seeing right now. So Jay asked JD, we all had suspicion. Everybody was stoning them to death. They were toast.
Mm-hmm.
So, and everything was fine with that. We were all one big happy married family. The suspicion ended. It was over. We all dropped off of them, apologized, moved on. So the affidavit comes out, the big elephant in the room. All of a sudden, it's like a mob I've never seen before. I dealt with this with Delphi. You couldn't talk about the Patties. You couldn't talk about Kelsey, even with all of these inconsistencies. So anyway, this is how I see it. My thought is this: that's not good investigative work. When you just take somebody and say, okay, they blocked, you can't talk about them. So we just have to, we can only talk about what we allow you to. And that's not the way it works. So anyway, Dylan is sus. And I'm not saying she did anything wrong at all. But even Kaylee's dad made the same comment. He didn't say it in them terms, but he basically said this. And you can look at the look of his face when they asked him about what happened. He said, listen, he said, she's young. He goes, I do want to know what happened when she went in that room. He goes, I'm really curious why, basically the 911 call wasn't made 8 hours later. And then he basically said, but he's going to reserve judgment. And that's all I feel. But the problem is, if you bring it up, you get mobbed by these people. And it's that bully attitude. It's like, listen, these same people.
From what I seen, Steve said that she's a victim.
What you posted yesterday was what I was going by. You posted on your page where he basically just said that he's going to reserve judgment.
Yeah, but he said verbatim though that from what I've seen multiple times is that she's another victim too, and a part of this. That come out of Steve's mouth.
Yeah, but what I've seen, he kind of paused and said he does want to know what happened in that room, but he's going to wait for more information to come in. I think he's trying to be nice, but he is suspect. And again, the girl might have never did anything. I'm not saying that, but you can't ignore that it took 9 hours. I watched enough true crime to know that when somebody waits a long period of time before they call 911, the cops are very suspicious of that. And I just find it funny that they even added her. They did not have to put her in that affidavit and throw her under the bus like that. They did. And they brought no closure with it. So anyway.
No. Hey, I'm going to agree with you on this end. Like I said, I've said it every day. That 7 to 8 hour gap, I don't know. Like I want, we want to answer for that, right? But in general, we're not going to get that answer for a while. Now, do I believe right now in my heart that she was involved with this? Absolutely not. I don't think she was involved with this, but I do want to know what happened between that 7 to 8 hour gap. Did she just go in there and go to sleep and thought maybe there was a prank going on because they stay up all hours of the night and party and have people over? What did she think? You know what I'm saying? And we'll find that out.
We sure will. But the problem with that too is that the same people are saying she was in so much shock that she couldn't call 911. Then they say, well, she didn't even know nothing was going on because it was a party house. So why was she frozen in shock? So they like speaking out both sides of their mouth. But the problem, all I'm saying is she's innocent until proven guilty. She's not arrested. So that's a good thing. And that very well may be a good explanation. But my just biggest problem is the mob that just attacks you and tells you, shut up. We don't want to hear nothing about it.
Yes,
and that's not how it should work. She's in the affidavit. That's why I won't say nothing about Bethany. She was not mentioned, so I ain't got nothing else. But you got to admit, there's a little suspect there, whether people like to admit it or not. Now, she might be innocent, but again, it's just that mob mentality that just drives me crazy. That's why I love your show, because you allow free speech as long as it's respectable on both sides, and you just let the chat do its thing. So I just want to say, man, you're great. I love you, and I love your channel, bro.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Thank you for coming on, man. And hopefully I hear from you again. I appreciate you, you know, speaking what you feel and not speaking what everybody else is saying in general, because that's the, you know, even if you did speak with her, you know, I'm glad that you come up here, and because a lot of people get up here and they're nervous and they don't want to speak, but I'm glad you got what you wanted to get off your chest. And in general, though, we do want questions for that 7 to 8 hours. Why, you know, why wasn't police called? I believe in my heart, but I don't know. This is allegedly. I don't know. I'm speculating, but I really am going out on the limb and saying Dylan had nothing to do with this. She's just a young girl who opened the door, seen this guy. I don't know. Who knows if she was completely freaked out, shocked, and stayed in the room and just fell asleep. Didn't know what was up, hid. We don't know nothing about that. But yeah, like I said, I mean, that 7 to 8 hour period is a question that I still have, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. But yeah.
Right. And this one last thing, too, with the people that keep saying it wouldn't have mattered because the damage was done, they were dead. No, it would have mattered because they could have got this guy and saved, you know, the taxpayers, you know, a lot of money instead of waiting 6 weeks. If she would have called right away, they probably could have set up traps and got this guy, and then it would have been over. So it does matter. Mm-hmm. So that attitude, oh, it didn't matter either way. It does matter. You're supposed to call 911. I know I would. I promise you. You don't know what you would do. If somebody's trying to break in, I don't care. If I got my phone on me, I'm calling 911 instantaneously. And they say, okay, well, not everybody. But anyway, God bless you, bro.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in, my man.
All right.
Thank you. I'll hear from you again. Let me clear my throat. 219-885-9693. Yeah, man. I mean, it's going to be the question. That's the question until this trial comes. I guarantee that's going to be the big question. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys see conspiracy videos of her being involved, etc., and the whole entire time until trial. Don't be surprised if you run across videos like that. I'm serious. Don't be surprised because it's going to happen. I'll put it out there. It's going to happen.
Call from
Robert.
Robert, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How about yourself?
I'm all right, man. Every day above ground is a good day for me.
So what's your thoughts about the case?
Well, man, I think we're going to hit with bombshell, you know? I mean, if watching your live yesterday, there was some talk about Papa Punk ass back in 2017 crying on paper and stuff like that about how he doesn't feel right. And I think we're going to find out that he is responsible for the other crimes that happened in that area, the other stabbings that happened in that area. But my question would be to you and the family there, if Bryan is connected to those unsolved stabbings in that area, should he be allowed to confess that in order to get off the death penalty? Because right now, the way I'm seeing it, he really doesn't have anything to stand on. I mean, he's as good as cooked, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, just basically with the, you know, they showed what they do in that affidavit, that probable cause affidavit. They showed a little bit of their hand.
Yeah. Oh, very little.
You know what I'm saying? And there's no telling what else not only what else they're going to collect here, but, you know, hear from other people. I mean, look, his friends are already speaking out about him. You know,
yeah.
Like, I mean, it's coming, man. They're going to, I mean, are they going to find the murder weapon? That's what I want them to find that. I want them to get that piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I want them to find it too, but I don't think they're going to need it, to be honest with you. I think that they have pretty much everything they have on him. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it was done with a weapon like that. And if they find it, hey, kudos, you know. But anyway, that's what I was thinking. You know, I think we're going to hit with a bombshell with this. So I think they're going to just come in there, and his defense attorney and his lawyer is just going to look at him and say, dude, you know what? I mean, this is a case we can't try. I mean, it's just one of those things where there's so much evidence against you, we would look stupid doing it. So here's our plea. If you know, if there's something you want to tell us, you know, maybe we can keep you off the death penalty. You know, something along that line.
What, something like, oh, if you give us the murder weapon, we'll let you off the death penalty. Like, you think he'll use that? You think he'll use that as a chess piece?
If it comes down to that, I think he might. If they need it that bad. But I'm just saying, I think he's responsible for, he's connected to the other stabbings out in that area, the unsolved stabbings. Again, based back to, with Papa Punk ass back in 2017. How screwed up he was back then. So yeah, I don't think this is his first time. I think he made a lot of mistakes, thank goodness. But I think he's done it before. That's just me. What do I know? I'm in Arkansas.
Right.
But anyway.
So you think he's connected to the Oregon cases? That's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if as far as I know, he wasn't in that area, but who knows if he wasn't there scouting out the university,
Okay.
But I know, just from investigating, I've deep dove the shit out of that to find out, because I thought the same too. But what I was able to find is that he wasn't in that area.
Okay. All right. Thanks for clearing me up on that.
But like I said, I don't know if he was there at that time scouting out, what college he was going to go to either. So I can't clear that out.
Yeah.
That's the only problem I ran into is, was he there scouting to see if, Washington University, maybe he was there looking. I don't know. But I mean, it's possible. I just can't account for his time there. I just can account that he didn't live in Washington and go to Pullman at that time.
At that time, yeah. But there's just so many things that are starting to fall into place. With his younger sister being in the slasher movie, and him, with all the stupid shit he was saying, on paper, and his little gay poems and shit. I think there's more to him than what happened to the students.
Right.
But anyway, before I go, I just wanted to say, man, I hope that there's one day where we can all get together on your live stream and talk about, things like your music or the football game or the Super Bowl or, something like that, other than, the killings of something.
Oh, we'll have everything, man. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I got you. There will be those days where we, digress, relax, chill, hang out, get to know. There may be a day I have, Rev Gang family time, and I let everybody up on panel. We get to know each other. I definitely have that plan in the future. So don't worry about that, brother.
All right, man. You enjoy your day and get some lottery tickets, brother.
Yeah, hopefully, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
All
God
right,
bless you, man. Take it easy, brother. God bless you. Later.
You too.
Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Magnitude of evidence will be seen in discovery hearing. Canadian says maybe DM made a deal with the devil to save her own life. Has anyone ever thought of that? Amber and Popo didn't have to put her name in the PCA, right? Well, that's eyewitness.
Call from
Fran.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hello, Fran calling from St. Paul.
Fran, you're on. 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, I have two train of thoughts right at the moment. I'm wondering, I'm thinking, do you actually think the dog stayed in that room locked up for 7 hours with no food or no treats? I can't figure that one out. And
there's my alarm. You're good. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, and then
you said, let me state what you said. You said, so we think the dog stayed in that room for 7 to 8 hours with no treats
and no food, without barking or making a fuss, because he was basically a pup. I mean, he was about a year old.
Mm-hmm.
That just doesn't fit for me. And then the second is that they said in the affidavit that Bryan walked past Dylan's room. Walked past?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was in such a hurry to get out. I'm confused about that statement, but that was in the affidavit that he walked. Why would he be walking? And then she had Dylan had contact with this person, supposedly, allegedly Bryan,
and saw his eyebrows and his mask,
Right.
and that just doesn't fit. So the something to think about. And that's all I got for now. But thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. I enjoy your panel. And I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Well,
see what your callers think about it. Because if I put my dog in a room for 7 or 8 hours and lock the door, he's going to have a fit.
Right.
And he had to be barking his head off. So I don't get it. Anyway, have a good day. And again, thank your callers, thank your panel, and thank you for all your hard work.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts and having a voice in the community. God bless you, and lock your doors. I hopefully hear from you again. If you think
Thank
of
you
anything
very
else.
much. Okay.
No
Thank
problem, ma'am. You're welcome. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. I'm good. You know, T, my name looks better in blue. My name looks better in blue, says Holly. Oh, hell no. I just realized okay, there we go.
Call from LS.
I recognize this number. Hello?
Hey,
Right.
T-REV, how you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. Hey, congratulations on tonight.
Well,
I'll
thank
be
you.
watching.
Thank
I think one day you're going to be on your wife's channel, Nancy Grace. I believe it.
You never know. So
yeah,
what's your thoughts on the case, etc.? Like, what was your thoughts on the affidavit? What's running through your mind after, taking all this information in and digesting it for days?
Yep, I got a lot of thoughts. I've been with you from the start, and I've been doing my own deep diving outside of that, and I love all your callers. And well, first of all, I've got a few things. I'll try to get them all in. I was listening to the callers yesterday and today. While I also have all these questions, I think we all have the same questions. I think what I learned this last couple of weeks is what I think I know. There's so much, obviously, stating the obvious here, there's so much more that they have, I believe. And that doesn't even include them deep diving on his childhood and his struggles with addiction and all the meds he might have been on as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a lot of that kind of thing. And I also think just in terms of Dylan and, Bethany and all of that, I think there's a reason there aren't more details in the affidavit about the other roommate. And I think there might be a whole lot that went on that we just don't know about, especially with that footprint outside her door. Again, I know some callers yesterday said this, and this is speculation, obviously, but he could have said something to her. He could have stood outside the window on the, we just don't know, right? All the details. And I'm saying this because the timeline changed a lot in the affidavit from what we knew before. So there could be a whole lot of things not in that. Obviously, that's just a basic document, and they don't want the defense to have everything they have yet, right? It's not discovery document. This is just to get, be able to go get him, right? So I have faith after what happened this last time where we all thought there wasn't enough happening, or maybe, we had our eyes on all these other people. I think there's going to be a lot more in there. I really have a lot of faith in the LE on this, and FBI and everybody. I really do. And that doesn't even count what they may find in the car and all of that. So again, what I'm saying is we just don't know. In fact, we don't even know if the timing of the call is what they said it was, right? We haven't heard the call. I think there could be a degree to which they've been protecting these roommates because they're going to be witnesses, and that may also be the same with JS and some of the other ones, right? Like, in other words, until they had him in custody, I'm sure there was a lot of concern about the safety of the people who could testify. So I guess I'm just saying, I really feel like there's going to be a lot of stuff that fleshes this out, that makes more sense for us when we get that information. And because of what happened these last couple of weeks, I'm chilling about that because we got so much curveballs that we didn't know, right? We only knew a small portion of a big story, and I think that's still the case. And I also wanted to go back to the Papa Roger 4chan, all that. I know it hasn't been confirmed, but because there are some things on there that came out in the affidavit, I mean, just like a lot of the former FBI agents have been saying, could have been him, right? Just like on your call. I remember way back in the Wayback Machine on the Papa Roger post, he talked about that the killer could have a taser as well as the knife.
Mhm.
So I guess what I'm saying is we just don't even know all the ways he was able to get this done in that time frame, And also a couple weeks ago, I know there was a classmate of his at WSU who would go running with him at night.
Mhm.
And he was on all the major channels talking about how they would do night runs that were at least 8 or 9 miles each way. So even though we have the car pings, we don't know about those runs, right? And that was before the gag order. I haven't seen that guy on anything since the gag order. So I'm sure they know this already, but that
Hold
could
on,
be
which
another
guy?
way. There was a friend of his, there was a guy who lived in his same apartment complex. I'll go back and find the footage because he was on the major network.
Talking about now.
Yeah. He was talking about how he thought he was a nice guy. They would go on these runs together, these long runs.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right. And he said the runs, I remember him saying they were long, like 7, 8, 9 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying he could have also surveilled them without his car, like on these night runs, without that other person knowing. You know what I mean? Just like getting a feel for the neighborhood. And then I know I'm talking a lot, but way back also on those 4chan posts that were awful, there was a picture of Kaylee getting undressed from that window, from that back area. And there was also a post around that about cameras in the woods. So who knows if that was him. But there were some very detailed things there that have come to pass. And if it was him, I'm just saying there could have been a lot of ways he was surveilling them. I don't know. I mean, gosh, I feel so bad. Anyway, there's my time. I feel so bad for these families, obviously. I hope someday we can think of something we can do. I don't know. I kind of wish we could find something to do at some point in this where we donate to their scholarship or do something. But
Absolutely.
Anyway, I went on and on. But
well, I appreciate you. Thank you. It was a great conversation. Yeah. God bless you. And thank you for having a voice in the community. We appreciate you.
God bless you too. God bless your whole channel. Love everybody who calls in, and also your grandma. My prayers go to her.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And hopefully I hear from you again. Stay safe.
Oh, yeah. I'm on the team. Yeah, I will be. I live on my own, so believe me, I'm walking them.
Well,
Take care, sweetheart. God bless you. Thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you. Bye. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Let's hear it. Of course there is. Hold on. Let me read some of these comments while we're waiting. Yes, I think he's sus for sure. Wonder why he didn't just run to the house. His car would have never been stolen. Right. Why didn't he just jog to the crib? I'm glad he drove there. Shit. Got him caught up.
Lisa?
Lisa, what's going on? You're live.
How are you, T-REV?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm okay. So I just I've been watching.
You're okay? You good?
Yes.
I hope you're doing okay.
I'm doing okay.
You didn't sound sure. I just wanted to make sure you're good.
Well, this case has me crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
So I've been watching, other channels, and I wish I could remember all of them because there's about 6 of them. But I'm a member on your channel, and I always listen to you.
Yes, ma'am.
But I listened to Alan Dershowitz today, and he was a defense attorney for one of them, for OJ.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that as far as the arrest and everything that they did during that time, he said everything, well, another lady said this too, but everything has to be perfect. The way they picked him up, the way they treated him, when the stop was made, one of the stops were made. But he said that there are ways to poke holes in the story. However, it's going to take a while it's going to take either a really good defense attorney, which he has Ann Taylor, or after they just exhaust the whole case, they're going to ask for a plea deal. I don't know. My head's spinning because obviously I think he's guilty. But I don't know if you know this, is the only DNA on the button of the
skin
sheath?
cells.
I'm sorry?
Skin cells on the sheath.
Okay. Is that the only DNA they have?
As far as I know.
See, and the thing is, I'm watching and I'm thinking, you know, the defense is going to poke holes in everything.
Absolutely.
And, you know, the defense has already been out to the house and stuff. What also bothers me is the Sisters movie and how that kind of like is side by side to this case. I don't know. I'm just like all over again with like, did he have help? And I'm back to square one again because I do in my heart, I think that he has something to do with that. But now I'm like, all right, the defense is going to completely try to annihilate all the evidence. And I don't want to see another, Casey Anthony case or OJ case. Because if you look at Casey Anthony's case, everything pointed to her. I mean, every single part of every evidence that was there. And she walked. So
that's another thing that bothered me, but I feel like I don't know. I hope, you know, that right there makes me shiver because it's like, damn, like imagine this guy walking, skin cells on the sheath, no telling what else they have. I mean, I feel like just in the probable cause affidavit, they threw out to where they had enough to make sure he's not walking and that he's going to trial. Maybe they have more.
I hope so too, because if they don't, and we don't know what they have and what they don't have, but I'm hoping that something is going to be like a bombshell that obviously we don't know, and that's going to bury him. But I'm back to Casey because Alan Dershowitz was, you know, OJ's attorney and stuff. Both of the cases with Anthony and Simpson, it's just like, if they can find something, you know what I mean? Guilty without reasonable doubt, you know, or innocent. It's like, it's screwing my head up. Because I was listening to him and I listened to, I think it was Sidebar. I can't remember, a true crime or something like that.
The reason I know about the skin cells is because Nancy Grace mentioned it. Why would she say skin cells on the or the snap of the sheath? Why would she say that? Nancy, you think Nancy Grace is just going to come out and say that? You know what I mean? That was answering somebody in chat. I seen somebody say, how would I know? Well, I heard it from Nancy Grace, and I'm pretty sure Nancy's not going to say, yeah, well, they found skin cells on the sheath.
Here's the thing. With all that happened, and they're coming out with just that part, wouldn't you think that there is an enormous amount of DNA? Unless he was in a hazmat suit or covered, you know? I have a feeling because it was said to allegedly that he was children. But is anybody mentioning the guy that he bought it from or the camera footage from then? And he could say, well, I bought it, but I sold it to somebody or I gave it to somebody. I mean, it's just all, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know where I'm at.
No, I hear you on that.
Crazy.
I hear you. I appreciate you calling. Thank you for calling and having a voice in the community. We appreciate you. And hopefully I hear from you again.
Okay. Thanks, T-REV. Have a
God
good one.
bless you. You too. Thank you. Shout out to her. And if you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Let's see. Mama Five says, what if he can prove he was friends with the girls and left his knife with her for protection after all of that? It was changed locks. Interesting.
Call from.
Hey, what's going on? You live? I couldn't hear what you did. Well, you're not live. 219-885-9693. I heard that type of crime and intensity of it. I'm betting they have more DNA. That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking they gotta have more DNA. I wonder if there are any copies of the Sister Slasher movie about. Yeah, they might.
Call
They might
from
be.
Christy.
Christy, what's going on? You live?
Hey, T-REV. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, thank you.
No problem.
Hey,
what's your thoughts on the case? Where you at with it?
I'm sorry?
I said, what's your thoughts on the case? Where you at with it? Like after reading the affidavit, etc.
Well, I mean, so much came out, and I know everyone has put a theory out about DM, and I would like to give mine, and it's just the most logical explanation. So in the affidavit, it talked about her being in a shock, frozen phase. I think she knew something bad had happened, locked her door, and was so terrified to be heard. And I think she just hid in there and was afraid to call 911 because if the killer was in the house, at this point, she didn't know, what had happened, but she knew it wasn't something good. And she hid, afraid. Everyone was asleep. She didn't hear any movement. She may have very well texted her roommates, but no one was answering. And maybe in the morning, Bethany responded. She was the only one. And maybe she even texted her and said, hey, did you hear anything? And they had a conversation about it. But I think it was just fear driven. And she may have even fell asleep in there at some point, because after you go through an incident where you're, afraid and your adrenaline's pumping, she probably was exhausted. But I think it was just fear. And I think maybe the girls came out at the same time, found what had happened, and ran outside. And I think it was really just as simple as that. I think she was just very scared. So
you're talking about Dylan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the same thing. And there's no telling, also she didn't know. People need to account in her head that she didn't know what occurred in those two rooms. It's not like, as far as we know, she didn't walk and look into the rooms. The affidavit did not say that. It said that she opened the door and seen a guy. On the third time that she opened the door, she seen the guy with the bushy eyebrows and went back in the room, etc. Shock, whatever phase. And from the affidavit that we read, right? So there's no tell. She didn't know what happened in those two rooms. And that's what people need to account.
Right. She had no idea, but she knew something had went on, and maybe over time of her sitting there trying to be quiet, because if she thinks that this is a bad guy, which according to her statement about being frozen, then that was her initial thought. So she's probably absolutely terrified, sitting there thinking, what is going on? I don't hear anyone. And then she might be thinking, well, they may have went to sleep, but she's also still too scared to come out because she's afraid she's going to see that guy in the black mask. So I think it was really just fear. And of course, we're going to find out all that later. But it's just so sad, because I feel like so many people are pointing a finger at this girl who evaded, honestly, almost being murdered. Mm-hmm. So she really did the right thing for her in that moment. It's that instinct, that primal instinct to fight or flight, and she just froze. So I think people just need to really show her some grace. And
we're gonna have those people that don't. It's just gonna be there, and it's not gonna go away. It will never go away. People are always gonna think. Even after the trial, there's gonna be people that think things, and there's no telling what's gonna happen, right? But in general, that is just the reality of it.
Right. And it's sad because she's young. They probably were drinking. It's probably a mix of a lot of different things that night but
I just feel as though people need to understand that it's Bryan. It's not anybody that was left over that survived, and that honestly, like this is a different perspective because we now know what happened, but she had no idea, you know. So she was in that room for hours and hours, and it makes you just sit there and think that she was probably just very scared and didn't know what to do. And she probably didn't want to call 911 because then whoever was in the house might have heard her speaking, you know. So I think it was just a combination of potentially having a little buzz, being afraid, putting all that stuff together in her head of what she saw, what she heard, and then starting to really think, oh my gosh, something could have happened. She might have even been hearing that dog barking and thinking, oh my gosh, no one is responding to that dog up there. Because, you know, that dog was up there for hours. So that dog had been barking at what the dog had, no, the dog wasn't in the room with them, right?
No, the dog was in a separate bedroom.
But yeah, so surely that dog was barking like, yeah, go to the bathroom, or, you know, I'm hungry. So she's probably wondering why they aren't responding to the dog. So that's even more, you know, scary.
Exactly.
Because she knew they were all in there and she didn't hear any of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was really just that.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling in. God bless you. And thank you also for having a voice in the community, because a lot of people just like to type away in chat. They don't like to call. Well,
Right.
God bless you, man. Thank you for, like I said, having a voice in the community. And hopefully I hear from you again.
Absolutely. I've talked to you once before. It's been a while, but you take care. Have a wonderful day, and lock your doors.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. You lock your doors too. So.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit more paranoid now, but yes, absolutely. Just be aware of your surroundings. That's the most important thing. So.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Shout out to her.
Call from
Donna.
Donna got through again?
I got through again. I just got I'm all up in this.
You're all up in it. What's going on?
I am. I was thinking yesterday, I think on Grizzly, did you see her presentation that she had with the animated house where it took the killer, it showed the path of the killer? Did you see that?
No.
Okay. Everybody's saying, well, how could she, DM just stand there and he not see her? And it was really interesting. If you look at that, if you happen to go look at that, someone had taken and made an animated house, and it shows, the killer coming in through the kitchen, then going in, well, in my opinion, I think he went to Xana's room first, and then, took it from there. But anyway, when he came, according to this thing, it looked like he came back from Xana's room because I believe she was still alive, and he heard her and went back and finished her, finished killing her, excuse me. But, and as he was coming back out, the rooms were like diagonal from each other. So as he walked past her room to make a right to the kitchen, she was there, but in his peripheral, he may not have seen her, because you got to remember, this was like 4:00 in the morning. It was dark in the house, except for whatever lights and night lights they may have had on. So it wasn't really lit. And at the same time, he may have been exhausted. He may have been in that adrenaline dump where he's lost all his adrenaline from killing those kids. But at the same time, her in that free state, he may not have even noticed her, because the way this animation showed it, he came out of that room and turned to go to the kitchen, and it almost would be like he would miss really seeing her, but she could see him from her angle. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, people are talking about, there has to be all this blood. He had to have been covered in all this blood. Well, she describes a man totally in black, So you wouldn't have seen any blood, to be honest with you. He's wearing black. There's not going to be any visual blood to her, except for all she's going to see is his eyes and his eyebrows. You know, even though he's probably covered in blood, visually she's not going to see that. She just felt a threat, you know. And what was he doing with the knife? He had to have it in his hand. He couldn't put it in his pocket, you know. I mean, he had to have it visual. Well, I mean, he could have put it in his pocket, but really, I think he had it in his hand. And at the same time, you know, she is seeing just the skin of his eyes, you know. So that was like, if you're really focusing on something that's covered in black, the first thing you're going to notice is the lightest part, you know. So I think that's, you know, that's what she saw from the angle she was standing. I think that's why he didn't see her, you know. And then he left. But my thoughts are just, you know, that's where I feel sorry for her, because I think that she's getting, you know, she's also, even though she was not attacked and neither was Bethany, you know, I think they're getting, you know, really pummeled by people, you know, and they're victims, regardless if they were attacked. They're still victims to this crime, because these are people that, you know, they're like brothers and sisters. They were close. It's like losing your whole family, you know, because this is a college. When you're in college, it's a college family, and it's just really sad that they are, you know, having to take the negativity, which people are going to give them, and like you said, it's going to happen regardless of what people say. But I just think as detailed as that affidavit was, because it was really, you know, more detailed than I think normal. I think they have a lot more DNA. I think there could be other bodily whatevers, and you know, from him, I think it's I don't think it's just that one little piece of
Bodily
evidence.
fluid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw that out there, but you know what I'm saying?
I mean, he already went there, so we might as well get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've gone there before. You know, I do. A lot of times that's what they do. So, but that was my thought. I wanted you to, you know, if anybody hasn't seen that animated house, maybe go watch it, and it might give you some perspective on
For sure.
on the house with the layout.
For sure. Well, I appreciate you calling in once again,
problem.
Donna. Thank you. God bless you.
Take
Lock
care.
your doors,
You
and
too.
I'll hear from you again in about 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm just playing. God bless you, Donna. Thank you. Donna, hold up. Let me check this email real quick. So I just need to make sure that I got the link for later when I go on. Okay. All right, we're good there. Somebody says, the hell did they send me here? I don't know. I don't like clicking on links from people I don't know. You know? If you know, you know. Okay, Sinful Butterfly sent. I would play that, Sinful, but guess what? That's the reason why yesterday I wasn't able to that's why yesterday the channel literally got knocked offline for what? Maybe 2 minutes, a minute. I played that 48 hours and they literally just knocked me offline for like 1 or 2 minutes for playing it. I was mad as hell. Hold on, let me see. Nah, nobody wants to hear that trash ass Bryan Kohberger rap. That shit is garbage.
Get the fuck out of here!
That shit was trash. Sorry. Make sure it's the name. Cuomo. There you go. All right. Call in 219-885-9693. I was just checking the email, seeing if there's anything good in here. People keep talking about these videos. We'll check this one, actually. Let me see. After this phone call, we'll check.
Call from
Joe.
Joe, what's going on? You live?
What's up, T-REV?
What's up, my man? After this phone call, 5 minutes, the floor is yours, man. If you can mute the background, we'll be good to go.
Call from.
I was thinking of the footprints, 2 separate footprints.
Mm-hmm.
They was saying he returned at 9 in the morning, and he was there like 9 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Do you think when he returned, he was looking for the sheets, but he realized he had locked the doors when he had left?
He was shitting his pants over that sheath. I guarantee it.
It's crazy. It's going to be hard for him to beat it, though, if you think about it. Someone would have to literally have stolen that knife, the car, and his phone. All 12 times he was in the area.
And he just found it and got it back and took it with no police report.
Right, all that. Stolen that knife, the car, and his phone.
Yeah, that definitely didn't happen. Can you mute the background for me? If you can't, just for the listeners, because they hear that echo and then they won't want to listen.
Is that better, bud?
Yeah, you good. I don't hear it now. You good.
All right, thank you.
No,
But
you
yeah,
good,
that was my thought on that. And I honestly don't think he's seen, was it Dana?
Who?
The
Dylan.
one that seen him. I don't think he's seen her.
Dylan. You mean Dylan?
Yeah, Dylan. Sorry.
No, you're fine. No, it's Dylan, and I don't know if he's seen her or not. That right there is a question that is unanswered for anybody because it only states her account from that night, not, you know what I mean, not his side. He didn't speak, he lawyered up, so
Right. And possibly if he did, maybe he wanted to leave a witness, but I honestly just don't think he's seen her. From the angle that they shared the house.
right.
I mean, I think it's possible he cut down and he had turned away from her door to go out. But this is not.
Yeah, no, it's possible. It's possible that he's seen her. We just don't know. We won't know that. I don't think we'll ever know that. In case he just comes out of nowhere and starts talking, I don't think we'll ever know if he's seen her.
I wonder if he will, though. I mean, some of them are really proud, and like BTK, he likes to talk about his stuff. But some of them don't tell you nothing.
Right. Yeah. BTK was proud of what he did. So I mean, that's a whole different angle because BTK was taunting the police, etc.
And I mean, I'm pretty serious. I'm right here in Ohio. My wife's from Gary, Indiana. So, but anyways, I studied like serial killers, just interested like the minds, and I don't think this is his first time.
It may not be.
I mean, I wonder because they say they have a killing that happened in Utah like 18 months ago. Same type of killing, same time. It was on the 13th. They're thinking maybe it's a link, and I think they're looking into that one.
What, Oregon?
Yeah. It's like 400 miles from where he was at.
Yeah, but he
So
wasn't
that's the
there.
thing
He
that
didn't
gets
live
me.
there in the time of those murders.
Right.
That doesn't mean he didn't travel there. If they were able to corroborate that he traveled there, then they may have something. But from what I was able to find, and I'm not the police, but from what I was able to find, he lived in Pennsylvania during those murders.
Okay, yeah, so I doubt that one.
But I mean, is it possible that he killed in Pennsylvania where he lived at? I'm allegedly speculating wise. I mean, from what he did here, there's no telling.
Right. Yeah, I just glad I got through. I don't know. He definitely closed down when they got him.
For sure. He definitely lawyered up immediately. I guarantee he didn't talk to any of the investigators.
Right. As far as like the internet things, websites, I don't know if that was him, but I think it's possible he was doing some of that on the internet.
I mean, from all I heard is that Idaho shopping was good. Is allegedly what came out of his mouth.
Yeah. And I don't think he's talking about them all.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Where are you calling in from?
Right here in Ohio, Circleville.
Well, shout out to you, man. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community, brother. And hopefully I'll hear from you again.
You too, and you got the greatest show.
Thank
Keep
you,
it
my
up.
brother. I appreciate you.
All right, stay safe.
You too, brother. Shout out to him, man. If you want to, hold up. I'm about to say if you want to call in, hold up. We need to watch this video. Let me grab this. Hold up. Somebody said watch this. Now, this is the part. This is what we were said to watch. You guys, let's watch this. This was sent to me. Hold up, caller. We'll take it after this video. Let's see this video real quick, and then let's speak about it. Let's talk about it, because supposedly it was really good.
a dad of who was a wonderful and beautiful woman. Can you tell me about Kaylee and what you miss most about her?
I miss what she meant to the family. She had a role in the family. You have 5 children, and you think that every child is unique and different, but they bring something to the family. And she knew where she fit in. She was the one who was the planner, the organizer, and always wanted to push the envelope a little bit. If we wanted to go on a week vacation, she wanted to make it 10 days. And if it was going to be to 1 country or 2 countries, she wanted to make it 5 or 6. So that's what we'll miss. Holidays, she was the one who wanted to do the gingerbread houses and push it. She knew me. I would just be like, I would use any excuse not to want to go and do that and just relax watching football and just kick back. But she knew to make memories, you got to do those type of things. So we'll miss that that gift that she brought to us every single day. And she was a little ornery too, so we'll miss that as well. My family, we don't not everyone's just perfect. So good jokes and a little tease here and there, that's totally fine with us.
What did she love and what did she maybe not love?
You know what? She was the first one that stepped out and liked the country music, and we'd kind of razz her and we'd tease her a little bit because nobody else did, you know. But that's how she was. She'd step out on that ledge all by herself. So she loved doing that and going to concerts and hanging with her friends. She'd go buy some goofy little barbecuer and a tent and an air mattress and think that she was gonna, you know, spend a weekend out on the Gorge concert or some concert along those lines. So that's the main thing that you remember that, and no one else is really into country. They kind of got into country after her because she kind of forced us all to start listening to it. But she was like that Taylor Swift girl that, you know, loved that stuff and was playing it in her room as she was cleaning it all day long.
When you think about her and Maddie's friendship, I mean, 2 best friends who went off to school together, the fact that, and you said this in the vigil, that they were killed in the bed together. When you think about their friendship and what Maddie meant to you, will you tell me a little bit about that too?
I just read a letter where Maddie wrote to Kaylee talking about their friendship, and you know, it was powerful, and you know, they were beyond sisters, you know, because sisters are
Speaking of what you're talking about, Kitty, hopefully they don't go question Tender Life where she heard that from. I don't know if that's possible or not, but to say something, you know, I heard that on that video. To say something like that, I wouldn't be surprised if investigators reach out and say, yeah, which investigator's wife did you hear that from? Or which investigator did you hear that from? I mean, because that was very detailed. And to drop that out there is crazy. I love Tender Life's work, by the way. But I wouldn't be surprised. This is how high profile this case is.
Kind of forced to get along. These two didn't, you know, they weren't forced, but they were close enough to where, you know, if they got mad and one was deciding to go somewhere else and the other didn't, they always patched up and they always got together and, you know, planned these crazy trips that they did together. They were just like yin and yang, and it was nice because
make sure you hit
that.
Kaylee
Like
would
come over to the house or over to their house, and then Maddie would come to our house, and then they were opposites. Like her house was empty and nice and quiet and peaceful. She could do her homework, but Maddie wanted to come over here and play with her sisters. And, you know, I feel like a big sister in our house, and she was always good with the kids. So it really worked out to where it was just a natural fit.
Thinking about the fact that it's been 2 months without them, without your daughter, without Maddie, without these young Xana and Ethan, do you feel like you finally have some semblance of answers? And obviously the justice process hasn't happened, so innocent until proven guilty. But what are you feeling now that we know who the suspect is?
I feel relief. It was nearly 7 weeks of absolutely no clear guidance that we were on the right track. We had evidence. We knew there was evidence, but all that can mean nothing until you have a face and a personality to put it towards. So when we found that out, luckily it was in the middle of the night, 10:30. We were able to run around the house, wake everyone up and say, hey, you know what, we got this guy, we got somebody. But you tell yourself to be careful because you never know for sure. It's a defendant, and it's not done. There's still a lot more work to do. So that's where we're at now. We're ready for the next chapter to be, okay, we're going to go in and, we got the affidavit and we've seen that it wasn't a page, it wasn't 2, it wasn't 3 or 4 or 5. It was long. I believe it's like 14 pages, maybe longer. And, you look at that and you're like, all right, it was worth the wait. And, they had a lot of evidence to show for that. So, we're on the right track, and there's still a long ways to go, but it feels good. It feels good to be where we are right now.
What was it like seeing him in court yesterday? What kind of sense did you get from his body language and the way that he acted?
I gotta say, it's a huge shock that he had messed up so bad. He had read that, and I think he knew how damaging it was, and he wasn't going to be able to explain a lot of that stuff very easily. He could, I'm sure he thinks he can, but I seen a man who looked defeated, and his body language looked like somebody in shock and dismay. So I think he knows how much he has to go against, and he's the reality of it setting in.
Do you think he didn't expect to find himself in this position?
Yeah, I totally believe he's somebody who's arrogant enough to think I could commit a crime and not think about the consequences, because the consequences go to people who don't get caught, who aren't as intelligent and smart as me. And I've looked into his background. I've heard some of his best friends talk about how he was very brash, and he had a sense of superiority. So it's easy to think that when it's all in your head, you sound like you're perfect. But then when the reality comes and you do something like this, and you realize it only takes one mistake, we got a sheath right next to a body. Yeah, have fun with that. How are you going to explain that? It's got your DNA on it. So I think the reality of that, and a lot of digital forensics,
right, Gray?
Cell phone records the FBI's put together is extremely impressive. So I think I think he's starting to realize that he's never going to see freedom ever again.
What would you say to him? And I heard you, I think it was on the News Nation interview yesterday with Christy, say, we will forgive him. I mean, that's a surprising thing.
Language of horses. Did you see you seen the autopsy? Topsies, should I say?
I think for a lot of parents to hear. I mean, tell me a little bit about that forgiveness.
I think as a family, you have a big family, you got to learn to forgive. And, kids make mistakes, and you learn as a parent, that's part of the process. But we've all known in our family, there's nothing more hard to get over. It is when you decide to take somebody's life, you've taken their opportunity to ask for forgiveness from other people. And, that's the end. I said it, you play God that day when you do that. And exactly. When you go and do something like that, the responsibility is you're going to have to take that person's place if you've done it in a fashion that is unfair and unjust. And I think that's what the court will be determining, was this unfair and unjust. And once that's determined, then that's what the law is there for. So, yeah, but we will forgive. We're not going to walk around with darkness in our heart for the rest of our lives and, have his name written there like a tattoo on our consciousness. So, yeah, you have to forget. At least I feel you have to forgive. Otherwise, it's just a cancer inside you. And I'm not willing to live with that inside me.
I know everybody's been asking you this question, but do you know of any connections between Kaylee and any of the victims and this individual?
To me, it's like 9-10 miles. I'd be shocked if these guys didn't cross each other in grocery stores and just everyday life. So I'm not going to be that surprised that there's going to be some type of thing that comes up in, I've said it, whether it's grocery store or coffee or something. If he was over there for a year, I'm assuming that he followed them and he may have figured out what their patterns are. And then, he tries to bump into them, or he tries to hang out in those spots and, coordinate, trying to cross in. But I don't know how important they really are at this point. I just know that it happened, and we may figure it out as the case develops.
And I just look at that from, I think anybody in America is like, that's the next question, right? Is why them? Like, why would he target these people who he had no ties to? And it just feels like such rage to do that to somebody, to 4 people.
Yeah, and that kind of just tells you who he was, because
God bless your heart, KK. I'm sorry to hear that.
He wasn't tied to everyone in that room. Ethan wasn't supposed to even be there, and from what Ethan went through, that this guy just wasn't a man of character. He was just poorly built, and there isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this.
You don't think there's going to be some kind of connection that will explain this?
No, what kind would? I mean, like, my girl's bullying him, or what kind of behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being? I mean, he was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close.
Makes you sick. It's sickening, I'm sure, to see the information that came out in the affidavit about how he had been by the house multiple times prior to the murders as well. I don't know if you guys knew that early on.
Yeah, and close enough that he was touching their Wi-Fi. His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far. So
I don't think I saw that part. Wow. Again, similar to the connection, but motive. I mean, any indication as to, like you said, there's nothing that can explain this, and you can't make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. But any motive that you guys have gleaned from all of this?
I'd just be guessing, but he taught a class that studied killers and how they did these things. I think he thought in his little fantasy world that he was going to teach a class where he actually did it and no one had a clue. And then that gave him a sense of superiority. Like, you're getting your grades, graded by somebody who actually has lived this lifestyle. So, but that would just be my guess, though.
When things like this happen and suspects are found, I think so often the media attention turns to the suspect, and we don't want to glorify, and we don't want to keep plastering his picture. I mean, I don't know how much of the news you've been watching, but what can we do to better serve the victims and their families to ensure that we're continuing to highlight them? And what message do you have for people that are going to watch this story?
My message is that, I'm here for my daughter and Maddie, but there's 2 other people that are just as important, and their kids went through just as much, and their losses are just as real. So I think, as a media, you can show those other people that they're just as important and they're in the spotlight as well. And, their parents have chosen to do it more private, and I totally respect that. I'm usually a very private person, but in this case, it was a situation where I felt like I was going to be required to come out and make sure that the story didn't die, and we built some momentum, and we got everyone involved that we possibly could.
Shout out to all you guys, by the way. Prayers for all 4 families. I'm glad Steve came out. You heard what he said. He was a very private person. I'm glad he came out and spoke, and I'm glad that all of us in here every day, or everybody that was with me every day, or with wherever you were on YouTube in general, kept the light on this case.
But the media, don't glorify this guy. It's going to be hard, putting his face in his picture. We just don't want to create another breed of these guys. There's Netflix videos right now. We know what they are that glorify these type of people, give them, Hollywood fame, and they concentrate on them and not the victims at all. And the story is all about them. So I hope this story here is all about these kids and how they did everything wrong. I mean, they did everything right, and somehow this turned out wrong. So we have to look at, like, what do we got to do in society to where we can identify people and make sure that we catch them before we lose such a powerful set of people, or even one person is unreplaceable. So I think society needs to kind of do an audit check on itself and figure out, what our priorities are. And is this going to go away on its own? I don't think so. I think we need to come together and figure out a way to treat people that have these conditions and identify them.
Steve, since the affidavit came out too, everybody's been talking about one of the girl's roommates. You can't imagine what a young girl is going through when something like that happens. What is your take on the fact that the guy walked past her and she didn't call 911 for several hours and she'd heard some things? I mean, what's your take on all that?
I know one time in the past that somebody was pretending to break into my house, and Kaylee hid under her bed and called, 911 and was too scared to even talk. And then she called me at work, and I prepared her to jump out that window because I didn't know that it was a practical joke. So I think that's a natural thing for girls to freeze up and lock up and, put themselves in a position of safety. And I don't hold that against them. I've already checked into the, could they have lived? Was it a slow bleed out or something? And it wasn't. So there's one bad guy here that I have to focus on. All those other things will slowly come out. I'm sure they catch other people's attention, but for me, I really have to focus on the individual who's responsible for this. And that is a big enough challenge and obstacle that we have to overcome than to worry about, two girls that, were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's like people are trying to cast blame and question why, and you just can't put yourself in their shoes. Sounds like maybe the girl was traumatized. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood makes it look like a girl will just do some karate move and chop it, knock this, knife out of his hands. In reality, she saved her own life by just being quiet and hiding, and that's a survival instinct. And I don't want to turn it into. I mean, there's so many people who have had their lives dragged through some mud in this case. And, the Jacks and everything, they're innocent. And I think media sometimes forgets to go clear those people up and, reach out to them and say, hey, is there anything we can do to help you guys get your lives back on track? Because they've been through a lot. And I've always tried to make sure that we address that and let people know that these people are completely.
Yeah, guys, we need to reach out to the Jacks. I'm with Steve on that. Matter of fact, thank you, Steve. I am going to reach out to the Jacks.
Innocent, and they've gotten death threats, and people have treated them bad. And, there's somebody out there that can fix that and make that right. So, offer them a job, offer them an internship, put them back on track. So college can be an uplifting thing. That's what it should be for.
I guess, are you fairly confident in the fact that law enforcement has the right guy and that they went through the proper steps?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it took forever for me, but I think how many agents do we have? We have like 60 some agents. So if there was ever a dream team to solve a crime and put it together correctly, we got them. So that's why I just sit back and now it's just going to be a slow drag. And hopefully when we go to court, it doesn't turn into a circus show of, this guy and a prosecutor, or all this stuff just goes cleanly and it's not turned into, a drama.
Yeah. I'm sure it's, looking back, hindsight, it's like it was so frustrating during the process of how they were keeping information so close to the vest and not releasing a lot. I mean, I know you guys were more in the know than the public and the media, but I'm sure even you were like begging for answers.
Yeah, and when you have answers and you can't share them, it's really hard too. It's hard on the other side. So, I knew Jack D had DNA, and I was just so puzzled that they wouldn't come out and clear it. But I'm sure they had strong reason. But I just didn't know at the time, and it was hard for me.
Last question would be just like, how are you guys? I know you said relief. I'm sure you're exhausted. How are you feeling, and what's next?
What's next is as a family, we're gonna come together and figure out the schedule. I'm gonna lean on Shannon for that because he has a lot more experience. It's not even comparable. So this is what happens when you get the right legal counsel. You can go through this process and you're not alone. You have somebody there that has experience, and then your team has actually got experience. And that's one thing I said at the beginning is we couldn't do this alone. We could. It's too big. You got 4 people. If another parent, heaven forbid, goes through this, don't try to do it on yourself. Go out there if you can. If you can find the right people, build a team up, and then You know, you can have a bad day and somebody else can step in your place. And that's what this court will be, you know. One day it'll be me, one day it'll be mom, one day it'll be my son, my daughters. Not the younger ones. I probably won't let them, even though they'll ask. But I'll work with Shannon to make sure that none of us are exposed to anything that's too gruesome. And we'll go from there.
I'm so sorry for what you went through and are going through. Just know that the nation and the world are really supporting you guys. I know you know that, but I'm really appreciative of you being willing to share with the media. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Morgan.
Yeah, take care, you guys. We'll be in touch.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Great video. Great video. Great video. Great video, guys. I'll say that. Great video. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Even the first neighbor. Hold on. So many innocent people were being accused of terrible things in this case. Absolutely. Serious. I love Papa Steve. He's such a top shelf man.
Call from
Ray.
Ray, what's going on? You live?
Hey, what's up, T-REV? I only got like 3 things I want to talk about today.
Okay.
One is the footprint. What direction was it facing? Towards the stairs or away from the stairs?
I don't recollect. I'd have to go back.
No, I don't think it says, but that would, if it's his footprint, that would point the direction of the order of the stabbings.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I have no clue.
And then the second one was Steve. He said that he had touched their internet. He knows, he's a techie guy, so he knows what he's talking about. So I just accept whatever he said in that aspect, that somehow his phone touched their internet. And then the last one is, have you guys talked about the warrant for his apartment in Washington, that it's sealed, that they said that if they said anything about it, that the case would probably not go through, and that it would be a threat to the LE, to the attorneys, to the victims' families, and to the survivors. So there's something in there that is, I kind of think, I'm starting to think maybe it was drug related, or maybe that officer that got fired is related in some sort of way.
Is it? I have no idea.
So you haven't talked about that warrant that's sealed from Washington, where they talked about the warrant for Pennsylvania. They said that the warrant, they had 3 warrants for the car, for the house, and for Kohberger himself.
Yeah, we talked about those. The one that's sealed?
The one in Washington for his apartment is sealed.
Right. I'm sure for evidence purposes.
Well, they said that it would cause a threat if they let it out. That's what, at least the paperwork I watched, was that JLR, and he had the paperwork for the warrant.
Mm-hmm.
And it said everything about that it was sealed, and they said that it probably will only take 2 months to finish the
Right. Mm-hmm.
But
I'm sure, but like the warrant that you're talking about, I'm pretty, for the apartment, I'm pretty sure that's sealed for evidence purposes. I'm sure there's stuff in there that was in his apartment that would be able to link him to this crime in general. That would be.
They might have.
Yeah.
They might have a knife.
I wonder.
They might have evidence, blood evidence, clothing evidence. If he kept it, I don't think he kept it. I think he tossed it.
Yeah.
But that's all I wanted to put out today.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate
That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. Is it Dave?
It's Ray.
Oh, Ray.
Callie Ray.
I thought he said Dave. My bad.
Everybody thinks I'm Dave every time I call in.
I don't know why, man. No. I thought you said your name was Dave on the phone call.
I probably don't talk right.
Ray, my man Ray, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, brother. Thank you for having a voice in the community. And hopefully I hear from I know I'll hear from you again, Ray. Man, you calling. This is the third time?
I saw oh no, it's about like the 6th time. I just don't call that often.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, my man. God bless you.
All right,
I
brother.
know I'll hear from you again.
For sure.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to Ray. Similar but not Dave. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. He said, is that Dave? Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here. It says Dave's not here. Bryan is back in court on Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
Call from
Marie.
Marie, what's going on? You're live.
Hello. So I wanted to share, I wanted to see if anyone's starting to talk about what his potential defense will be. And what I'm wondering is, does he know anyone in those apartments? And did the police, when they did canvassing, once they figured out who the suspect was, ask if they knew him? I'm starting to think about, what is his defense going to be? How is he going to justify being in that area 12 times between August 12th and November 13th?
Right? The shopping's good in Idaho.
Right. No, I get that. I get that.
No, I mean that's what he's saying, right? The shopping's good in Idaho.
Right, but where is he at? The mini mart around the corner? I mean,
right. Like the shopping's not good in Washington. Like you can't go find a place to get vegan products at in Washington. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, you can, by the way. But I'm just curious about this. I'm kind of focusing on what is his defense even going to be. And if you notice, I watched Duty Ron, and I happen to have a gaming computer because I day trade. And they pulled a gaming computer out, and I noticed it. And Duty Ron said, that's a gaming computer. So I'm wondering, when he moved there, if he happened to meet someone online gaming and became friends with them. I'm just really curious how they're going to defend that.
Yeah.
Have you thought about this at all?
I mean, I've thought about a lot of things when it comes to this case. This case just blows me away with how this coward is. I don't know. This coward just poorly planned everything, and I'm glad he did, so there was justice served.
Oh, yeah, me too. Absolutely. Another thing that got me curious is, he is such a dimwit. I can't even believe he drove back there, and he was there for 10 minutes at around between 9 and 9:30. I can't remember the exact time, but the fact that early on, if you'll recall, somebody said they thought they saw the door open, the front door where they park their vehicles at around 8:30. I'm wondering if he actually did go back in there. I can't imagine he would, but that's just so odd to me. And that's the nail in the coffin, in my opinion.
I feel like I feel like they got stuff that we just don't even know about.
Oh yeah, I mean,
as far I wonder what he's done from his computer. Was he looking up their social medias on his computer, etc. That I think that stuff may be sealed in that apartment warrant.
Yeah, true.
That's just me
true.
speculating. So if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. But I'm just speculating.
Exactly.
I'm speculating on the fact of what stuff did they get from his apartment? What were they able to find? Did he write these things down? Because I'm positive he didn't plan on getting caught, but then in general he had to have a clue that, hey, fuck, I left the sheath. I hope I dropped the sheath somewhere else rather than at the scene. And where did he drop it at? The scene.
He's such a piece of trash. I still just can't believe, you get an F, son. You need to get your money back from the university. You epically failed criminology. And I'm just so glad that they caught him. Hey, quick question though. You're going on Como tonight, so you're going to be on there 5 p.m. West Coast. And what did they say to prep you? Do you know how long you're going to be on? Do they give you questions? How do they set that up?
They just asked me a couple questions. when I was on the phone with him earlier, when I was playing the video of Vinny on Court TV. We were just talking back and forth about the things on the internet, etc. And that was it. There was no prep. He just sent me the Zoom, and I'll be on that way.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. Prime time, T-REV.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Well, I'm glad you get to speak about it. And I cannot wait until we finally find out if Papa Roger and Dave from Utah really were him. And I just, right now, I'm leaning like 60-70% chance both were. And in the very least, Papa Roger could potentially be, the feds will, do undercover, set up fake accounts to kind of see what people say. So it could be that as well. So I'm really, really curious about that. Anyway, good luck tonight. I know you're going to nail it. I'm sure you'll be fantastic. I can't wait to watch.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, ma'am. And thank you for having a voice in the community. And I know I'll hear from you again. Lock your damn doors.
I lock myself in my bedroom at night, child. Are you kidding me right now?
No.
Have a good one.
I just like to be, remind you too. Thank you. God
Bye,
bless
honey.
you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, the phone lines are wide open for anybody who wants to call in. You got 5 minutes. Everybody gets 5 minutes. You can call in as many times. Yes, you can call in as many times as you want.
Steve.
Steve, what's going on, my man? You're live.
What's going on?
What's up, brother?
Utah, baby, Utah.
Okay. Utah, what's up?
Yeah, Dave called your mysterious caller called from Utah, right?
From what I was able to reverse search, absolutely.
Right. Ted Bundy he did his schooling down in Utah. And he did his killing in Utah. And then he didn't confess to any murders.
Well, I do want to say this. I want to bring this to the audience's attention. From the reverse search that I was able to do on that name that called my show, it comes back to this person who played in a movie who was a serial killer. We'll leave it at that.
Okay, there's a little parallels there with his family.
Now,
Kohberger's
is it just a chance, or
maybe
was this name used? It was the number spoofed. I have no idea. All I know is the person on the other end of that phone did not respond to me. I called, left the voicemail, text 5 or 6 times. So I mean, they have my personal number. Still nothing. Yep.
Well, that's why my question is like what he talked about was some crazy things, and at the very end of it, he gave you the motive. It's a speculation, but I was like, damn, what if he just to see if he could get away with it, right? Because it's hard. It's straight up. He's been fantasizing this since Pennsylvania, like for a long time. He's all involved in all that sensationalizing all these serial killers. That's in his brain every single day. And then he got on, like in the beginning, I said, these girls are beautiful and like shaking that thing. And you ain't getting none of this. You know what I mean? Anyway. And he got pissed off and got on them. You know what I mean? And so, trying to do his little copycat type thing. And then he basically calls in and tells you, maybe it's that simple. It's just speculation, though, of course, that I just wanted to see if I could get away with it. Because that's what it said. That's what it said. If I'm correct I remember you were on the 2Ds. That was a vibe, the 2Ds at the time, and everybody was talking back and forth about that. And then one of the Ds came, contacted in and said, "Oh, you're a liar and all this shit, and why do you give a platform to liars and all this stuff?" And then he calls in. If I'm correct, isn't that about right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if that is who we think it is, he gave us the motive. Just wanted to see if I can get away with it, because it takes a lot to kill somebody. It's not just like pull the trigger in the heat of the moment type thing. To do, like, even if you are a psychopath, people just don't do that. We're not trained to do that. We have morals and stuff, and most people, God-fearing people, they would never break the rules of the Almighty, So it's just something I just was, kicking stuff around. I like this stuff. So
I could be 100% out in left field, but I figured why not talk about it a little bit?
Right? No, I mean,
You know. Is that what he said? I can't remember the whole call, but I do remember at the end he said something about in a nutshell or something that's just to see if he can get away with it. Because like 10 guys asked him to,
how would I get away with murder? Yeah.
Dudes just don't sit around a bar watching football and talk about how you're going to get away with a murder. Be like, damn, this dude's off a little bit. If you talk about that shit, this dude's a loner. He only has people on the computer to talk to. He don't have buddies and stuff and that like do things with him. And I'm pretty sure that, he don't have people out there like that are really his true friends. So he's only got people on the internet.
So what we did to try to see, I just wanted to run I ran a test the other day, my mods in Discord, and we were able to clone that same phone number and call.
You think that dude, you think he's that smart? I mean, he's probably techy, right? Oh, and another thing I wanted to mention to you, Goon. He was on Goon with the Beastie Boys, right? That Beastie video he put? That's Goon, Goon. And that's a website. So I didn't really look into it. You might want to check it out or whatever. But supposedly he had a website. It was called Criminology Student. And I think it's down now. But
people think I'm playing when I say the name that came back on that phone number was the serial killer in the movie. They think I'm playing, but I'm dead ass not even playing.
Well, that's a trip. That is a trip. Well, I mean, he wants recognition, right? They want that sense.
Now, I still say to this day, I don't know who was on the other end of that phone.
Right.
I still say it to this day. I do not know. I do not know who was on the other end of that phone. I do not know anything you know what I'm saying? Out of that range. I know that I did my research on it. I know that I went down past 80,000 calls and found the number so I could find out who was on the other end of that phone, but it still gave me no answers because one, that person won't respond. They got a voicemail from me. I actually they got 2 voicemails from me. Now that I think about it, I did the first voicemail that I left live. And then I called afterwards. So they have 2 voicemails from me. Like I said, multiple text messages, still no answer. Shit's crazy. No,
it just went dark.
Unconfirmed.
Wow. Yeah, it might be straight up. That's probably it. I mean, it sounds like a little bit on his voice. It's hard to tell. There's not a whole lot. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, man. And I know I'll hear from you again.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Yes, I will be on Fumo tonight. Yes, I will be on Chris's show tonight on News Nation at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, and 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Call from
Anita, the kid.
Anita, what's going on, Anita? You're live.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Just,
Yeah.
Doing the podcast tonight and then waiting to go. And then I'll be on Kumo at 7 my time.
Yeah. Now, is it going to be? I know. And I don't care for the guy, but I think it's awesome. Is it going to be pre-recorded or live? Do you know?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I think it'll be live.
Okay, if it's pre-recorded, make sure you tell me you want everything you say put there.
I'm going right on. I'm pretty sure I'm going right on. But then again, I don't know if it's pre-recorded. That's a great question. They didn't say it was pre-recorded.
Okay, because tell them that you're recording it, because if they pre-record it, sometimes they'll cut out the things that they want. Right. I've had that happen to me with a couple things. Mm-hmm. But the other thing, I'm so happy that Kaylee's dad came out and talked about Dylan. So maybe people will kind of step off her a little bit, because I'll tell you, last night I was kind of going through the YouTube, and I heard some well-known women, I won't say their names, talking all tough like they know what they do in that situation, and nobody does. Mm-hmm. Like I was saying the other night on the phone with you, she's a lily white girl. She's probably terrified. I can't imagine. Because you think maybe the person is still circling,
or standing right up. You swear to God you hear breathing. I've been in that situation, I think I told you, and I was hiding, and you just know the person is standing there waiting for you to get out because you swear to God you hear breathing. It's the scariest thing a person can go through. I can't. She's going to need a lot of therapy and stuff for many years because she's going to have fears walking down the street alone and things like that. So I'm glad he came out and said something, that they don't blame her. I think that's great. And I also wonder, even though he was going out really fast, I wonder if he grabbed a few trinkets on the way and they're in his apartment, because they like to have little tokens of their, I guess a job well done to him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, did he take some things with him that are now sitting in the apartment? That'd be great to know.
I'd love to know what's in that. Yeah, exactly. I'd love to know what they got out of there. From what we've seen, we know they got a lot of what looked like books and bins, etc. But what else did they get?
Yeah. Because, maybe he's been in there before, like at a party or whatever, like people have said, and he grabbed a few things while he was there or took photos.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe on his phone there's photos of the rooms or, things like that, because someone suggested that he may have been there before, like at a party or something like that. So if he was smart, he would have maybe taken some photos of each room, kind of to know the layout even better.
And I bet
that would be crazy.
I bet they tracked how many times he was searching the case, etc. They're gonna do that.
Oh yeah. Oh for sure. And yeah, I think he worked alone, but I wonder if, like, I don't know, people were suspicious of him anyway. I wonder if he brought it up, because those people have a tendency to not be able to always hold things in, and they'll slip up and say little things here and there. So I wonder if there's other witnesses to that we're going to hear about.
Exactly.
Because he seemed, I think he had planned to do it, but not that day. And then something was like, I'm just going to do it. So like overzealous and excited. And maybe he slipped up and told people little things here and there that it's just dawning on him now. Oh my God, he said this to me or that to me. I was thinking about this. I know. Since you came on, I own several businesses, T, and you're making it hard for me to make money because I'm so addicted to your show. And now you have me. Before I was interested in this, but now I'm like, it's like and I know a lot of people are like me. They're like, every waking moment, you're thinking about this,
Yeah, no
because you're just like that. You're so awesome. This is a movement, like I said. You're going to have a lot of jealous people too. So I feel like, and I've talked to a couple of people that watch you, and we're going to watch over you to make sure nobody starts trolling you or lying about you like people do on the web. Because we're going to go after them.
I've been around a few chats already. I already see a lot of that.
Oh yeah, I went after someone the other day, hardcore.
I mean, I see it. I see these people. They talk. I've seen people that are actually in here that act like they support me, and they're talking shit. I just think it's funny. I just laugh and go right by them because you know what? I won't let nobody's darkness dim my light.
Right. Because you're being honest and doing good stuff. A lot of these people out there are like doing dramatic crap and not checking things out first and just throwing them online or saying things that they don't know. They don't know crap,
No, so I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling in and thank you for your support. I appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your doors.
I will, and I have my gun on me, or my automatic hole puncher on me all the time.
Well, I'll talk to you soon.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Shout out to Anita. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. OCD says respectfully disagree. Marina says true good. There are witnesses. Let's see. He could say he has been there before, but those 12 times late at night. Good point. But he dropped his sheets on the drug deal.
Salvatore.
Salvatore from West Virginia, Papa Rev Gang. What's going on, my man? What's on your mind this morning?
My brother. Hey, first of all, I really want to say my condolences to Steve and the rest of the families. I can't imagine. You know, you look at these girls' pictures and they're always smiling and having a good time. I mean, even when they didn't know they were being filmed, like at the food truck, you could see Kaylee laughing and stuff. And who the hell knew an hour or two later this fucking animal was going to snuff the life out of her? You know what I mean? It's just sickening to think about. You know, I can't help but think that the students that were in his class, and they said that there were times he was bug-eyed, just staring. You know, I think he zones out. You know, I think he realized he left the sheet at that house. And that's what he was focused on in the classroom while he was zoning out. This guy's a freak, you know, a freak. And I really believe, I also think that Kaylee came to Maddie's defense. I really believe, because Kaylee seemed like the bigger person and someone that would stick up for you, and to see what he was doing to Maddie, that's probably why she got it the worst, because she fought him. And that's what caused him to drop the sheet. You know what I mean? He lost the sheet fighting.
In a struggle.
Yes. Yes. And it's just, it's sickening. I don't know. I just wanted to say, you know, and again, I truly believe when he went in, he was looking for Maddie. And you know what? Since August, he's been around their house. You know, I'm sure that he's been in the house, because even the layout of that house isn't regular. You know, you got to know what rooms are which, and that's where he got probably the Wi-Fi password. You know, he probably got it at one of the parties from in that house. As far as why he did it, I mean, look at the Son of Sam. Son of Sam randomly just snuffed the life, the 44 caliber killer. He didn't have any motive or anything. He just went out killing these people. And this guy is a savage. I think he went out just to slaughter Maddie and Zena. I don't think he expected
Ethan
to be there. And Ethan is a big guy, okay? I don't think he expected Ethan to be there. And when he went upstairs to kill Maddie, you know, again, I think Kaylee came to his defense. When he came, when Zena saw him, I think she focused on his face and didn't really see the knife, but that'll come out later. But he was probably so zoned out, you know, of what he just did. He didn't expect to kill 4 people, and he did. And that's why he walked past Zena. He was zoned out, like, wow, what did I just do, you know? And left that way. Because I really believe if he would have seen her, he didn't want witnesses. He didn't purposely leave that sheet there. He didn't want to get caught. She would have been the one he would have definitely stabbed, because she's seen him. So I don't think he's seen her, you know? Anyway, I love you, buddy. You know that. I try to call in as much as I can. I hope I'm not, a nuisance calling
Nah,
in.
you're the man. I'm always looking forward for a Sal call, man. Salvatore. I'm always looking for Salvatore's call, man. I'm telling you.
And listen, I don't know if you're kidding around with the Cuomo thing, but the best way to know that guy's name is put a Q there. I know he spells it with a C, but it's Cuomo.
Cuomo.
There you go. Put a Q in front of it, and that's how you'll get it.
Yes, sir. Cuomo tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern,
There you go.
7 p.m. Central, and 5 Pacific time.
I'll be there. I'm
Prime
behind you.
time. Rev game, baby.
I'm behind you 1,000%. I'm waiting.
I appreciate you, Salvatore. God bless you, brother. I can't wait to hear from Papa Salvatore again, man. I hope you have a great day. Hopefully I hear from you, probably tomorrow, maybe again today. You never know. Salvatore, I appreciate you, man. Love you, buddy.
I love you. All right. Bye-bye.
Love you, Papa Salvatore. Take it easy, boss. God bless you. Shout out to Salvatore, man. What a great guy. 219-885-9693. You gotta love you some Papa Salvatore, man. That's the Papa Salvatore right here. He's been rocking since day one of this case. Hi, everyone. Just joining. What up, Tracy? Heather Brown. Dylan is very possibly could have seen blood on the knife, etc. I do not think anything. Just thinking. What would scare her that much? Damn, both same numbers calling?
Call from the other Aaron.
The other Aaron. You were on the line. What is going on? You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thanks, T.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on board with you. I think he pulled the trigger way too early. And on that sheath that they found next to Maddie, aren't you supposed to wear that on your belt?
Well,
so to me, it's like, did he have to undo his belt to take that off, or was he carrying it around in his mouth like a wild man? That belt, I think I fell off his belt. And that 911 call, the only thing that bothers me about their hesitation, I understand PTSD and shock, what it can do to a person. It can last a long, long time. But what really bothers me about those young kids is they called their friends before 911. That just really bothers me, especially since one of them was his siblings. And I know if it was my sibling, I'd be running in there like a fool, not wanting to see what you had to see. And as far as that,
now with the sheath that you were talking about, it positions the knife sheath inside the pants.
So, I thought it was on the belt loop, and then
it says while still attaching securely to the belt.
Oh.
They have demonstration videos on it too.
Yeah, I'm not up on that. But after the luminol they spray, they'll use a new black powder they have that pulls out more of the proteins. So that's why they got that footprint wherever it is positioned. It's strange that it's just one, but the whole situation is strange. But the amount of stuff they took out of his apartment, that's got to be a treasure trove, really. Really. And I'm sure that they probably have people searching for that knife. He kept it. He didn't throw it away. He did something with it where he knows where it's at. But I think that's too...
I think he buried it somewhere, but that's just my guy. I mean, he maybe could have thrown it anywhere and not buried it, but I would think he'd probably go bury it somewhere and with his phone off.
Right. So he can go back and revisit it. Yeah. I agree with that 100%. But, yeah, it's crazy. It keeps getting crazier. And you got to remember that affidavit was really long, but they have so much more. So when people want to debunk, when they see people sneezing to their elbows and, they probably had all the critical stuff by then anyways, but it's not easy working around blood. smells.
Most definitely not. Most definitely not. I mean, imagine what those investigators were going through. It's gruesome to
Right.
see in general.
I hope they're all getting the help that we all need. It's traumatizing. Poor kids. But call 911. That's what I would tell my kid first. Call 911.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I know? I'm old. I'm old school.
Yeah.
But thanks for your time, T. You're doing a great job. And break a leg tonight. You'll do great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, man. The other Aaron.
How about you? That's right. Love you.
Love you too. God bless you. Shout out there if you want to call in 219-885-9693. There's no evidence. Just never know. Bish, what? Warrant Chin says, I think her being in fear and shock is what saved her because she kept quiet.
Call from
Shaggy B.
Shaggy B, what's going on, man? It's been a while since I heard.
How we doing, T?
I'm doing good, brother. How about yourself?
Good. I was just wondering, I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did Ethan stay at Omega Chi? Is that where he was living? Because he didn't live at the 1122 address.
Sigma Chi?
Yeah, Ethan Chapin.
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay.
From what from what I've seen, but I'm not 100% exactly where Ethan Chapin went and lived or slept at every night when he wasn't with Xana. I'm not 100% sure of that, so I don't want to also put out false information. Speculating,
right?
No, live at the Sigma, but maybe I'm wrong.
Pure speculation. I just during that last, I think it was like between December 15th and the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
They had went there to the Omega Chi. I think Jonathan Lee posted something on it, and there was like 6 or 7 skaters there. Well, that would kind of explain, that they had to go check his room out, and make sure there wasn't nothing there. I think that we really need to know about the other murders, like in Vancouver and in Salem, if he is connected to them. And maybe why they're holding the search warrant in Washington is
being connected to Oregon. I'm pretty sure he lived in Pennsylvania at the time.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that he wasn't connected or traveled there, but in general, I was able to find out he lived in Pennsylvania.
Yes, those murders took place around 220, and then the next year on 221. But how do we know? Because that first phone, this last phone that he had, it got activated in June. How do we know that he didn't have another phone or any kind of burner phones before that? And how do we know that he wasn't checking out the college beforehand? Because, students do that. They check out their college they want to go to. How do we know he wasn't doing that?
That's what I was saying.
Plus, the people that were killed, they were vegans. They were all vegans. And Portland, Oregon is like the hub of veganism. There's so many vegan restaurants there in Portland, Oregon. Massive. And we do know that some of his apps were pinging in Portland. Some of they had checked into some of all his apps that he was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the apps were like Spetsnaz Russian fighting system. So he was definitely into watching knife fighting systems. And it's all very intriguing because, the gal that got murdered, or her husband that got murdered in Salem,
She survived.
She survived 19 stab wounds, but she survived. And you know, what did she see that night? Did she see her assailant or what? You know, nothing has came out about that. Nothing has came out about what she's seen, and I'm sure if somebody wanted to pull up the autopsies, they're there. Just like Detective John said, we can pull that up if we want to. And I feel that a lot of stuff that Detective John said was spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Spot on. Even about the cops, he said that we have the right detectives, and we did. And I felt sometimes he was talking in circles only because he didn't have the information at hand himself, you know. But a lot of things he was spot on. And if those murders do connect, you know, that's what we should do. If they do connect. Oh my God!
Oh my God! Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Absolutely. God bless you, brother. I know I'll hear from you again.
God bless.
Stay safe.
Yes.
Shout out to him. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. He said, "Oh my God." About cracked me up. Shit, it might be Dave, says Scott. Wow, that's crazy, says September Virgo. I don't think he was referring to the Idaho 4 being all vegan, in my opinion, says Tony. He said the shopping is better in Idaho. Was he referring to Target for him? Mr. J says. Let's see who this is.
Call from
Nola.
Nola, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? You're live. What's going on? What's your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts is this case is just absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm.
I think everything is popping out of everywhere. We're going to have so much more information coming at us.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say, for that girl that witnessed the stuff or witnessed what she did,
mm-hmm.
either way, whatever she saw or didn't see, she got to live with that rest of her life.
Absolutely.
And I can tell you, I had somebody break in my house one time. I was asleep, had a knife in my back. Thank God I had a neighbor that heard and came down and helped me. But that sits in, and that happened 25 years ago, and it sits in the back of my mind all the time. You got to be aware, you got to be vigilant, and you got to keep your doors, windows. This guy broke in my window. He cut the screen and broke in my window. But it's crazy. We're never safe.
Nope.
So you just keep doing what you're doing. I've been following your show from the beginning.
I stay with a gun. I mean, somebody breaks in my house, they're getting popped.
Yeah, I didn't have a gun. I don't have a gun now just because I can't. But I keep a knife under my pillow.
Yeah, well, he's lucky nobody had a gun. But nah, but in general, though, yeah, stay aware, stay protected, have surveillance around your property, etc. It really helps when you have that. So it's important to protect in today's world because there's a lot of crazy mofos out there ready to bust that ass.
It is. It's not like it was back in the day when you could sleep with your doors unlocked. Unfortunately, we don't know who we have for neighbors all the time. And not even that. It's not a safe world, unfortunately. It's not. But God bless you and all you do. And you keep going, man. You keep going. Because I tell you, I've been isolating for the last 3 years, and you're the only thing that's really pulled me out of this and made me realize that, hey, what I can shed to people can maybe help them out.
Yes,
but keep strong. Keep strong.
Thank you, man.
God bless y'all, and God bless your whole group. I love it. I love it.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you. Stay safe and lock your doors and stay prepared.
You betcha. Yep. And God bless your grandma.
Practice
You bet.
in the mirror.
Always.
Practice in the mirror, Detective John style.
Yep, you betcha.
God bless you, man.
God.
Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, Detective John style. You got to make sure you practice those moves in the mirror. Get ready for that time, because you never know when something's gonna jump off. You never know. You never know who's preying on you. Think I'm playing. It may be funny now, but watch. Somebody may be preying on you. You gotta get ready for that. You say, John, what's up?
Don
Juan, the man. You're on the line. You got 5 minutes. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, I appreciate what you're doing here, man. I just recently found you on YouTube.
Oh, thank you, Don. I appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a subscriber if you are, or just
man.
If you're watching.
Yeah, man. Oh, you got me totally hooked. Totally freaking hooked, dude. But listen, I got to ask you, man, and if this has already been asked, I'm sorry, but dude, seriously, what is going through your mind when you probably literally talk to this freaking nut job?
To be honest with you, when I first talked to whoever that was on the other side, which is unconfirmed, I just, my antennas were up immediately, obviously, with all the sound effects, etc. People are like trying to nail me because they're like, oh my God, you're an idiot because you don't know about colleges and you don't know about their Sigma Chi's in every state. Well, sorry, I didn't go to college. I dropped out in 9th grade, got a GED. That's about it. Never even seen the word college.
Right. Nah, man, actually, it's weird because that's the day I actually found your channel.
Oh, yeah? That
was the day I found your channel is we were talking to this guy.
December
and I'm telling you, my freaking hairs on the back of my neck stood up hearing him talk.
Mm-hmm. December 15th.
Yeah. And the only thing you could hear, I've heard him, and I'm telling you, dude, he said yes at his court hearing. And that one word he said.
Court-appointed counsel.
Yeah. That was like, when he responded to that judge, he said that one word, and I swear to God, it brought back the guy I heard you talking to. Now, that could be in my head, but, you know, it sounded, I mean, I don't know. It's just I'd love to hear this guy have a full sentence so I could compare him, you know?
Yeah, fuck
But
that,
anyway, I got to tell you, though, man, all this other stuff, I get on Facebook and I'm reading this stuff, and I'm like everyone else. I'm wrapped up into this whole thing because it's such a tragedy, man. But, dude, some of these people with their theories and bagging on Dylan, I mean, that's got to stop. I mean, don't people understand that this is a real person?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And this girl, like this last call you had, she's got to live with that for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
And she will. That last caller, this was 25 years ago, she had a break-in. This girl had 4 of her freaking friends killed in the house when she was there. How do you think that's going to set with her 25 years from now? And all these people on Facebook that are bashing Dylan and these wild conspiracy theories, they need to just let it freaking play out and get off this girl's back. I mean, whatever she's going through right now is bad enough. She's got to wake up every day and read this stuff on the internet.
Yeah, absolutely. And got to watch videos of her being, you know, claimed to be an accomplice, etc.
But there's some people claiming that she's a man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
Allegedly. I mean, oh, God.
Allegedly, yeah.
I mean, it gets to a point where it's too much. I think the shock of this whole situation is so overwhelming. You know, in a sense of the word, the guy probably accomplished what he set out to do. He wanted to be infamous. He was a fucking nothing in his life, so he had to do something that makes the whole world pay attention to him. So he did it. You know, I hope he rots.
Yeah, I hope he rots too. I hope he gets the DP, the death penalty. I hope they fucking burn him publicly. How about that?
Well, and you know, and I'm probably being assumptuous here. You know, that's assuming this is the right guy. I personally believe it is.
Same.
But you know, innocent till proven guilty and all that, right?
I believe it's him, but yeah, innocent or guilty till proven innocent.
There you go. That's what the O.J. Simpson's lawyer says. That's how he handles his cases. He goes in saying guilty until proven innocent.
Shout out to my pops in the chat. What's up, pops? Now you go. Keep going.
So yeah, you know, it's just it's overwhelming. I would just urge people to just sit back and let the law play out. You know, people are vilifying people on the internet that don't need to be vilified.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I assume they got the right guy. You know, and hey, listen, I would encourage you. You're in a good position to make a difference. You know, use your influences you got. I've seen you on Twitter, you know, posting things and stuff. That's good. You know, be positive. And I think, what am I trying to say here? You know, I think in the day that we live in right now, right? If you've got it in you to do something positive, we need to do it. We all need to do it.
No, absolutely.
You can see what these negative people do.
I used to live in that negative land, man, and I don't mean like wicked shit like that, but just, you know, when I say negative, I mean just, you know, fussing back and forth with people and shit like that, if you get what I'm saying. Just wasting my day on what, you know, oh, this person said this, and I'm going to go say this, or this person did that, and I'm going to go do that. Instead of doing all that bullshit, I just turned that darkness off and turned the light on. It was like, you know what? This is better.
Well, you know, I'm from your old neck of the woods, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm in Virginia.
Yeah. That's where my pops is at now.
There you go. But hey, man, listen, it's been good. I just, I wanted to get my 2 cents in, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Call anytime you want to.
Yeah, I've been trying to call you for like an hour.
Well, I'm glad you got through, brother. I'm glad you got through, and hopefully you can get through again.
All right, man. You have a good one, all right?
Yes, sir. God bless you.
You too, man.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. If we let it play out and don't question, then there's no podcast. There's always going to be a podcast here. Oh, it don't matter what case it is.
Call from
Darla.
Darla, what's up? You're live.
Oh, good. Great. I got in. Hey, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, how about if somebody paid him to kill those people?
And
the reason why I say that, because
wouldn't it be a paper trail, though?
I don't think so. I think that would be kind of a quiet when somebody wants to kill somebody and hire somebody or ask somebody.
Like an in-person meeting?
Yes.
I meant paper trailers and
think
text messages, etc.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe they knew each other from a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I don't know. I have no idea. There might be. I mean, you know, who knows? You know, I don't know. Maybe he might say something for all you know. Somebody, because he didn't. I don't think he knew those girls at all. I really don't. And I just think that's probably, maybe, I don't know. But the other one I wanted to say is the guy that had called you, that guy David, whatever his name is. I guess he said his name is David. You know how they have telemarketers and they always have different states or they're fake, you know? They can just go on a computer and put anybody a different name, a different state. Because my daughter had a stalker. And he had a different state, just, you know, lied. They have phony phones, you know, they can get away with anything.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it could be him, is all I'm saying. That was my 2 questions. That was my 2 theories.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. I have no idea. I just think that's, you know, who knows, you know. Maybe it wasn't from Utah. It just, you know, and they put his fake voicemail or whatever. I mean, they can do that. They can do all kinds of stuff like that, and they'll get away with it. Because I have, you know, local numbers, and it'll say from United States of America. You know. You ever thought of that? Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, it happens.
Oh,
it does.
Of course, but in this case, do I think that? No.
Yeah. No, you don't think that? No. Mm-mm.
Not
Well,
this
I
case,
don't.
but I mean, I respect your opinion, though.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
I respect your
That's
opinion. You can't change. See, people need to understand is one thing, and that's you cannot change everybody else's train of thought. You can't. And there's going to be people that have different thoughts than you,
Yeah.
different opinions
Yep.
than you, different tastes than
Yep.
you, and people
Yep.
need to learn to, instead of feeling negativity and hatred towards someone else's opinion, to just accept their opinion, because it does nothing to you at the end of the day. In general,
No, it doesn't.
just keep pushing
No.
on, because when you get caught up with somebody else's opinion, I've seen people fight over opinions all day long and get nothing. What are you getting done arguing over an opinion back and forth all day long? Absolutely nothing.
No, you don't get anywhere with that. No, you're not going to at all.
Absolutely
You know
not.
what I mean? No. I don't know. I would, but that my theory was maybe somebody paid him. I don't know. I just threw it out there. That's all I wanted to do, is just throw something out there, like everybody else is throwing something there, what they're thinking of. You know what I mean? I don't know, but you never know. I mean, that's all I gotta say. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, you guys all take care over there where you're at in Indiana.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm in,
It's raining here in I'm in California, so it's raining and
I'm in Hawaii.
windy and. Well, I had some friends that just came back from Hawaii. I wish I was there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah. Well, thank you for answering me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. You have a lovely day.
You too, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Agree, says Melissa. Exactly. I'm just saying in general, a couple months ago, well, not a couple, I'd say about a year ago, I'd be arguing with everybody's opinion. You don't get shit done when you sit there and worry about the next person. You absolutely get nothing done when you're worried about somebody else. Just remember that.
Call from
Uncle Benny.
Uncle Benny, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV.
I'm good, brother. How about yourself?
Yeah, man, I'm just sitting here having a coffee and a Butterfinger, and I thought I got nothing better to do but call in and make 2,300 people mad at me. So anyway, no, I came across kind of a clue today for me. All right, so there's not everybody in here has heard me call in before, but you know me, and there was a long period of time before BK was apprehended that I was really like 50-50 whether this was complete psychological operation or not, and I wish I didn't think that. Now, before I tell you what I called in to tell you, I want people listening to know, and you can get mad at me if you want, call me crazy, tinfoil hat, doesn't matter.
No.
I know there are people in the audience though that have had the same kind of suspicions or feelings and noticed things. Okay.
What are you doing?
And anyway, after well, let me say this. I'm able to. I'm the type of person I can hold both ideas in my mind, because none of us know what happened. We don't. I mean, we have good ideas of what looks like what happened, but we're just seeing stuff on TV. We don't really know. We're not inside. We're not playing inside ball with this. We're just getting information. It looks like a duck, talks like a duck, must be a duck. But the fact is, I see some other things going on, and they bother me. But this is meant in no way. I can also accept that it is what it says on the tin, as the British say. Okay, so it is as it appears. People really died. This guy likely was the sole murderer. And in that vein, this is not meant to diminish the grief of the families or throw shade on anybody or any accusation. It's all allegedly, like we've been saying for months. But you have to talk about this stuff, and it's not meant to hurt anybody's feelings. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just it's sort of like an intellectual exercise in trying to understand what's going on here. So, from the beginning, when this happened, there's just been some weird stuff, just little clues that may not mean much to anybody, but, I've popped in the chat, and I've sometimes just shout out sort of nobodies, no funerals, no tears, no roommates now, and one data point is that not enough people are getting mad at me for that. In fact, a lot of people say, yeah, that's kind of weird. You have the fact that the murders happened on November 13th, and the same as the Amityville murders, and that the 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville was that house, and this house is 1122. So that's some numerology stuff. You have the fact that there's Masonic symbolism on Bryan's apartment building. You've got 1122 adds up to 33, which is a Masonic number.
What about the court date?
Pardon me?
What about the court date?
That'd be news to me. Tell me.
If you look at the day, it's like, hold on, I'm gonna play it out for the numbers so I can tell you right now. So 0, 1, 1, 2, and then 2, 3. So you got 1, 1, you got 1, 1, 2, 2, and then 3 if you add it like that, because it's on January 12th, 23.
Yeah. So that wouldn't surprise
Crazy,
me.
right?
Yeah, I mean, this stuff just shows up, and I really wish it wouldn't, because it makes it hard for me to just listen, man, I want to accept reality as it is. I just want to know what the reality is, So today, I'm watching, Mr. Gonsalves seems to be the voice for all of the victims' families, really. I mean, he's out there from the beginning. He continues to be pretty much the face we see. And I just happened to be watching something this morning and had an interview with him, and he wears this ball cap, and it says HEX on it, HEX. I'd noticed that before, and I thought, that may be the company he works for or something, but I was trying to think what that word means, and today it just bothered me. I looked it up. So if you look up Merriam-Webster Dictionary, HEX means evil spirit, one who practices witchcraft, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, geez, just one more thing that bothers me, Now, because BK's been arrested and we've seen this huge history and profile on him. And by the way, some of the other weird stuff was that this was like a game of Clue. I mean, you couldn't have written an Agatha Christie novel with this many characters and all these motives and all this stuff. It's just too weird. And the way the data came out, it's just so, I use the word scripted sometimes, I don't know. And you've got Bryan, who's got this history, and it's just like, oh my gosh, the profile they painted of him, it makes it hard to say, this can't be a psyop. I mean, this guy, how could you invent this stuff? I don't know. You go look at all your movies and novels. How do they invent that stuff? Okay. And we've got a lot of people who say there's something strange about this case. Now, listen, I don't know anything, but I just discovered that thing about the HEX, and it's like, somebody let that guy know, probably shouldn't wear that hat anymore, because it just kind of like adds into that suspicion to me. Mm-hmm. Anyway, my time's probably about up, but I noticed that today, and here we go. I thought I'd call in and stir the pot a minute, and
it's about time I changed the hat, right?
Yeah, I would change that hat, because I actually emailed this to another true crime friend of mine, and she said, "Oh, it's a hat company. It's a very popular hat company." I looked it up. It's a totally different logo.
No, I mean,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's a hat company, because there's something called, and I'll just leave you with this. There's something called esoteric and exoteric. So something can have two meanings. The people on the inside, the esoteric meaning. On the outside, it's the exoteric. So it's plausible deniability. It's like, it's just a hat. It's just a hat company. But there's a message in that. And if you watch any of your TV shows and movies, and there's some line or something that happens, start to watch them and say, that's going to come back and play around. They put that line or that product or something in that script or show for a reason, right? So all these things that are there, I just don't dismiss them that they don't have a reason for possibly have a real reason for being there. It bothers me. So anyway, I thought I'd throw that out there.
No doubt, Uncle Benny. I appreciate you calling in, brother.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Make a great day.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. God bless you. Thank you for calling in, Benny, and I hope you stay safe out there, man. Lock your doors. Shout out to Benny, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. I see the numbers flying. You could get through right now. So 219-885-9693, mate. Let's see. I see numbers flying and it's not even ringing. Ain't that some funny shit? I can hear T-REV saying, "I love you, babe." Yeah, that was my fiance.
Call from
Troy.
Troy, what's going on, man?
Danny Van Sickle. I just thought I'd mess with you.
No, I mean it almost worked.
Yeah.
I mean it did work.
Hey, yeah, it did.
What's going on, brother?
I figured I'd use the Cowboys quarterback to make you happy.
Well, I actually I heard Troy and hit one.
Oh. But yeah, a couple things I was want to say. A lot of people are in there still discussing which, the path of the killings, who was killed first.
Yeah.
If you read the affidavit and pay attention, I mean it. She heard the noises upstairs first.
Yes.
Then she heard the noises in Ethan's room and Xana's room. She opens the door and watches him walk by her and go out the sliding glass doors. So it had to be upstairs, second floor, then outside.
Right.
Plus, whenever they read off these charges, some states, depends on the states and the judges, but most time they'll put the most serious charges first, and then some of them want to do them as the way they were committed. And when they read off his charges, they read off the burglary first, which is the least of the seriousness of the, what was committed.
Exactly.
So that, and then it went Maddie, then Kaylee, then either Xana or Ethan. So I think, that right there is a dead giveaway. But the other thing I want to talk about is be careful tonight on Cuomo, because something just, first of all, why did they switch it from Banfield to Cuomo?
Well, to be honest with you, they both messaged me at the same time. Finally got to that message. Yeah.
Okay.
I went down the list and literally got to that message, bro. It was literally on the same date. They both messaged me on the same date. I don't know. I had a lot. You got to think about it. I had a lot of messages on Twitter, dude. I started going through some while I was live yesterday and reached that one.
Right. Because, because I've watched him some. I don't care for him much, but I've watched, I watch anything that has to do with this. And, Banfield, she's always, she brought Mob Crew on. She was more pro internet sleuth, and when he talks about internet sleuths, it's always in the negative. He's always in the negative. And I just don't want you to go on there and get attacked. You know what I mean? Go on there, but just have your guard up, is what I'm saying. Because,
the producers are subscribed to the channel. So, they like us.
Obviously. Yeah. But I'm just hoping, because, there has been other channels. They've been attacking internet sleuths lately, especially because a lot of people are pointing at Dylan, which, the whole thing with Dylan, it looks bad at first, but, I've been in a situation, I had to shoot somebody in self-defense. Okay. And I'm not a crying person or, anything, but when that happened, dude, I broke down, was on my knees crying, with men around me, and everything, that I would never do that because, it was just a traumatic experience. When something like that happens, you never know how you're going to react. You know what I mean? And that's just like her, man. She's just a young girl and 20 years old. She probably done what most 20 years olds do, run and hide under the bed. Plus, I seen on some other news channel, they was talking about the handprints on her window, how they were looking at them. Was she trying to get that window open to try to get out?
Yeah, it's a good assumption.
Yeah, because I seen that on it was a TV, like News Nation or something like that was talking about that. So maybe she was trying to get out the window, which makes sense. Lock the door and try to hit the exit. And she could have went in shock, passed out, and then slept the rest. It's hard to tell, but yeah. I just want to tell you, just have your guard up, tonight. And if he does attack you, have a red hat beside you with white lettering that says, let's make something great again.
You're funny. You're funny. I'm perfect. I'm fine. I mean, I'm good.
Good. But yeah, I just wondering why. It makes sense now you said both of them got a hold of you though. So
yeah, at the same time, they would, like, I'm still opening messages from that date, bro. Literally from December 30th. I'm still open messages from December 30th right now. I went through like 100 of them yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about in Discord that you know, that voice comparison, man. That little bit where he says, you know, about him having a appointed attorney, you know, man, that sounds like that dude.
Corner pointy count.
Yeah, it sounded just like that dude. And the creepiest part of that call that got me was when you said, "So you're saying this many people asked you how to get away with murder?" And he went, "Yeah." The way he said, "Yeah," I was like, "Ugh." And it just sounds like that dude, man.
Yeah,
it sounds like him.
No doubt, Danny.
All right, man. My time's up.
I appreciate you calling in, Danny Vance. I mean, Troy Aikman. Appreciate you, man.
I'll be watching you.
God bless you, brother. Thank you.
All right, God bless.
Later. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Data for study. This format. Data for study, huh? Boy, oh boy. It's true, caller. Wendy says. Shots fired.
Call from MJ.
MJ, what's up? You're live.
Hi, T-REV. How you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So my view is that he was going for Maddie first,
mm-hmm.
and Kaylee was there, and she wasn't supposed to be there. Then he went down, he killed them. Then he went down the steps and was going to go for Zaina, and Ethan was in there. And so he had to kill both of them.
Mm.
And I think, I don't know if he was on drugs or what, but if he was on heroin when he was younger, I mean, he could always slip back into doing drugs again.
Mm-hmm.
I think his head is really messed up too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's a head case.
Yeah.
For sure.
And they've got to have more evidence than what they said too.
No, I'm sure.
And if I was Maddie and Bethany, I would not be on the internet. I would not watch TV. I'd only watch
Maddie and Bethany?
Yeah. I'm not Maddie.
Dylan
and Bethany.
Yes, ma'am.
I would not be on the internet or anything. I'd be in hiding for sure.
Right.
Everything's going to be messing with their heads.
I mean,
with all.
I don't know how much they can hide, but they definitely aren't going to be talking about the case for sure.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even go out in public.
Mm-hmm.
I know Dylan was out in public a couple days ago or something, but I wouldn't even go out in public or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the cops are telling the complete story either. There's more.
Oh, of course. That's just the probable cause affidavit. Of course they're not telling the complete story.
Yeah,
it's bits and pieces. It's enough to put him behind bars and make sure he doesn't get out until the trial or whatever he decides to do. I mean, they're gonna see what the defense is definitely gonna see what hand they have so they can build a defense for it.
Yeah, for sure. And for some reason, and it's just a feeling, but I think drugs are involved. And it's almost like he's being set up too because of all the mistakes that he's made.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that he could make all those mistakes. Driving the car there, all those different times, it just doesn't make sense to me.
So you said you think that?
But
You think he
somebody
was
set
set
him
up?
a little bit. I don't know. I'm going back and forth with he was either set up because it's I can't believe he made so many mistakes.
Right.
But he was just overwhelmed with it all and made the mistakes not doing it before, you know. What do you think?
Nah, I don't think he was set up. I just think I think he's got a DME.
A what?
A DMI. He's got a DMI. A DMID.
What does that mean?
Dumb motherfucking idiot degree. That's what I think he went to school for. Because he sure ain't. He sure didn't study crime. You know, sheath dropped there. His skin cells are on there. They tied him back. They tied him back with that. I mean, for him to be set up and them not find anybody else's DNA, that'd be pretty wild, huh?
Yeah, and then
that'd be some Stephen Avery shit.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yep. And then why didn't he clean his car sooner than when he went to his dad?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I have no idea. That car was definitely dirty.
Yes.
That car was definitely dirty, but I think they got the right person. I mean, he was he was going by their destination multiple times, etc. Like I mean, what the only other defense is what you got to prove one of if you want to go with a drug theory, you got to prove that one of them were drug dealing, and you got to prove that he was in contact with them coming to get drugs. If you want to go down the drug theory route, now set up route, you got to prove who would set him up in the first place, and then you got to prove why his vehicle was in that area multiple times. Why was he cased in that area multiple times? So those would be things that you know the defense would need to get together real quick, or within the matter of time before the trial in general. But I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, man. I hope you have a beautiful day and stay safe.
All right, you too.
Thank
Bye.
you. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. What video is this creepy call in? You guys really want to hear that? You guys really want to hear that phone call? Agreed. BK pulled over later on the 15th. Bish Watt says I can send you the doc. I still wonder how Bryan Kid was able to subdue well, I mean, Ethan was in his bed, right?
Venus.
In Xana's bed. Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T. My name is Venus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in your Discord, and I called in like
Venus Love.
I think like a month or so ago, maybe. I'm the college student. I was 20 at the time.
Yes, I do remember you.
Yep. I'm in the Discord. I've been, watching the crime shows with you guys and stuff. And I just wanted to say that I'm really excited for you to go on Steve Cuomo. Is that? Yeah, I think I pronounced it right. And that I enjoy watching your show, and I enjoy it when Detective John is on. I don't know where the hate comes from with him, with like people having an issue with him, but I enjoy listening to him talk. He knows what he's talking about, and he's very much so experienced. So I don't really know why that's an issue for some, but overwhelmingly, like a lot of people do enjoy like listening to him. I love it when you guys have like the sit down and you guys are on the phone call, and then people get to ask questions and stuff. And I also wanted to say too that I don't know why people are so mad about Dylan and stuff. I mean, I was 20, and yeah, it's just not adding up why people are upset. If that's the case, then they should be upset with Jack, the ex-boyfriend too, for not answering. I mean, that's how I see it.
We don't know all the details yet, so whatever we know, like for right now from the affidavit, David, that's what we're gonna go off of. But like the fact that they're blaming Dylan is just wild to me. I don't know why they're like that though, like why they're upset. And I also wanted to ask you something. What's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath? Like which one feels guilt?
A sociopath?
Yeah, psychopath and a sociopath. Which one feels guilt?
Well, I'm pretty sure, if I'm right, correct me, chat. A sociopath, I'm pretty sure, can turn their emotions on and off. I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah,
like, a psychopath versus like a psychopath is described as someone who has emotional defects.
Okay.
Now I know that like part when it comes like, and then the sociopath is like antisocial. I want to say they're antisocial, and what else? I'm just thinking off the top here. Are they antisocial? Sociopath is antisocial, and a psychopath is just someone who has emotional defects.
Okay.
And they also lack remorse. And then I'm just thinking psychopath lacks remorse. And the sociopath the sociopath is just, they're antisocial, and I'm trying to think of the other things that go along. I know it, but I'm just trying to give you a definition.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. I'm writing it down too, because I'm like really
like they have a lack of remorse. They also are like somebody, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a definition for you so you can write it down. Like emotions are felt as like rage. And this is a sociopath.
Mm-hmm. I got it. I got that already written down.
And I'm pretty sure under a sociopath, and I want to say also shallow.
Okay.
And they made and a sociopath also is close attachments. Like they get close attached to people. And and not just one person, it may be a few individuals, but they definitely get attached to people.
Thank
and
you
the
sociopath
so is lack of guilt, remorse, pretending to feel emotions. That's a psychopath. They pretend to feel emotions. Dishonesty.
I got that already. Okay.
Manipulative behavior.
Okay. Manipulative.
Yeah.
I'm not Googling it though, chat, because I want to know from like T-REV's perspective.
Learning on shows.
Yeah, I want to know from him because he does like watch a lot of crime documentaries and stuff like that. So I just wanted to know what he thought, and I'm gonna Google what he said too. But I was just curious what he thought.
I'm about to pull up a damn chart.
Yeah. Also, before we go, it's my 21st birthday, so that's why I was saying I was 20 when I called you. Today's my birthday. I'm 21 now.
Today's your birthday?
Yes, today's my birthday. You're about to go and see Cuomo. Thank you so much.
Chris Cuomo.
Chris Cuomo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank you, T, so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling in, and God bless you.
Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Yeah,
you
no
too.
doubt.
Bye.
Pull up a chart because there's charts. I know there's charts there, and get your like full definition. But
okay, I will.
They're different, but some people get them mixed up a lot.
Yeah, they do. I think he's more of a sociopath, honestly.
Even I get them mixed up. I'd like on a full definition.
Yeah,
I'm sure I missed a lot of things in there between what both are, but
no, you're good. I can always ask you in Discord too.
No doubt. So. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you have a great birthday.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Listen in full here. The hell is that? Let me get off Twitter. himself up. I feel like that too.
Call from Eva.
Eva, what's up? You're live.
Hey, finally I got through.
Yes, ma'am.
Love your show. Have to just say the number one reason I listen is because you're always pushing free speech.
Yes, that's important.
Like when did this country not have free speech anymore? When was free speech suppressed?
Well, you said one was free speech. What?
Suppressed.
Shit, I don't know. You might know before I do.
Well, you went on a nice diatribe last week about it, and I really, really applaud you for that because it's our right to agree to disagree.
No, absolutely. Now I don't know
Yeah.
when it was put out, but I know. I mean, I'm 33, so.
Okay.
But all I know is when I was born, freedom of speech was a thing. So.
Freedom of speech was a thing is exactly right. People could agree to disagree. You know, everybody has a right to their own opinion. But today, people are silent so much. It's, we don't live in Germany.
No, people think that, I don't know, like, well, this is what I get from when I see things. There's people out here that try to control everybody's narrative. And
that's right.
That's one of the biggest problems that we have is, people want to control the narrative. If they don't control the narrative, they throw a fit like a little ass kid, slam shit around. And it's just like somebody who doesn't get their way. Not everybody is going to march along with you on every opinion that you have. And people need to understand that and be able to have a conversation, even if you disagree. Like, I just don't understand why people get so hateful when things don't go their way or, fit their narrative.
Well, good on you for promoting that. And I love to hear you keep promoting that. I think
will.
It's wonderful. You're an old soul.
I always will promote that because, I mean, where I come from, fucking opinions would be crazy. I'll just leave it at that. People's judgment would be passed off very highly from where I grew up at and the people I grew up around. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. And, everybody had a right to it. Nobody got into a big brawl over it. Well, some did. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to say, I don't want to take up too much of your time, is Detective John is wonderful. My father was a police detective. He was on the Boston Strangler, the whole strangling, all the Boston Strangling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my father was on a lot of those. And Detective John comes with a lot of experience. He has years of experience to spot what's going on. I don't know why people put him down. I think he's wonderful. And I applaud you for having him on. And also his theory about why he went after the girls. I think this was maybe Friday or last week. He had mentioned that, he stalked them on social media. And, being an incel and looking up, an incel and how they feel about women, those girls were very provocative on social media, as many girls are these days. This should be a good lesson, for the younger generation and college kids. Don't put everything out there. It's a blueprint of your life. People can stalk you and find everything about you. And he mentioned, when he heard, or I think it was when Dylan heard someone say, a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Right away, I thought, he said he wanted to help them because of their sad, pathetic life. And I agree with him. It's a theory, it's his theory. But when he said that, I thought the hatred grew, I think, with him stalking them on social media.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know if you agree with that or not. And the other thing about
I think to be honest with you, I do think social media played a big part in his planning. But could I be wrong? Yeah, I absolutely could. But yeah, that is definitely one of my thoughts and what I think. I do definitely think he stalked them on social media. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
and if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. But like I really do believe that.
Oh, I think it played a big part in it, especially with, being the type that could never connect with women. And there's all societies of people online that are called incels that really have hatred, involuntary. They can't connect. Maybe it's the women's, and I don't know. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But
when he said that, I thought that really, I think, had a lot to do with it. He considered them pathetic, to hit his way of life. He's a deranged person, but there were also red flags, and I do believe that was him when he wrote all of that. There were red flags then. He's a mentally troubled person, and the signs were there. It's too bad that he couldn't have been rehabilitated before this. But anyway, love your show. Be careful with Cuomo.
Yeah, no, there seems to be a lot of haters out there. I don't really know the guy like that, so I don't throw no judgment. I really just heard of him recently.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't watch TV per se.
Good for you.
Let's just say that I don't watch TV. I got, Discovery Plus, shit like that. That's where I'm at. So
good for you. Make sure your kids do that too. And also, what time is his show tonight? 8 o'clock or 9?
It's 8 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern. Okay.
7 p.m. Central, and then 5 p.m. in Pacific.
Okay. All right. Don't want to take up more of your time. You're doing a great job. Love your platform.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. And thank you for coming up and using that freedom of speech that we all have and nobody should be hated for. Thank you. God bless you, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, the experts allegedly. True Crime T says psychopath has emotion defects, lack of remorse. Sociopaths are antisocial and violate rules. Pretty sure I touched up on that a bit. I was trying to think of a damn thing. She hit me on the spot. I'm thinking like in my head. All right, let me answer this.
Call from.
Hello?
Firefly?
You're here.
It's Firefly. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
No, I'm just. This is Firefly, your mod.
What's up, Firefly? You're live.
I know. I called in to see how your grandma was. And just shout out to all the moderators.
I'm pretty sure you're echoing.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
There.
It's okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. I don't hear it now.
Okay. So just called in to see how your grandma was and to shout out to all the moderators. I absolutely have a great time. It's a lot of fun.
Yes.
And I love the show, of course.
Well, thank you,
And that's all. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate you calling in to say that, Firefly. How's Texas treating you?
It's so fun, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. Well, you have a good day, and I'm online. And again, shout out to all the moderators and actually everybody in the chat. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, it is. There's a lot of great people here.
It is. It's a lot of great people.
A lot of great minds, a lot of great thinking.
I love the Discord chat. It's a lot of fun. And I'm anxious to see tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Firefly.
Talk to you later.
God bless you. Thank you, Firefly. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Where you at? Who said they were emailing that video? Somebody on Twitter said, I emailed you a video. I don't see a video. Not one that I haven't seen anyways. I've seen that video. I haven't seen
Call
that.
from.
Steven Jackson.
Steven, what's up, man? You're live. Steven Jackson, what's good with you, brother?
Oh, not a lot. How you doing?
I'm great. You're on the line, man. What's up? 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Well, I think the affidavit, they got enough right there to hold him. And that way he can't get no bond, no nothing like that. I also think that bastard went into the house when nobody was there.
Right.
And, you know, they put up was it their passwords on the side of the computer? I'm sure that other people use the computer and they put the password there for them. And I bet you he got the password off that for the Wi-Fi. And he probably took something out of the house the time he went in there too. So he's got something. I don't know what he did with the knife, but I'm pretty sure they do. And I also wonder if they put a investigator into a cell next to him where they was going to put him before he come to Idaho to see if they can get where the knife is.
So do you think that he pre-planned this whole entire thing?
Oh yeah, but his planning sucked
horribly. What you at? You at the beach right now?
No, I'm outside on the porch.
Boy, that wind is blowing. I'll tell you what, man. It sounds like what's the degrees out there? Is it cold?
No, man. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt.
I'm like, damn, man. I feel the chill from here.
Is that better?
Nah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no, I was like, damn, that wind is picking up. You're good though, Steve.
All right. And my heart goes out to the families.
For sure, man. The families are going through it right now. As you've seen that interview we watched with Steve earlier.
Yeah, that's some kind of dude right there.
And like he said, man, he's definitely watching because he said, all the jacks got tore apart. Which in general, though, if you look at every case that's a mystery, when it comes to sleuths, etc., people are going to dig.
Yeah, it's like Detective Juan said. Everything pointed to them. But we owe them a big apology, and I hope, and Dylan.
I put mine out there already.
Yeah, Dylan, I feel sorry for that girl. She's gonna need a lot of help.
Oh yeah, no, but she's still gotta. I'm sure she'll be at trial. I mean, she literally said,
she's gonna be there.
The eyebrows, etc. So they're definitely gonna put her on the stand if they go to trial, which I think they will, because I think his ego is just crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that dude. I don't even like hearing his name.
I mean, he lawyered up immediately, so I mean, it speaks right there. He's gonna fight this, and then he's pleading, or saying I'm not guilty, already. So he's going to trial. Like I would like, in case something changes drastically within a big time frame, which we know the regular trial won't be for a year plus.
Yeah,
I'm willing to put it like that.
And I hope they get a jury that has a lot of common sense and can see through the bullshit that's going to happen.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to pick the jury for this, because this case is worldwide. We've had people call from Ireland, South America, or South Africa, and South America.
UK, you have it.
Yep,
you
UK.
had all of them.
Yep, UK. We've heard from people.
And that one I can't.
Bangladesh.
That one I can't say. Yeah, that's it. That's the one I can't say.
Bangladesh. I mean, there's people all over that have been tuned into this. So I wonder who in America hasn't heard about this. What jury? What 12 people are you going to pick? 15, the people that are there to sub out just in case. What 15 or 12 to 15 people are you going to pick that haven't heard it?
I'm just saying they can pick me.
You know what will happen if they pick people they know. So
yeah, it's gonna be hard to, and the case is gonna be just as wild as this whole ordeal's been. Well, I hear that's my time.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, Steve Jackson. Hopefully I'll hear from you again, brother. It's nice talking to you, and I see you around all the time, so I know I'll hear from you again.
Oh yeah. All right.
God bless you, brother, man. I hope you have a beautiful day, my man.
Oh, I will. God bless you too.
Thank you, bro. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. It says, well, damn. Damn, I have not seen this video. The one you sent me, Marlena?
Dixie.
Dixie, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, I talked to you first thing today. And I won't take much time. I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
On Thursday, earlier you stated that was at 10 o'clock that he goes to court.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I'd seen something yesterday that they had to change the time. And they changed the time to 8 o'clock instead. Is that correct?
I thought I seen in the chat they said 10, but I haven't even checked that aspect.
Okay. I want you to look because I think they backed it up to 8 because somebody had an issue with the time and they changed it. I don't know. I seen it yesterday, but you may want to Google it and look. I tried to real quick, but I'm actually working, so I didn't want you to miss it though. They said 10 o'clock, but I think they changed
I'm
it
not.
to 8.
I'll know the time. I'll know the time when.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted everybody to know in chat too.
I was watching everybody chat about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was watching everyone chat about it, but I seen multiple different people. Like I seen a couple different people saying 8, and then I seen a couple different people saying 10. So I was like, what?
Okay. I was trying to confirm too to see if I was correct on that. I didn't know because I just seen it yesterday real quick. But I just wanted to put that out there that way nobody
I'm gonna
misses
find it right now.
Okay. Thank you. I just want everybody to have the correct time because I mean, if you do 10, they back it up to 8, you miss it. You know.
Yeah. No.
I wanted to make sure I work a lot. I listen a lot. I don't get to see like the chat all the time. Right now, I'm chatting like crazy because I ain't working. But when I'm working, I'm driving. So I just listen all day. And I love it. I love your show.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling back in, too.
Yeah. I don't want to take up too much time because I've already talked to you. Let somebody else call in.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in. And stay safe driving. I
will. Thank you.
Eyes on the road.
I'll be watching tonight. I've already got it recording. So I'm eyes on the road. I just listen to it. I don't change anything until I'm stopped. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Dixie. God bless you and keep your eyes on the road.
I do.
Thank you, Dixie.
Thank you.
Bye.
Call from Donnie.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hi.
You there?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, you're live. 5 minutes before.
Oh my gosh. Literally just my first time calling in. I can't even believe that happened. Okay. So, oh my God. I've been watching you for like pretty much since this happened. My dad's been in the ICU after having a heart attack. So I've like, if I'm not at the hospital, I'm at my house watching you.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. You
right.
doing good now, or?
He's about to get out of the ICU next week after being in there for almost 2 months. So we're happy about that.
Well, prayers up for him.
Thank you. He's got a long way to go, but we're getting there.
That's sad.
I guess the one thing I just really wanted to say was that I also was thinking about, like, for the case, how they were going to have a jury and find people that haven't heard about this. But I know so many people that I bring this up to them and, like, stuff about your show I bring up to them, and they don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Wow.
So there are people out there, believe it or not. I don't know. It's crazy.
Like, what do you bring up to them?
Well, I'll just say like whatever. People be like, oh, what have you been up to? I'm like, no, I'm just really into this like whole thing that's going on in Idaho right now. And they're like, well, what are you talking about? And I'm like, those 4 college kids that got killed. And they're like, I haven't even heard of that. It's like, how have you not heard about it?
That's what, that's what I said when I walked out and was talking to my fiance's parents, because we we rent the back apartment. I walked out and was talking to them and told them about the case, and they just didn't know anything about it.
I don't know. It's just crazy. I don't understand how people can't. I didn't hear about it until like probably a month after it happened, and my friends were even surprised about that.
In this case, it'll take you when you hone in on this case and you pay attention to everything. It'll grab your heartstrings. I'll tell you that much. It did Delphi did the same thing. When Delphi first aired on TV the night on HLN with Nancy Grace before she left HLN, I was trapped into that case too. Followed that all the way to the end, and it's still not over. He's still got to go to trial. So I mean, I've been with that case since the start also, which I'll be covering that when he goes to trial. Covering that also.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine just now hearing about it and having to go back and like learn everything that's happened.
Yeah,
just crazy.
It's been a crazy case to start out with. I mean, we were all sitting around theories and speculating all day, and all we heard was JD or JS or
I feel so bad for them too, because so many people were, and I'm guilty of that too. I definitely was speculating that it was one of them, and I feel bad about it because they're just kids. So
absolutely. And I think Steve made a very good point, which didn't even cross my mind. How about reaching out to him and trying to help him in any way you can? I mean, anyway, I would love to reach out to both of them young gentlemen, Jack Showalter and Jack Decor in general. I'd like to reach out to them in any way, anything that they need, that they want to come up. Probably we can, I want to apologize to them in general, as the man I am, and say sorry, man, let them, because my platform, a lot of people talked about them on my platform, and I feel like that's the right thing to do. Even though I've already publicly apologized, I feel like it hits better when you go to that person directly and apologize.
Right. And it probably, maybe even help them just like talking about it, because I'm sure that's heavy on them.
Their lives got ripped to fucking pieces.
Yeah.
Absolutely shredded. And
I feel bad for right. And I feel bad for Dylan right now, because same thing's happening to her, and all these people are saying, "Oh, I feel so bad that I blame Jack and them," but now it's like you guys are doing the same thing to her. So I don't know.
Yeah, the same thing is happening to her. It's about and she was already getting it. She was already getting the bad end of the stick, even being there already, but now she's getting that. Oh, you seen a man with bushy eyebrows and went back in the room and didn't call the police. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta, that's the first thought I have when I read the affidavit. Like, why didn't she call the police? Like, you seen a guy, bushy eyebrows, blah, blah, blah. But let's just take this into our minds and understand that if she didn't walk into the other room, if she didn't walk into those rooms, she didn't know what happened.
Right.
So maybe she just, once she went back in that room and fell asleep and woke up 7-8 hours later, everything made sense then. You get what I'm saying? So
especially if she was like drinking and stuff, just All right. Well, I heard my little timer thing, but I
took up a lot of your time. I feel like you should get in like 3 minutes.
I mean, I didn't really have too much to say. I've been following this whole time, and it's been crazy.
You got me thinking over here, so I was like, she got me in thought. Well, I appreciate it.
All right. Well,
thank you for calling
I'm calling
in,
from Wisconsin, so I don't know if you've had anyone from Wisconsin yet, but I'm calling from Wisconsin.
Yes, I have actually. I have had people from Wisconsin. Thank you for calling in, and I appreciate you. The first time you got through.
Yeah, amazing.
We're praying for your
God
father.
Bless you so much. Thank you.
We're praying for him,
for your
and
grandma.
I hope he recovers. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yep. No problem.
God bless you.
Bye.
Shout out to her, 219-885-9693. God bless her and her family, and our prayers go out to her. A heart attack is no joke. Exactly. Praying for her father. Absolutely. A heart attack is no joke.
Call from Christina.
Christina, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV.
How you
I've
doing?
been trying for days.
Well, you're in. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Okay. So I just had a few thoughts. I was
Damn. Hopefully she can. Maybe she hung up. I don't know. 219-885-9693. I think she accidentally hung up. There are folks in Indiana who know little to nothing about Delphi, which that's mind blowing.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? You live?
Oh, hey.
You're live. What's going
How
on?
are
You
you
got
doing?
5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, I just wanted to call and kind of go off on a different tangent and basically say, first of all, I wanted to say, God bless these families, and me and my family's heart goes out to them. And I just wanted to say, ever since this case has been going on, it just puts into perspective how grateful we should be, just for people to have a sound mind and not have, issues with whether being a psychopath or just having these type of thoughts to drive you to do something so horrific like this, to people. And I just, think that more people should really stop and really just look at the whole situation and just be grateful, to God for having a sound mind. It's almost like it's kind of up there with being able to wake up and, get out of bed and walk or brush your teeth or just do, regular everyday things. So that was just kind of like on my heart to say about this case and what's been going on.
So, I mean, like with this dude,
Yeah.
do you think he planned this out?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I definitely think he did. With everything that's been in the affidavit, that's come out, and I definitely think he planned this, especially with all the pings and the area, even with what is that thing he did when he was asking the questions and was trying to do like I forgot what it was called, his research thing, you know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. When he was trying to get criminals or something like that to answer certain questions about crimes.
Yeah, he had that survey. Yep.
Yeah, the survey, yeah. So, I mean, even from that, and then just his behavior, his mannerisms, I definitely think that he planned this out. I just don't think that he thought, afterwards of doing it, or when he was in the act or doing it afterwards, that all of this was going to become of this. So I mean, everything comes. I'm a strong believer of everything that's done in the dark comes to light. But yeah, I definitely believe that he planned this out. Not the best planner, but he definitely planned this out.
Yeah, no, most definitely the best planner. You got that on lock, girl, for a fact that this dude, I don't know if he pulled the trigger quick on what he was gonna do. Maybe he's seen, I don't know. I don't want to.
I think it was just almost like an impulse too. Like, I think even all the other times, let's just say, because I've thought, okay, well, let's say he's went to this house 11, 12 times. Mm-hmm. And maybe there's other times I feel like he's probably bought that weapon with him, whether it was that or a different one. And something maybe stopped him those times. Maybe it was the times where they were having more company over. Maybe he saw a bigger male presence, who knows? And maybe those times stopped him. And I think this time he just kind of had his mind made up, like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. So, yeah. But it's just unfortunate for a person to actually think, like, that they can take, somebody's life. For me, the only way that I would do something like that is either to defend myself or somebody that I love, and if somebody's trying to hurt me. But just to think that, oh, it's okay for me to take a life for whatever issue that I have going on, mm-hmm. I just think that it's crazy for people to feel that way. Like, I just don't understand it,
Yeah, I don't. It'll never make sense. These weirdos.
Right. Nothing. Yeah, and it's like, it's just crazy that people
exist like that and think that way and actually think in their head like this is okay for me to do. So that's why I was saying where my point was like, it's a huge blessing to have a sound mind.
Yeah, the thing is, like with Steve earlier, when we watched the video that we watched with Steve Gonsalves earlier, and I'll leave it at that before I get off the phone with you, is that you remember when he said, people, they glorify these killers, etc.
Yeah.
Well, in general, I mean, it does good and it does bad, because it does good for people like us who want to study to see what type, how these people act.
Right.
The patterns, etc. But it's bad and toxic for the people that are gonna take it out and act and really do it and study and to be these guys. So it's you know what I mean? Like it's good and bad.
Yeah, and then just to kind of add on to that, I mean, I feel like it's more bad than good, because even like us, let's just say, okay, this didn't happen to us directly, but it's still affecting a lot of us directly or indirectly. It's affected, of course, the families, the victims. It's affected the families. It's affected the LE that's had to work this case. It's affected when they're affected. It's affecting their family. So it's kind of like just like a rolling ball of just affecting a whole bunch of people. So I think that it's more, of course, it has to be done when it comes to research and things like this, because this is never going to stop. This is going to happen, maybe not in this fashion, but crime is always going to happen. But it's just unfortunate the way that it happened. It's just unfortunate that it's so many people in this world like this person. So that's it. That was my thought. But,
well, I appreciate you calling up. It was a great phone call. Thank you for the conversation, and God bless you.
Thank you.
And hopefully hear from you again.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. Wonderful phone call. Shout out to her. And you asked, Amy, you said the done deal on a conviction, and if he did it alone. Yes, I do think and I'm speculating, like I said, you haven't heard it from law enforcement. It's not true, but yes, I do think it's a done deal, and I do think he acted alone. I really do think he acted alone by himself, and I do think he's a done deal. I think he studied criminals. I think he tried to set up a perfect murder and absolutely failed. Instead of it being a perfect murder, he fucked himself in many different ways. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't do shit to get away with it. I'll tell you that much. He left a good amount of evidence, enough for in my heart of hearts to convict this guy. And that's me saying that allegedly and speculating. But yes, if you want to call in 219-885-9693, I do think this coward will be convicted, speculating wise. If I'm wrong, we'll revisit that. For sure, for sure. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you sub up. We got plenty of content coming. Shout out to all of you. We'll be on Cuomo tonight.
Call from Lori.
Lori, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm great, thank you. Hey, I was just wondering your opinion. I don't really know much about how things would go related to the house, but I was just kind of curious, after the case is over, do you think if they do tear down that house, like how would that work for the owners of the house? Like, do you think they would get some sort of settlement because it wasn't at fault of their own as to why the house is now being torn down?
That's a great question that I have zero. I couldn't even answer that because I don't know if they'll. I think it would be. I don't even know who would be up to if they were going to tear the house down. To be honest with you, I would think that would go to the owner.
Well, see, I was wondering if it would
make that decision.
Well, I was wondering if it would be the owner's decision or if it would be like the state's decision, since it's like a, you know what I mean? Since it's such a violent case, like because
That's a beautiful question, because that, in my opinion, if I'm sitting here thinking, you know, what happened inside the house, I think, yeah, you should tear it down, but I don't know how that works in general. So I don't want to give you a false answer and say, yeah, the fucking state decides they're going to tear it down. And next thing you know, it's all over the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious.
No, I'm curious too now. Now I want to know if they're going to tear the house down. Are they going to tear the house down? That's a great question.
Right, because and also in retrospect, if they don't, I mean, that area is really not known for big publicity, I guess. And since it's mostly a college town, like if they do keep it up, then I would assume that they would expect a ton of notoriety just because of what happened there, which would cause, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it would then cause complaints, things like that, but I just wanted your thoughts on it. I've just been thinking about the house itself. Because, you know, I mean, all of us are curious. We all kind of want to see or somewhat see what's been done in there, just, you know, curious minds. But I can also see like them being like, no, it's just going to create too much, you know, havoc and stir too much craziness up in the area because we all know what happened there.
Yeah, so a lot of these murders, some of them, I mean, a lot of these murder houses are still standing.
Right, you're right.
From
right.
the past in general.
Yeah, like the Amityville for sure definitely is still there. I do know they changed the
I think it
address.
would go to the homeowner. You know what I mean? I think it'd be the homeowner's decision. If I'm the homeowner, I'm telling you, bulldoze that motherfucker.
Right? I'd be like, no, I don't want those evil ghosts coming back
You
through
know,
there.
bulldoze
No way.
it and make it a memorial. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
That would
But
be
anyway,
me, but I mean, in general, there's a lot of, you know, these owners that own it, there's no telling what they have invested into the property and how much, you know, it means to them. So I just don't know how that works, but I would think it would be up to the homeowner.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that too. I just wasn't sure. I'm not really sure how any of that process works either. I just kind of wanted your thought on it. That's all.
Yeah,
just bring a different perspective to it.
I'm glad you brought that different perspective because it is a good question. And man, I definitely wouldn't want to live in that house. I mean, it would give me nightmares just knowing what happened to the four, you know, college students that lived there and were working to better their life. That would just run through my mind all the time. So yeah, absolutely. That's a great question.
Right. And then just real quick, because I know I've only got a little bit of time left.
1 minute, 30 seconds. You're good.
Cool. Also, back to kind of the house. Have they said anything, or has it come out? Maybe I've just missed it. Have they let like Dylan and Bethany back in to get their belongings, or do you think that they would have to have, you know, the belongings brought out to them or whatever, instead of letting them back in the house? Because I know like Bethany being on the first floor, she wouldn't see any of that just going in and out of her room. But if Dylan's room, you know, since it's now been verified it was on the second floor, like I don't think that they would let them go back in and get their belongings, because surely I wouldn't think they'd want to go back in that house either. But I wasn't sure if anything come out regarding that either, like collecting their personal belongings.
I think law enforcement would get their belongings and give it to them. But that's another great question that I don't want to stay infirm on the answer I just gave you, because I really don't know if they're going to let them go back in there and grab that, or they're going to bring their stuff out to them. That is a very good question. It's a very good question.
Good deal. Yeah, I listen to you every day. Again, I think you're amazing. Second time calling in, and I've been lucky both times to get in. So I appreciate you taking my call. And yeah, T-REV strong, man. I'm here. I'm here for it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'll try to get that answer from you. Maybe from Detective John. I don't know if he's been on a case where something like that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there are still plenty of houses where, you know, unfortunate things like this have happened and are still standing. But I know, like with the Amityville house, I something like the address had to be changed because of all the publicity and all of the incoming, you know, from out of states just coming just to view it. So I wasn't sure if something had come up or said anything. So that's all. I know I'm out of time, but I appreciate you and all you're doing.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in and the good questions, because now I want to know, can they tear the house down? The victim or not? Yeah, I consider them, you know, being victim. I mean, you're literally were arm's reach from somebody who could have came in and did, you know, they got to live with that for the rest of their life too. And until we hear something different, I feel like we should stand by, especially with the families are running with. I mean, but everybody's has their own freedom of thought, freedom of speech, etc., which I respect that also. So thank you for calling in, and I'll definitely ask Detective John those questions. I want to know, because now I'm curious.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. God bless you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, Detective Juan. If you heard those questions, Detective Juan, what are the answers to them? Let me know. I mean, a lot of houses where murders happen, I know where murders happen at that weren't like national news or anything, but I know the houses are still standing. So I really don't know what they'll do with it. I know that this case is different because it's national news. So what will they do with the house? It's a very good question. And a lot of curious minds want to know the answer to that.
Call from Marie.
Marie, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, Rev, how are you today?
I am just hanging out with you guys. What's going on?
Oh, it's just a beautiful day down here in Florida. I had some time, and I thought I'd give you a call. I have some time. It's funny because, like, this is my time. I watch your show all day and all night.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a couple little thoughts about the situation. I saw that where they interviewed that Dershowitz, the OJ, one of the OJ guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I just have a feeling I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't offer up, or some other famous people offer up to defend him.
You never know.
You think? I mean, I think they're like
a defense team might write him. You never know if he goes to trial. If he's gonna, which I'm sure he will.
I think he will. I don't think he's going to just accept his fate. The other thing about that where the front door was left open at 8:30 in the morning or whatever, that could have been that Bethany girl ran out at some point in time and just took off and went and hid. And maybe that's why that door was left open. She was the only one on that floor.
Bethany was first floor, so yeah.
So yes, that might have been why
ran out, or because she just been sleeping.
Maybe she heard something, and maybe she, figured out what was what, and maybe she said, "I'm getting out of here," and took off and ran and hid somewhere. That's a long time to hide without asking for help, but that might explain why that door was left open.
No, I'm pretty sure. I thought she was sleeping from what I can.
Well, that's what they say, but we'll see. I guess they say
we'll find. When trial comes, I'm telling you, we're gonna hear it all.
All kinds of stuff's going to be. They talked about where he had these visual migraines, all that static and the colors and this and that stuff he was seeing back when he was younger. Do you think it's possible he could have been like planning that far back? Like he knew what he was and he was already starting to build his defense?
You never know. I just can't step into the mind of these guys. I can't. You never know. People do all types of weird shit.
Yeah.
People pre-plan a lot of different things. People know what they're going to do in life at some point. Some people you know what I mean? From things that we've seen and shit that people wrote down. It's crazy if you go back and look at the history of the way serial killers, mass murderers, the way that they think and shit like that. It'll blow your mind.
I usually read a couple books a week, and most of them are like serial killer kind of books. I'm not a serial killer, but it was my initial thought when this, first came up, this whole situation. Like I never thought it was the boys or the friends, or it just seemed too cold to be somebody so close.
Right.
But, and as far as the jury, I agree with that other caller. I think there's a lot of people that I know that have no interest in this whatsoever. They know nothing about it. Like I'm obsessed with it, so I guess maybe that's my issue. But people that I talk to, they have no clue that anything's even happening out there. So I think they'll be able to find a jury. Maybe not that county.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're gonna move up out of that county, guaranteed.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
I think they're gonna have to.
That whole county knows.
Yeah. Well, it's their home, be like happening down the street from you. And I think
let alone the people
house.
Across the world know,
Yeah. Yeah. Like you said, all around the world. So, but then there's people like right down the street that don't know anything about it. So I guess it depends on people's focus, what's important to them or what's not. And as far as that house, as sad as it may seem, I'll bet there's people that would pay good money
because they're just as sick as he is to go up and stay there overnight. There's a lot of like haunted houses and stuff where people go and stay. And so, it wouldn't surprise me. I would hope they would just tear it down. Somebody had suggested like a memory garden or something like that, which would sound nicer, but
a memorial.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right. That's all I got. I just was checking in. I got to apologize to Detective John.
To Detective
the other night he was talking to Juan, and I love him, and I think he does a great job. But sometimes some of the things just don't add up in my head. But I had a little medical issue too, so sometimes I don't hear things clearly. And that football player had the cardiac arrest. Well, I had CPR and stuff myself a couple years back, and I'm just like him. I'm still here, so it does work. But so I don't know. I think I said some cranky things because I just wasn't really understanding what he was saying. But so hats off to Detective John. I do love him, and I think he does a good job. Not as good as you.
Detective
there's my time. Detective Wall.
That's what I call
y'all take care. Have a great day.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. God bless you, man. And I'm sure I'll hear from you again.
Yeah, you will probably.
Enjoy that Florida weather.
Huh?
I said enjoy that weather.
I will. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
You. God bless you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. She said, huh? Yes. Detective John fan club. Wow. I say cranky things. I say cranky things because he says ridiculous things. Everybody has their own opinion and they're right to it.
Call from
Pam.
Hey, Pam, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
I wanted to say I really, really cannot get over.
Oh my God! 219-885-9693. Oh no, man. Let's get it. Let's see. Holy moly! I just got kicked out of the chat, mentioning the footprint allegedly being left in urine. Really? Oh my God! That's wild.
Call from
Greg, T-Ranch 858.
T-Ranch, what's going on, man? Let me get some ranch.
Hey,
with that
T-Ranch,
pizza,
what's
man. What's
up?
going on, brother? How you doing? 5 minutes of Florida.
Nothing much. I just got done doing some work around the ranch here.
Man, you must keep you busy all year, huh?
Pretty much. Well, no, we got a foot of snow on the ground. Not much to do out there. Kind of cold, wet, and muddy, and all that good stuff. But yeah, I was listening to you last night when you got Detective John on there, and you were going over what I had said about the inconsistencies in the PCA and the Google Map thing. I was
trying to remember exactly everything he said. That's why I was like, man, you have to go back and listen to what he said verbatim. That way you know.
Yeah, if you ever played that game where you write down a sentence on the piece of paper and whisper it into the guys next to you at the table, and it goes around the table.
Mm-hmm.
And what started out is my dad had a flat tire. It comes out as my cat's ass is on fire. There's a lot of that goes on in all this social media. So I get it, and you got a biggie. But my point in all that was that I think I answered my own questions there. It might not be an inconsistency so much as the times that they put in there were the phone was locked onto a tower, but then later when it got to Pullman, it might have switched. And I got to thinking about it. I got this Find Your Phone app on there that I can track my wife anywhere she goes because I like to keep an eye on her just for safety purposes. But it pretty much pinpoints her location to within 20 feet. And so I think they know. What they don't know, though, is when he left Conestoga Avenue and got onto Palouse River Road and went east to 95, they're saying he got on 95 and went south.
Mm-hmm.
But, if you think about it, put yourself in the killer's shoes. You just left the murder scene. You got blood on you. The last place you want to go is on a major highway. That's where the state patrol is. That's where the police are. You go another 2 miles down Palouse River Road, and you're out in nowhere. There ain't going to be no police. That's rural roads. Then you take a right on Lenville Road, and that takes you right down into Genesee or the Blaine area, and that's how they described it in the PCA. They say in the Blaine area north of Genesee. Well, my brain's thinking is, okay, his phone is off from 3:26 a.m. He commits the murders. He's making his escape. He's got this planned out. You're gonna go into the rural area to avoid capture, right? So when he turns his phone on, where is he at when he turns that phone on? Which is 28 minutes after he's last seen leaving the crime scene. And if you can circle in on where that phone came on, there's a good chance you can find the place he dumped either his clothing, the murder weapon, or anything else, right? He stopped, he did something, his mind's all fucked up. He needs to turn the phone back on to navigate his way out of there. That's my thinking. So, and then if you follow the route down into Uniontown, right there where he would come out on Uniontown Road to hit 195 to go back north to Pullman, just about 2 blocks south on 95, there's a rest area with public restrooms. I'm thinking, what a better place to stop, get cleaned up, and maybe even throw some more stuff in trash. And I was looking on, if you use Google Maps, you can go to Street View and you can actually drive down the roads, right? Sure, you've done that before, right?
Absolutely. On other cases, live right on stream.
Yeah. And, I was doing that on Google Maps, and you go down to some of the areas right there on Lenville Road or some of those other roads, there's trash cans out by the street.
Well, I'm sure you got a few shovels. I can come down there to the T Ranch and we can go hit up.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was talking with my wife. I said, tomorrow's your day off. We should drive down there and look for that knife. And then I got thinking about it. I don't want to find that knife.
Right, I know that knife right there, man.
Huh? I don't want to be the guy that finds that knife. But there's homes along that road. I don't know if those people have looked at, if they have cameras. I don't know why they would. It's not like it's a high crime area. But anyway, that was my thing. I want to know what happened in the time frame between the last time he was seen leaving the crime scene until the time he turned that phone on. And the police don't know that. I don't think they know that. They might know it.
And what's the chances of him dumping it in a random trash can at a rest stop on the way?
Or in trash cans along that route from Palouse River Road to Uniontown. It's all rural roads. There's places along there. There's right there at that 48 minute or that 4:48, 28 minutes in that time frame. There's a church there if you go to 1844 Old Highway 95,
Mm-hmm.
and if you look at the Google map, it's got a berm. You can't hardly see it from the road, and there's a parking lot in there if you do the aerial view. And behind there, which, you know, that this 26 minutes after would put him in that area, there's a cemetery back there. And I'm thinking, well, what better place to hide something you want to find later? You know, you got headstones, you got markers everywhere.
That's a good point.
You know,
yeah.
And then just further on down the road, there's even a small ranch that has it's a mobile home park, I think, that has a pond. You know, what do they call it? A pond septic system. You know, they've got 2 ponds there. I mean, it's not far from the road. You could have tossed it in the septic pond. There's a lot of possibilities, but you know, I was trying to get people to to look at that route and come up with ideas of where it might be. You know, what would you do with a knife? But I don't know. I need to get more work done around here and quit thinking about this so much.
Well, I appreciate you calling in there, T Ranch, man. I definitely will take a look at the aerial views of those locations now that you making me think about it even more. I'm gonna have to take a look at those areas and see how they are. But in general, I don't know, man. I don't know where he would have put this knife. I mean, there's tons of places he could have fucking put it. Maybe it was in his apartment. They have it. I don't know. I feel
they might have it. But,
there's a gag order on the case, so they're not really discussing much.
Right.
But I appreciate you calling in, T Ranch. God bless you, brother. I know I'll hear from you again.
Oh yeah.
Get
All
that.
right. Take care, man.
Take care of that
Hey,
ranch,
be careful
man.
with that Cuomo guy.
Oh, okay. I got you. My guard's up, you know. Appreciate you, man. God bless you, brother.
Right.
Shout out to you. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in.
Oh my God.
Yes. Okay. What?
Call from
E.
What's going on? You live?
Hey, I just had a question. Did anybody listen to the Juicy Scoop podcast today? Or have you heard of the Juicy Scoop podcast?
No. I'm afraid not.
That's okay.
Never heard of him.
It's a comic, Heather McDonald. And anyway, she was talking about the Idaho 4 and mentioned that, you know, this is kind of hearsay, a friend of a friend's daughter went to the school and basically said that Dylan was hiding under the bed after. And that's according to a girl who went to school with her. And she talked about it on her podcast today. So I was just wondering if anybody had heard that.
No, I never heard of it. Where's her podcast?
She's all over the place. I just thought it was weird that because she's pretty well known, and I thought it was strange that she was able to say that if it was true, if what she heard from a girl who went to school with this Dylan girl, that she'd be allowed to say something like that when that hasn't exactly come out. So I don't know, just something interesting I heard.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah. That is kind of interesting, but maybe somebody else has heard that too. So anyway, that's all I have.
I'm looking in chat to see if anybody's heard that. That's crazy. Well, I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. Now I'm interested, so I'm going to have to go look.
Okay.
Thank you
all right,
so
have
much.
a great day.
God bless you. Okay. Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. No, I haven't heard that. Nope. Sorry. Please be respectful in chat. Negative Ghost Rider. Nope. I didn't, but think he has, but I did on Tender Life to that channel. Yeah, but I haven't heard that. Thank you for calling in.
Call from
Leslie.
Hey, what's going on? 757 in the building. What's up? 2757 numbers is calling me at once. Is that you?
I don't know. I am 757.
Yeah, 757. What's up?
Portsmouth, but I teach in Hampton.
Oh wow, Norfolk, Virginia, born and raised.
Right. Have you heard about the Newport News situation?
Yes, absolutely.
I teach in Hampton. Oh yeah, I teach in Hampton, so it's pretty close to home.
Yeah.
I was wondering, do you think he was the one that took the suitcase out the girl's car? I wonder if he pinged around that time.
That's a great question. And I seen that video on Plunder's channel.
BTK or Ted Bundy or one of them, they all mixed in. Wasn't he a big underwear person? And that girl's car had the underwear in the cup holder.
Yeah, I seen that. I'm not too sure.
So I wonder.
That's interesting though to bring up. I mean, it was brought up on Plunder's channel. I remember watching that video specifically and seeing that with body cam footage with the girl's car was broken into.
Right, and somebody took the luggage out, put all her like paperwork and stuff neatly in her luggage, put that in the trunk, and then had the underwear in the cup holder. So now that they have his location, I wonder if he was around at that time.
Yeah, that's a good question. Was he around at that time? I'm pretty sure he went to WSU at that time.
Right, it was like in September, so
he definitely went to WSU at that time.
Right, so I wonder if those connect up. If he's pinging around that house at the same time that this girl's stuff was taken out of her car.
Yeah,
this is a weird, creepy thing to do.
Yeah, I don't know if he was involved in that or not, but that's a good. You're the first person to bring that up to me, anyways.
I mean, it would just show a pattern of if that was on the same night.
Maybe he was acting, gonna do something on to that young lady and changed his mind and seen them. I don't know. That's a very
good whole sorority house of girls.
Absolutely,
that was like the Alpha Phi house or something, because the officer saw it on her sweatpants. So it was a whole sorority house of girls.
Yeah, it's a very good perspective you're bringing up here. I'll tell you that much. Because was he trying to get? I don't know. That is crazy to think. Now you got me thinking again.
I know. I wish they released the dates that he was there.
In that, hold up. Do you remember the exact date on that body cam? September 2022, right?
September. Yes.
So it was September 2022. Yeah, no, I mean, that's highly possible. I'm pretty sure he went to WSU at that time, too.
Oh, yeah, he was there in like August or June or August. Maybe, I'm not sure when he moved there, but it was, summertime. All right, well, that's what I was just wondering if anybody had thought of that or if they could get any information on that or anything.
Yeah, nobody has brought that up to me anyways. I mean, I seen it during the search for him in general, or not the search for him, but, the search for the perpetrator. I did see that body cam footage on Plunder's channel, and it was very interesting, to say the least. So somebody, something in that area was going on at that time. So was it him? That's a very good question, and I'm glad you brought that up.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
Have a good day.
And be safe out there in Virginia, especially with what just happened, because that's crazy. My dad still lives out there right now.
The teacher thing's wild these days.
Yes, be safe, be careful, and I know those.
All right.
Those schools out there aren't no joke.
Bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Let's see how many people in chat think that he did that he had went into that girl's car with the underwear. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think scumbag did that? I'll leave it at that. Blowburger. Blowburger.
Call from
Cinderland.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hi, my name is Cinderland. I'm from Oregon.
Well, nice to meet you.
My first time calling in. I just wanted to share a story. It's about domestic violence, but I know what fear feels like. My mom married a man when I was about 2, and he was a wonderful guy, 364 days of the year. Everybody thought he was the nicest guy. He'd do anything for anybody. But when I was 4, in our living room, he had a fight with his brother, and he took a kitchen butcher knife and stabbed him 4 times in the neck right in front of me. Wow. And then my mom stayed with him. For some reason, he didn't get in trouble. I'm 62, so this was in the 60s, so maybe things were different back then, but somehow he got away with that. When I was 6, he chased me with an axe and told me he was going to chop my head off. And my mom got in between us, and he strangled her on the floor until she passed out. I don't know how many times I had to grab my brother and sister. My brother was just a baby and run. And he eventually shot her when I was 17. And I will say this. The look on somebody's face when they are committing a crime like this is horrendous. It's the most scary thing you've ever seen. And so when I heard the PCA and Dylan's account of what she was seeing, it gave me an automatic panic attack because I knew what kind of fear she must have been feeling. Because he didn't look like what the pictures you're seeing him. He looked, I'm sure, like he was a maniac when this was going on. And so just wanted to tell that story and let you know that fear is a real thing, and I could really feel her fear just hearing the brief part of her story. The other thing I wanted to mention is I've been following the Vallow and Daybell case. Mm-hmm. And one of the interesting things about that case was, for months, she wouldn't tell where her children were.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so many people died, and then her brother had the heart attack, and they got his phone when he had the heart attack, the police did. Mm-hmm. And the way that they tracked him wasn't through cell tower pings, which I'm sure they had that information, mm-hmm. but there was information on his phone that gave them the exact coordinates of where he spent an afternoon for 2.5 hours during the time those kids disappeared. So I'm thinking that once they arrested this guy and got his phone, they're getting a lot more detailed information. That's all I have.
Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. And that
sure.
Gives some people perspective on shock, trauma, etc. I've been in situations myself, so I definitely know that fight or flight. However you
exactly.
There's many different ways we can put it. Everybody's different in their situations, but it is very informative when people come forward and tell people their story. It's important for people to know.
Yeah, and I'm sure when she saw him, he didn't look like what he looks like in the pictures. He looked like a maniac. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely.
Even with everything. Yeah. Okay, well, you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming up here and having the audacity to share your story. God bless you, and my prayers go out to you.
God bless you, too.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, shout out to her. What a sweet soul. 219-885-9693. It's almost time for prime time, ladies and gentlemen. We're about 4 hours out from prime time. I guess I gotta go get a suit and tie, huh?
Stop the cap.
Call from
Cable.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hey man, I tried to call like 100 times already today. That's something here. It probably don't have anything to do with what's going on in the discussion right now because I've been trying to call. But when this first happened, when it first happened, they was talking about this red Mustang, right? And it had been abandoned or something near the crime scene. Y'all remember hearing about? You remember hearing about that?
Red Mustang.
Yeah, red Mustang. There's a YouTube video.
I never.
And they got about it. Man, I wish that I could get my email through to you because there's a YouTube video. I can give you the name of the YouTube video. Hold on.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll check it out.
I can't send. I've been sending you emails for a while. But anyway, here's the deal:
there's about 1,500 of them or more in there. I haven't even read yet.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't even want you to have to deal with that. But
I don't mind looking. There's a lot more that I still have to go through. There's so much information in these emails.
If you go on to YouTube and just type in red Mustang, it pops up. It's like the second one down on the. It says Idaho 4 Moscow and Kaylee private ride.
We may have went through it, and it's not ringing a bell because it didn't make no sense or just didn't add up to me. Maybe I have looked at it. I've looked at so many things on this case, brother. Like I mean, you know what I remember though is that white Elantra that was in Eugene. I do remember that very well.
Yeah, that was when you guy went over there. But here's where I'm at, man. Is that red Mustang, right?
They said the red Mustang was debunked a long time ago. Chat saying.
Okay, whenever they were at the food truck, these 3 guys walked up. They were all dressed in black, all that, and they even talked to the girls. Not the guy in the tank top and stuff like that. This looked like some guys that they could never even talk to. One of them was kind of tall. He was all in black. One of them was short, kind of stocky. He was all in black, had a little bit longer hair. And then another one had walked up, and then they walked off, and they said something to the girls, like they bumped into them or something, and they walked off, and they went. It looked like they got like in the area where those taillights were for that car, and it just sat there until the girls' ride pulled up and left. And when it left, like that car left too behind it. You know what I mean? Like it left separately from the car they were in. And then my thing about the Bryan deal being alone or whatever or having anything to do with it, that guy could easily have got set up. He could have been a DoorDash driver. Somebody could have had him DoorDash come over there. He leave, they follow him home, find a knife in his car, wipe it down, everything but the button, drop it in there. I mean, it's not hard it wouldn't be hard to do something like that if somebody was trying to do that.
Right.
I mean, it'd be like, here, let's order some DoorDash, get it over here, and then follow the DoorDash guy home and do exactly what we did, you know?
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know. Probably full of shit, though. It's probably just bullshit. But that was what I was thinking.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, my man. Most definitely. Right. I just seen a lot of people saying it was debunked, so I'm like, damn.
I haven't seen nothing about debunked.
Yeah, if you guys have that information, are you in chat? Because if any of the mods have the information on the debunked video for the Mustang, get it over to him so he can check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see that because I'm like, damn, that car it looked like Mustang taillights following him out, and the guys like walked up and bumped into him. They look kind of sketchy to me too at that food truck, but I don't know. Bryan probably did it. He's probably guilty of this.
No doubt.
All right.
Ain't no doubt, my brother. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts with us, man. Thank you for having a voice in the community, and God bless you, brother. Have a good day. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, 219-885-9693. What's up? Get on the airs before it's prime time, because prime time is coming up in about 4 hours. Right? Yeah, about 4 hours. I'm sorry, 5 hours. Don't let me cap on you.
Stop the cap.
That's what I'm saying to myself, because it's 5.
Call from
Houston.
Houston, what's going on? You live, brother. 5 minutes. You're on the clock. What's up?
Trev, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, audience. I heard a caller earlier that kind of motivated me. He brought up some interesting points. I had to reflect on it. A couple people brought up some good stuff. Man, I think there's a lot more that we're looking at here that we're not really taking in very well. I've been doing a lot of research on some similarities between some of these mass murderers and things like that. So coming across a bunch of information, especially related to the post that he made, it was very insightful. The fact that he was, we have a very rare situation where the guy was able to post his ideations on that chat forum. I think that chat forum is one of the most historical pieces of evidentiary disclosures on a psychopath that we've ever seen in history. We've never had a murderer on his scale ever write out what he did, and it was due to the internet, due to the modern day technology that we're able to read that. And I think people for years to go, for years, will be looking at what he did on that chat log to disclose what he did since he was a teenager. We've never had a serial killer ever write out what they did, or if they did in a book or make notes like that, that stuff would have been destroyed. And there was a gentleman, sound like he was making some interesting points about how this person is indicating attributes similar to other people, and it does sound conspiratorial, but sometimes we got to think outside the box and let all these things come in. And if I limited my judgment of the information that I'm looking at, it would disable coming up with the truth. And we need to look at the parallels. We need to be able to digest what we're dealing with, or otherwise I wouldn't be able to protect my own children. So I think there's some damning stuff, and I'm trying to put this together in a coherent manner on a video so that I could have share it with you, because I wouldn't be able to do it in less than 5 minutes. But I'm coming across a lot of similarities between some programs and other killers that had been involved, the Manson, the Gacy's, and all of these other people, and the medical misuse of psychotropic drugs and stuff like that. In the past, CIA was using LSDs in order to induce this, and I was looking at Sidney Gottlieb's history from these programs back in the 1950s, and this stuff has been going on for a long time. Even the shooter John Hinckley, that shot Reagan, had mental issues and had some stuff like this that was done to him in the past. Also, the JFK shooter, he wasn't well. The Robert Kennedy shooter was just like this. He blanked out. He said he couldn't recall what he was doing. And so I'm really starting to see that there's a pattern with people who were vulnerable mentally, being induced with chemicals or drugs to put them in a state of mind that would enhance their violent tendencies. Mm-hmm. And I think we're looking at one of those situations where we're starting as a country to be able to identify the attributes leading to these killers that we can notice. In the past, we couldn't have never done that before. But with the internet and the speed of things and our ability to share this, we can categorize these people and identify them. And there are some very scary things. And also there's gangs of these people. These are international. There's groups of these people. They do it. They call them like crews of people like that. There's good and there's evil. A lot of people hate the terminologies to call them demons, evil, or whatever. But I'm telling you, man, is that my timer right there? Right here.
No. You're good. 46 seconds.
Yeah, so I think we need to be able to take a closer look at these things. And my daughter, I wouldn't let her around anybody that's on medication like that. I wouldn't let her anywhere in the house, in and out like that. If you are concerned about the safety of your children out there, go ahead and take precautions as you can now, because I don't think this is the only guy out there like that. There's copycats, and this guy used a brutal method for some reason that I'll be putting more research into. But for right now, I want all y'all to just take extra precautions, because the threat for a copycat similar method is high. And so I'll go ahead and clear the airspace for your next caller, and wish you the best. And
well, I appreciate your wonderful insight there, Houston, man. I appreciate the beautiful soul, man. God bless you. Thank you for the wonderful words you always bring to the podcast. And I look forward to, hopefully we get together one day and make a video, man.
It'd be an honor. And Houston out.
Houston out, man. I know I'll hear from you again. God bless you and your family, brother. And I pray for you guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Shout out to Breaking Houston. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Intelligence. Great caller. Absolutely. Zoom out. Research, says William. Absolutely. Always a great caller. Shout out to Houston.
Call from
Mark.
Mark, what's going on, my man?
Hey, T-REV, what's going on?
What's going on with you, brother? Floor is yours, 5 minutes.
Yeah, man, congratulations on prime time. Just wanted to say that. And
thank you.
I just wanted to say, man, it's a slam dunk, man. It's a slam dunk case. The evidence is just overwhelming, man. And I feel like every defense that they come up with will be utterly ridiculous. It's gonna be like a clown show. Like, there's not gonna be one credible defense, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. It's gonna be a clown show. I mean, what are you gonna come up with? He was going around there getting drugs. There was a drug dealer right there named Freddie. I mean, come up with the drug dealer. Show me the drug dealer. Show me all these people. You know what I mean? What's your defense?
Yeah, you can't. But I was thinking about what their defense was, and I can only just think of nonsense. And the defenses I've heard were just complete nonsense. Like I said, the GPS is pinging on him. He's there at the house. He's turning off his cell phone. The DNA, the sheath next to Madison has his DNA on it. I mean, that's slam dunk right there. I mean, and the thing is, people are attacking the DNA. I feel like they're attacking the DNA because they didn't properly read the PBA. The PBA says, the PCA, I'm sorry, says that the DNA is a match, and the DNA excludes 99.9998% of the population. They're saying the DNA could only be the son of Michael Kohberger, which they compare the DNA to. You can't. That's too accurate. 999.98%. Yeah. Were they going to attack the 2%? Or are they going to attack the remaining? Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The defenses will be comical. It's going to be a comical defense the entire trial, and this guy's screwed. I think the best thing they could do for this man is not kill him and understand his psychology, so we could actually help kids that are like him, the kids that were like him, so he could, be some type of intervention process for kids that think like him and are going through shit like he goes through.
So you think we should shelf him and monitor him?
Shelf him and understand his psychology, so then we could assess how to help kids that are going through shit he went through, so they don't go and grow up to kill people, you know what I mean? To save lives. It's really saving lives, saving his life and understanding his brain, so he can understand the triggers, everything like that, to help a kid in the future and to stop, future murders, future serial killers. I think that's what we should do.
Yeah.
Life in jail is good for him, bro. Like, just put him in the most grimiest jail, you know what I mean? And, study him, and hopefully we can get help for kids like him, so we could avoid fucking mass murders.
I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like he don't even deserve to get the little bit of happiness from playing fucking spades in prison. None of that shit. This motherfucker deserves to fry.
I feel
And
Nah.
if he comes up guilty of what he's done, and what we're speculating on that he's done here, then he needs to fry. I feel like he shouldn't be shelved. But hey, man, I do understand the aspect you're coming from.
I agree with you. My aspect is just because I don't want if it's something that we could stop in the future from doing, I think that's important. But of course, if it was up to me, I let him free and I let the parents do whatever they want. I let Steve do whatever. I'll let Steve put his hands on him, and I'll give Steve a free jail card if that was possible. I'll give him a free jail pass to go take care of that guy if it was up to me.
Yeah, I'd give the whole family those cards, man. It's just the other families are more private, and I respect that. That. Steve stood out. Steve made sure that this case was heard. Steve expressed his emotions many of times. If you don't remember that time that he sat outside of I think it was maybe the police station, and he had that interview, and it was really telling. He was like, "Well, he didn't have to go upstairs." You know what I mean? Like, Steve was really emotionally into this. This was his daughter. This was, and not only his daughter, but 3 others that were brutally murdered, taken away, and didn't have a fair chance at life because of somebody else's thoughts and fantasies and what they wanted to do. So, man, I get what you're saying. I respect what you're saying, but man, let that motherfucker die. That's just my opinion. But hey, man, I respect your opinion to the fullest, brother. And I'm glad
I agree with you too.
Truth.
Yeah, I agree with you too. And parents, get the help your kids need. Don't ignore the signs. And that's pretty much it, bro.
Yeah, say it in the back, man. Say it for the people in the back, because that's facts. Don't ignore the mental health issues that run, because they run in my family. My dad's real dad killed himself, which is my grandfather that I've never met. He killed himself when my dad was 2 years old. So a lot of people don't know that. That's where my mental health, and that's why I'm on disability for mental health issues. I don't take medicine for my mental health issues, specific medications. The only ones that I do take is for my panic attack disorder. I do suffer from PTSD. They do say I'm bipolar, etc. But when I'm on medications, it turns me to a different person. So, and I better manage it on my own. That's just me. Therapy and being able to talk and being able to come up on my platform and talk to the people that I love on here, which is a lot of you guys don't know how much you guys help me through every day, and using my time that I am on disability for the things that I'm on it for, and being here with you guys, really, it just, I've completed everything that I've ever wanted to complete in life. And that was building one big family, one big community of people that I've never met yet. And there is some out there that I have met, but I love all you guys, man. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, brother. And thank you for being and having a voice in this community, man. I do really appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, bro. I appreciate your show. I love it. And, bro, I mean, good luck with today, bro. And again, congratulations, man.
God bless you, brother. If it wasn't for people like you, your beautiful self, man, and the beautiful people in the chat and the beautiful people that support the channel, I would never be in that type of position to even speak to anyone at that level. So thank you, guys. I love you all. God bless you, brother.
You too, man.
Later. Shout out to him, and if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. But it is facts. You do got to get your children help and stuff like that, I know mental health runs. I thank God my dad didn't have that issue, but my grandfather that I never even met, he had that issue on my dad's end. Sucks not knowing who he was, Crystal, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself? The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Okay, so I just called in because there's been one thing on my mind since he's been caught in the affidavit got read. Sorry, I'm nervous. I don't usually call in.
No, you're fine.
So there's this whole timeline of where he turned off his phone and turned it back on and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's that video of the cops when they had all the guys that were getting the DUIs and stuff.
There's the second video out there, and there was a car. And if I really think about the timeline and everything and break it down, I think that's when Bryan's driving into the area the first time. And that's been sitting in my head since this whole thing came out, and I just had to share it. But that
You
was
there?
about it.
Did you drop?
No, I'm still here. That's the only thing I really wanted to share with you guys.
Well, thank you.
I don't know if you guys wanted to look into it or not.
Well, I appreciate you sharing it with us. I'm sure we got people jumping on it right now.
Well, I really hope this guy goes down. I just started listening to your show, and so far I'm very much enjoying it. And I love that you have a lot of older ladies that call in and enjoy you as well. It's great. It makes my day every day.
Yeah, there's a lot of older ladies, older gentlemen in here that have a lot more knowledge than I have. I mean, and they're wonderful. They're wonderful. They bring good aspects to the table.
All your callers are wonderful people, I've noticed. It's really, really great family you have building up there.
Absolutely. Thank you for being part of that too. And I appreciate you. God bless you, ma'am. And thank you for calling in.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Numbers at the bottom of your screen. Make sure you call in. T-REV abolish the house. Thank you, Shiva. I appreciate you. There is no proof return phone off. Besides GPS will track you when your phone is off.
Call from.
Hey, Rev, it's Josh.
What's going on, Josh, man? You're live. You're on the line. What's your thoughts? What's going on?
First, I just want to wish you good luck tonight. You certainly deserve it, and it's going to be a great interview, so have a great time.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. A couple calls ago, I think it was Houston. He had some really interesting, points about kind of MK Ultra is what he was talking about. In the chat was pointing that out to me too. What he was talking about Sirhan assassinating RFK, Lee Harvey Oswald, JFK. I mean, I'm not sure I heard all of his points, but he was talking about these people essentially being on high levels of psychedelics. And was he talking about the CIA as well?
You talking about Houston?
Yeah, about 3 calls ago.
He was talking about a lot.
Yeah,
he dug in pretty deep for the 5 minutes. Well, I'll tell you that.
He really was, and so
I just full of knowledge, man. Very good knowledge.
Definitely, and I really appreciated kind of his thinking outside the box. Let's see here. I just, I've made a lot of points. I've called in every day, but I just, I sense a cover up. The police are covering something up. Yesterday I talked about drugs. It's, American governments cover things up. And it's one thing that we don't like to look at. I'll give you an example that a lot of people I think can get on board with is TWA 800. This was the plane that allegedly exploded on July 17th, 1996.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was a big, massive government cover up. Because that was probably shot down by a missile, and just terribly sad. And when I call you, I often bring up other cases like that, just any other case to kind of add some perspective. And I could go into other cover-ups such as JFK, 9/11, etc. I am probably what you would label a conspiracy theorist, although I do not like that term. I just don't trust the government and never will, So if the police are doing a bunch of investigative work and they're telling us what those results are, I tend to doubt those results. But I'll just make another point. This case will always be a mystery. And for me, I just feel sadness. I feel sadness for the victims, the families, for all of us, because we're looking for conclusion. We're looking for resolution, and it'll never be found. Things will come out at trial. We're looking for the why of these murders.
Exactly.
And you're never going to go, oh, okay, that's why BK did this. I'm satisfied. Certain things are always going to be a mystery. I go back to the OJ case. Why did he kill Nicole and Ron Goldman? I don't know that we'll ever know that. Murders are always a mystery, and they will remain mysteries. And once a mystery, always a mystery. And so we're looking for the why, and it's just not going to come. And it makes me sad, but for my own mental health, I'll probably have to stop following this case because it is addictive, as I'm sure you can attest to. And it's murder, you know. We got to be positive, and most of us don't know the victims. And as sad as it is, you got to take care of your own home first. So that's my comments for today.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. I appreciate you coming up here and sharing your thoughts, your comments, your feelings, everything, man. It means a lot to me that people are open to a platform like this to where they can come up and feel like they can share everything. And that's the way I'm going to keep my platform. It'll never change. Now, I just feel in my heart that's how it should be. Some platform that, you know, they want everybody to run with their narrative, but on my platform, it's, you know, your thoughts, your opinions, what you feel. You know,
absolutely.
We're not
And
yes
just real
men,
quick-
and we're not yes women on this channel. Period.
No, sir. And do you have any thoughts about what I just said? I'm just curious. You know, feel free to tell me I'm nutty, whatever. My feelings don't get hurt. But what are your thoughts on what I just said?
I mean, I respectfully disagree, but I love the fact that you can come up here and speak what you feel, and I respect you wholeheartedly and don't think differently of you at all.
Well, and I'm wondering, just real quick, which part do you disagree with? Or because I did make a bunch of different points there, is that you don't think there's any kind of government cover-up, or what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't think there's any government cover-up, but hey, dude, I could be wrong, and I could learn from thinking that that's wrong in any way with any evidence that comes out. I could be bad, and that's the part that I do disagree with. I do disagree with it being a government cover up, but could I be wrong? Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm not an always right person. I mean, I've been wrong multiple times, and I'll swallow that pill.
And what about the idea that this will always remain a mystery? I mean, no matter what facts come out, it's always going to be painful.
I agree with that part, and that it'll always be a mystery because we're not going to hear all the facts. If we think that, which in case it turns around and Bryan Kohberger comes out and just wants to just tell this truth, I just say that there's going to be a lot of mysteries in the air on this. If you get what I'm saying. So I mean, the government cover up, I disagree with, but in general, like I said, I could be proven wrong, and I've been proven wrong multiple times.
If it is a government cover up, we'll never find out. So everyone just needs to think for themselves and not judge each other's opinions. And I thank you for your time, sir, and good luck tonight.
Man, thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you coming up here and speaking what you feel and your truth and your heart.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, I absolutely do not think it's a cover-up. I don't. But hey, I respect it all the way to the fullest. That's somebody's opinion, and we gotta respect everybody's opinion. There's very little opinions that I do respect, though. I'll tell you that much, which have to be something about a CR or, you know, a essay, stuff like that. I just can't get on board with, well, you can rehabilitate them.
Call from
Blake, young screw.
Blake, what's going on? You're live.
Man, what's up with you, man?
I'm
Shit,
hanging in there, brother.
Just wanted to call and I feel you 100,000%, man, because I got severe PTSD, and people don't know about the panic attacks and how it could really just halt your whole life, bro. Sometimes you can't even be in public. I just start, you know, thinking of certain things that happen, and I just appreciate you, you know, just let people know and just giving them an insight of what it really is.
Dude, I suffer from a panic attack so bad where I've been to the emergency room. I'll put it this way, over 80 times, and I've been here for two and a half years. So I mean, I've been there to the emergency room that many times over my panic attacks. It's just something that many people don't know about.
And it's like people make it so hard just to get I can't even get a small prescription of anti-anxiety because people are, you know, whatever, abusing it and everything. So the people that really need it, you know, it's just hard and it just sucks because it really does help. Because if you take a little bit of medication, you feel like you have you're not like just so like on edge, and you just feel like you can do a lot more. And it's just kind of a sucky situation. But I just wanted to put that out there. But I know one of the things about Bryan that I was real interested in is, do you think that he was trying to be a rural a forensic investigator so he could commit more murders and just to be a prolific serial killer?
He wanted to be a cop too and shit like that. I mean, you got people in this world that got these fucked up the minds that want to be police officers.
That's crazy. I mean, has there ever been a prolific serial killer that's been involved with the law enforcement that's done a lot of crimes? I'm not sure. I haven't.
Well, I know of a couple. One in Long Island, one in Florida. From the ones
Oh,
that I've seen
damn.
on TV. Now, were they arrested for murder? Absolutely not. But they were last seen with these two people that one of them was last seen with two people that disappeared and were never found. I'll tell you that much right now. And the only reason that one was seen is because of the graveyard workers in Florida.
Oh man, that's crazy.
They seen him pull him out the car and put him in the back of his vehicle, and guess what? He was never to be found ever again.
Damn. And I was like, because I've been watching you. I watch you all the way till I gotta go to work, and then when I come back, I fall asleep with your live stream going on, and I was dibbling and dabbling in some other cases, and I was looking at that one where the dude was in the all SWAT gear in the church, and I was like baffled because I took 5 seconds to look at it, and I thought, isn't that the husband? Doesn't he walk the same way? And he was on the news talking about he had blood on his clothes, and they just let it go. I don't know. That was a trip to me.
Yeah, dude, this.
You
gotta watch out for guys like this that are in college and about to go into the police force, and there's a lot of that, and that's where dirty cops are created, believe it or not.
Yeah, Pullman, Wazoo out there, bro. It's like literally besides the college, it's just like bumfuck middle of nowhere, and the people are secluded. All the surrounding areas is just like the middle of nowhere. So
but just like us as regular people, there's bad and good. And there's the same in the police force.
For sure.
People need to understand that because they're like, oh, all these people bash police and they do this and that. Well, they're human just like us. And if you don't think that they think about shit, then you got to rethink. Because
honestly, my whole life, bro, I grew up in the streets and I've been in and out of jail and stuff like that. So I used to have a hatred for police. Like I literally couldn't stand them. And it took years of, getting older and going through maturing in certain situations to see that they're not all bad. There is some bad, but you can't blame one person everybody for one person's mistake. So that was just a good thing that I ended up coming to a conclusion about.
Most definitely, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I just wanted to say, man, keep doing your thing, man. And I love watching it. I'm going to keep watching it. And hopefully we can do other cases and just keep this shit going.
Oh, there's definitely other cases. There's definitely
any cases you're eyeing right now that you think you might do next?
I've been eyeing multiple cases. Kylie Rodney, Trinity Backus.
Okay, I'm gonna be looking into those.
Missy Bevers.
Bro, Missy Bevers. And then when I typed it in, there was another Bevers of the kid who killed his whole family. That one was a trip. I didn't know at first when I looked it up. I had that one pop up first. You know what I'm talking about? It happened 1 year ago. It's something Kyle Bever, not no S, it's Bever. And it was the two brothers who slaughtered like the whole family, and it was just a trip, bro. And they got the videos and stuff. So, but yep, man, I appreciate it, man. And I'm gonna keep donating and keep saying tap in, and I'm gonna call in whenever I get a chance.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Thank you for having.
Hey, one more thing, man. I like this song "Screw Ups," and I wrote a verse to it, man. So maybe we can tap in and get a little collab going.
No doubt, my brother. I appreciate you, man. I'll holler at you.
Yep.
Hit me up.
Yep, for sure. Yep.
No doubt, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Oh, that shit's jumping. That's spraying at you.
Call from
Holly.
Holly, what's going on? You're live.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I got through. Okay, so I'm a first-time caller. So my opinion on this is that I think he's taking little bits and pieces from each serial killer he's studied, as well as a few horror movies. People are saying, why didn't he clean out the car before he got to his parents? I think he just did a more thorough cleaning when he got to his parents' house. I believe he left the outside dirty because everyone was looking for a white car. All over the news, they were showing stock photos
of this brand new white car. So why
Mhm.
not try to disguise it a little bit by keeping it dirty? I believe he did drugs in the past to kind of pacify, the thoughts he was having, to maybe try to feel something. Sorry, I had a whole thing. I'm all nervous. But I don't think he was on drugs the night of. When you're extremely OCD, you like to be in control of everything. You don't want to have alcohol and drugs, take over. You want to be in control. I think he probably met the girls at the restaurant. I think he paid cash everywhere he went. I work at a restaurant. I'm a server, so I know all of my regulars, and we get really close. Even if somebody is just by themselves and they just come in a lot, we get to talking, and you might mention, oh yeah, I live with so-and-so, or, oh, I live over here, or, oh, things like that. People are saying, oh, he wouldn't have gone there because it's not just vegan. They made him throw out the pots and pans and blah, 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 this and that. But, I see people bring in their own plastic silverware or make me go check the ingredients for something. He could have just been a pain in the ass, but still been there. He could have gotten, something that didn't need to be cooked on a pan. And then with the online, I think that, there was that one guy that was looking from the inside or whatever his name was, and he's peeking through the, like a crack.
Looking.
Yeah, I almost think that's a taunt towards Dylan. Like letting her know, I saw you and I chose to let you live. Oh my God! Kind of a thing. And if you go back to like BTK, there was a time where he had broken into a woman's home and he was waiting for her. And for some reason, she didn't come home that night. She decided to go somewhere else. And he left her a note, you have no idea how lucky you got. So I almost wonder if that was kind of like a taunt towards Dylan. Like, I did see you. I chose to let you live. And if you look at it, sorority girls, the notorious serial killers, it's all sorority girls. Before prostitutes became the thing, it was the sorority girls. And so why not, fit that in with his narrative, There's, and people are like, oh, it's four people. You can't do it in 15 minutes, this and that. Ted Bundy killed 4 sorority girls in 15 minutes. I don't know. It's just, I think he took bits and pieces from every little thing, and I think he did run into them at some point, but didn't, really know them. So, I don't know. I had a whole bunch to say, but I'm really nervous, so I don't know.
Nah, no reason to be nervous.
And then, I think, people are giving him way too much credit. They're like, oh, he's so smart, but he messed up, this and that. Well, he's book smart. He's not street smart. And there's a difference, and also, humans, they make mistakes, and we're not back in the 80s and 70s when serial killers were huge. There wasn't DNA then. They weren't
Even street smart motherfuckers make dumb decisions when committing crimes too. I will say that.
Exactly.
Look at world's dumbest criminals. You see, a lot of them are from the streets, and they do the dumbest shit. They go and shoot somebody right there, wide on camera in front of a gas station.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's dumb criminals on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't even know what I was saying. Sorry. I believe that Papa Rogers was him. I 100% believe that. People were saying, oh, he was coming into class tired, this and that. I don't think he lost any sleep over what he did. He was losing sleep over being on YouTube and TikTok and seeing anything that and just getting off. So, but I hear my timer. I watch you all day long. So.
Well, thank you for calling in and sharing your thoughts. I appreciate you, and thank you for having a voice in the community. God bless you.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Shout out to her. Hold up 1 second. Let me see this, because this is something that Marlena sent me. Let's check it out. What was Marlena talking about? We will find out. Let me pop this open and let's see. And of course, she sent me this. I'm sure there's a lot of people that hate this guy. I don't know much about him.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. I want to talk about the search warrant at Bryan Kohberger's Pullman apartment, the Steptoe Apartments. Authorities went into the home and searched it, gathered evidence, but I want to talk about something. And I want to show you an article in reference to this search warrant. Check this out. This is a news report. Here's why the search warrant for the Moscow murder suspect's apartment is sealed. According to court documents, releasing the search warrant would create serious and imminent threats to law enforcement and could prematurely end the investigation. Whitman County has sealed the search warrant for the University of Idaho student murder suspect Bryan Kohberger's residence at Steptoe Village Apartments in Pullman. According to court documents, releasing the search warrant would create serious and imminent threats to law enforcement and could prematurely end the investigation, which would cause a threat to public safety. This is a news report. Whitman County, which is in Washington State, they are sealing the search warrant. But what does that all mean, what I just showed you? Like, releasing the search warrant will jeopardize the investigation or cause a public safety? What does that all mean? What does that all mean to you? Media outlets and the public, they want to know what authorities got inside Bryan's home. What's your thoughts? Should the search warrant be unsealed? Because according to the courts in Pullman, Whitman County, the case is sealed. It's sealed. The public can't see it. A lot of people want openness and transparency, or do you think it is appropriate to seal the case so it doesn't compromise the investigation or cause a public safety or jeopardize an investigation? To me, it kind of sounds like they're saying that there's other people involved, but I'm not so sure. Do you think that? Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button. I am covering this case, Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4, Moscow, Idaho, the tragedy, praying for the 4 college students' families, the community in Moscow, the police department, all authorities investigating this case. All of you guys, thank you for bringing awareness. I'll post more videos soon. Everyone stay tuned. God bless.
Did accused killer Bryan Kohberger secretly pose as a citizen sleuth investigating the murders? A posting on Facebook has people wondering if it was really Kohberger. It was posted on November 30th after police announced the victims were killed with a large knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. It proved chillingly accurate. Prosecutors now say a knife sheath was left behind at the scene, and important DNA evidence was found on the button snap. The mysterious citizen sleuth also posted this theory. Killer parked behind the house, approached the property through tree line, entered sliding door. That matches what police now say actually happened. Former FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer believes the mystery sleuth is Kohberger.
They love to reach out to the media. They love to reach out to police and sort of taunt. And it's part of their narcissistic behavior, believing they are not going to get caught, even dangling these carrots, just almost edging people to catch them.
As classes resume after winter break here at Washington State University in Pullman, students and faculty return knowing that one of their own sits in jail 8 miles away, accused of 4 brutal slayings. This video is going viral on social media today with speculation that it's Kohberger attending a heart-wrenching vigil for the victims held at the University of Idaho 2 weeks after the murders.
One of the most powerful moments of tonight's vigil was when,
look, the same man was walking behind.
Stop the cap.
That is not Bryan Kohberger.
behind me as I was reporting that night. There he is again. We can definitely say the online speculation is not accurate. He's clearly not Bryan Kohberger. And the sister of victim Kaylee Gonsalves is coming to the defense of Dylan Mortensen. Dylan is the surviving roommate who came face-to-face with the killer, but did not call 911 for 8 hours.
Dylan is really young, and she was...
A case of life imitating art? Murder suspect Bryan Kohberger's sister appears in a gory slasher film.
It's me out of my mind.
34-year-old Amanda Kohberger has been there with the rest of her family to support her brother. Years earlier, in 2011, she had a part in a low-budget film 2 Days Back. The movie has a typical horror movie plot. Students who venture into the woods only to be slashed to death. Her name appears in the credits. The movie director says he was floored when Bryan Kohberger was arrested in the University of Idaho slayings case. His sister played Lori in the film.
The first reaction is shock. The first reaction is, oh my God, are you kidding?
Kevin Boone says Amanda Kohberger came to an open call.
She came and auditioned. We liked her, so I offered one of the major roles.
You got to also think, man, eerie coincidence too between what happened in Idaho and this movie where it's young people getting stabbed.
Yeah, I can understand where people would want to make those connections.
And this week's 48 Hours does a deep dive into the case the whole country is talking about.
He's almost like a chameleon. It depends on where you are.
Correspondent Peter Van Sant spoke with Kohberger's high school friends.
Bryan was really funny. He wasn't outgoing at all. But he also wasn't shy.
He aspired to be an Army Ranger. A classmate of Kohberger's from here at Pleasant Valley High School in Pennsylvania has reportedly said that the now quadruple murder suspect was out of shape and overweight in his younger years until he took a boxing class. And that's when the friend says his whole demeanor changed. He became aggressive and was always looking to pick fights.
It was after that weight loss that a lot of people noticed a huge switch in him. My brother has since come out to say that even though they were friends.
By the way, that's the chick that said that the audio from the Dave phone call was 100%. That's 100% him. I remember the TikTok video. It's sent to me in my email somewhere.
Bryan bullied him. He would put him in like chokeholds and stuff like that.
He's a man that some say is brilliant. A man who commands the room.
Van Sant says he also learned something that in retrospect is very interesting.
He applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department. He said he wanted to learn about rural law enforcement.
Funny shit.
As we know, the motive behind Kohberger's alleged crimes is still unknown. We do know, though, that he was a doctoral student of criminology. His area of study, understanding the criminal mind. So joining us now with some expertise in this field of study is Danielle Slakoff, assistant professor in the Criminal Justice Department at California State University, Sacramento. Professor, thank you for being here. So there's new reporting from local outlets in Idaho that claim Kohberger was frequently outspoken in his criminology classes, but notably got quiet whenever the discussion would naturally pivot to the murders. Does that fit the profile of someone who allegedly just committed murder?
That's a really interesting question, Nicole, and thank you for having me today. I can speak to this as someone who teaches at the college level about violence against women and sometimes very graphic and horrific crimes. It's really not unusual for students to be quiet when certain topics come up in class. This could indicate that potentially they didn't know enough about the topic to formulate an opinion. It could also be that the student has some sort of personal reason for why the topic is hard to talk about. Of course, in this case, the suspect is innocent until proven guilty. If he committed the crime, which remains to be seen, then yes, from a self-preservation perspective, it would make sense that the person is not injecting themselves into a conversation about the crime, especially in a room full of people.
Yeah, as you just told us, your areas of expertise include intimate partner violence. But so far in this case, all indications point to these victims being complete strangers to Kohberger. But what do you take from how many times we now know his cell phone pinged near the house in the months before the murders? Do you think it is possible that he knew these victims?
That's another really good question. So the cell phone data alone very likely will be picked apart by the defense, as we've seen in other very high-profile crimes, which is why I think it's so important that law enforcement linked that cell phone data to the videos of the suspect. I anticipate that as we speak, law enforcement is diligently working to further shore up where that cell phone was and where they believe that the suspect was at the time, and will likely be trying to prove that he was scoping out the area. I think that I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so do I think that he knew the victims? Again, he is innocent until proven guilty. But given what was in that PC affidavit and what the police stated all along, I have no reason to question what they said, which is that they believed that it was targeted towards the victims and or the house. And it is possible that whoever committed this crime knew the victims, but that the victims did not know the suspect.
Yeah, that's also a really good point. Danielle, apart from motive, what do you most want to know right now about this case?
I really want to know how to best support the victims and their families, as well as the surviving roommates. I am a little bit concerned that they're getting lost in this part of the tragedy where a suspect has now been arrested. So for me personally, that's where my interest lies.
And that's an excellent reminder. Professor Slakoff, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Here's another video that was sent to me.
If Your Honor didn't see, everybody else in the country saw Marsha Clark walking out after one of the jurors was disqualified, giving another prosecutor a thumbs up sign.
He was part of the dream team that won an acquittal for O.J. Simpson. Now Alan Dershowitz is talking to us about ways a lawyer could defend Bryan Kohberger.
Now let's look at this, because this is possible with what might happen. We never know.
At trial.
The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to Law and Crime's Sidebar Podcast. Bryan Kohberger is in the Latah County Jail, being held without bail for the murders of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin back on November 13th of last year. The prosecution claims the murders were planned, likely for months. No murder weapon has been recovered, and police still don't know the motive. And so far, Kaylee Gonsalves' family says they haven't found a connection between her and Bryan Kohberger. Over the weekend, Kaylee Gonsalves' sister spoke to News Nation.
I think we're still going to keep looking. I've had a lot of people reach out with, Instagram posts or even Spotify or lots of connections that they've been able to find. And those are super valuable. All of those go over to, the Moscow Police Department, as well as the Idaho State Police and the FBI, because nothing is insignificant at this point, and everything is being looked through.
This case has captured the attention of so many people around the world, and the release of the probable cause affidavit included evidence that police say they have that places Kohberger at the scene of the crimes. That includes cell phone data police say places Kohberger in the area on at least 12 occasions, surveillance footage of a white Hyundai Elantra circling the area and pulling up to the home the night of the murders, and Kohberger's DNA on a knife sheath that was found laying next to victim Maddie Mogen. I spoke with the attorney for the Gonsalves family about that affidavit and what they think about it.
Well, I think it was a lot more information than anybody expected. I've read probable cause affidavits in the past, just through as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, and this was pretty extensive. It kind of lays out the prosecution's case. I'm sure there will be additional evidence that they haven't released in the probable cause affidavit, but gives you a good guideline for how they determine that it was the defendant in this case.
Another startling fact in that affidavit, a surviving roommate told police that she actually heard crying coming from Xana Kernodle's bedroom the night of the murders. And she also said she heard a man saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Then she said she saw a man walking toward her and exiting the home through a sliding glass door.
Well, I think we all have to remember that she is a victim in this case. I don't know if anybody can, everyone's there to second guess what happened. And how she should have or could have reacted. She states in the affidavit that she froze in that moment and then went back in her room. And, and ultimately the 911 call wasn't made until later, 8 hours later, I believe, or something along those lines. But who knows? I mean, maybe she saw him and maybe she thought he was going out for a smoke out on the deck and coming back in. Who knows what was going through her mind? But I don't think anybody should be putting any blame or anything on her about anything. And the family feels the same way. She's going through a traumatic incident where she had 4 roommates that were murdered. She was able to garner some information that helped out the affidavit, the identification of the black clothes, of the black mask over his nose, the bushy eyebrows, approximate height, approximate build, very critical to the investigation.
Now, this is one of the higher profile criminal cases that we've seen in many, many years. When I think of high profile cases that have gone to trial where literally the world was watching and a defendant was charged with a crime, I think of people like Casey Anthony, Scott Peterson, and O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson, of course, was acquitted of murdering his wife, Nicole, and her friend Ron Goldman back in the 90s. Alan Dershowitz is a professor emeritus of law at Harvard University Law School, and he was part of O.J. Simpson's defense team. Let's take a look back.
That the prosecution, in one respect, has a no-lose scenario that they may be attempting, namely that they're trying to reshape the jury to...
His pharmacist is my daughter's grandmother. Damn, he was living in Pennsylvania, getting medication. 2022. That's news to me.
To its advantage by striking jurors selectively, and they know that the worst case scenario is that there will be a mistrial. And if there's a mistrial, they get to try the case a second time.
Thank you.
Joining me to discuss defending a high-profile client is someone who knows all too much about that. He is Professor Alan Dershowitz. He was part of O.J. Simpson's dream team back in the 90s. Professor Dershowitz, welcome back to Sidebar. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thanks for having me.
You've read the probable cause affidavit, and we know that this is all about probable cause, obviously. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not what they were trying to do with this document. So where would you see places where you could defend Bryan Kohberger, just based on what we know right now?
Every case is different and every defense is different. I am always opposed to lawyers who say, I always do it this way. I always put the client on the stand. I never put the client on the stand. Every case has to be considered differently and on the merits. Also, you have to consider the atmosphere. The O.J. Simpson case was unique because of the racial tensions that were involved, police misconduct. Remember, too, the affidavit only presents one side of the story. It's only the prosecution's version. You have to begin to develop your own evidence. And I'm going to surprise people when I say that a good criminal defense lawyer always starts with a presumption of guilt, not a presumption of innocence. You always assume your client is guilty, and then you work back from there. If you assume your client is innocent, you'll make mistakes. You'll allow searches. You'll allow him to speak to the police. So you always start with a presumption of guilt and then try to develop evidence that questions or challenges. And you always keep in mind the possibility of a plea bargain. This is difficult in a case like this where there were so many deaths and so brutal. So that, the lawyers, whoever they are, really have their work cut out for them.
It appears that way. And obviously, things have changed a lot since you represented O.J. Simpson and were part of that team back in the 90s. We have all of this cell phone evidence, things like that, computer stuff. They're going to do a deep dive on his computer to see what's going on in there, to see if it is indeed true that he is the guilty party and was the person possibly stalking these young women. So talk to me about what you see in that probable cause affidavit that could cause you or that could prompt you to think, oh, I might be able to pull on that thread. There may be something there.
It's very difficult because the probable cause application really shows a variety of approaches that close in on this one defendant. Obviously, cell phone records, the car, history of proximity, to the events. And when you have multiple approaches, even if they're all circumstantial evidence, if it's solid enough and if it closes the loops, can really be very powerful. What you're looking for is an alternative. You're looking to try to explain away the physical, undisputable evidence in a way that presents the possibility of innocence, or at least reasonable doubt. That's not always possible, but that has to be the approach you take. You look at every single element of the circumstantial case and see if there is an argument consistent with lack of guilt that those circumstances can lead you to. Again, sometimes very, very difficult. It was very difficult in the O.J. Simpson case because there you had blood evidence, you had location evidence, you had wounds, you had a range of factors, all of which pointed in one direction. But we were very lucky because the police messed up terribly in the O.J. Simpson case. They likely planted some evidence hoping to convict somebody they believe was guilty. Here, the police seem to have done a very credible job. And of course, we don't know what investigation by the defense will show up, but often putting the police on trial, putting the prosecution on trial, and deflecting attention away from the defendant toward other people can be an approach that's worth pursuing as well.
One of the big pieces of evidence mentioned in the probable cause affidavit is the fact that they say that the suspect's DNA was found on the snap of the knife sheath that was left next to one of the victims, Madison Mogan, on her bed. How do you challenge that? I know Barry Scheck was really the DNA guy on your team. We don't know what the lab results are that show that it was his DNA. So there's probably a lot that we don't know about that process and what happened in the lab.
It seems like very damning evidence if it's true, but I've seen cases where damning evidence dissolves upon analysis. I won a case some years ago that seemed like it was open and shut, and we found out the lab had made mistake after mistake after mistake, and our client was acquitted. So you have to challenge every single aspect of the case, and you're not going to win any popularity contests if you're a defense attorney here, because in the court of public opinion, this guy is guilty of horrible, horrible crimes. And in America, although we say everybody's entitled to a defense, the reality is if you defend certain people, you're going to be a pariah as a defense lawyer. And so beware of what this will do to your reputation, your friendships. It started with John Adams back in the killing of the people in the Boston Massacre. He was so incredibly unpopular for a period of time, but he led the way in the American tradition of every defendant, particularly those who are most unpopular, deserve a zealous defense. So this man should get a zealous defense. That doesn't guarantee an acquittal or even a hung jury. All he's entitled to is a zealous defense, not a verdict.
There's cell phone evidence in this case, and some of the cell phone evidence shows that, according to the affidavit and according to the police, that this guy was in the area of that home on at least 12 occasions prior to the night of the murders between August of 2022 and November. Also showing that he turned off his phone for a period of time, both before the homicides, during, and sometime after. It comes off like about 28 minutes. It turns back on about 28 minutes after they say he left the scene. What do you make? How do you challenge that? Or how do you explain the phone going off during that period of time?
Yeah, how do you explain
We have to
that?
ask him, first of all. He is the most important witness. He may have a reason why the phone would have been turned off. He may acknowledge that he was in the area, that he frequently went to the area. After all, he lived not too far away. In the end, it may be that he had a relationship. We have no real evidence of this with any of the alleged victims or their friends. So what you're looking for is possible innocent explanations, or at least explanations that create a reasonable doubt, but it's not always there. Just because you want it and just because you're looking for it doesn't mean you can have it. I've had many cases where in the end you have to sit down and have a talk with your client and say, this is not a defensible case. This is a case that requires a plea bargain. And let me see if I can negotiate something less than the death penalty or life imprisonment. And a lawyer, therefore, plays a lot of roles, not only defending in court, but negotiating as well.
And one thing I do find interesting is the fact that when we were in Moscow, we saw that there's a 24-hour grocery store in that immediate area. It's actually right on the corner where he was pulled over back in August when they saw him in that general area. And there's a Walmart there in that area, and there's also a 24-hour grocery store. So I kind of wondered if they would go that route. Also, the fact that
this is all stuff we're going to see during the trial, too.
Heard from a neighbor who said he was a night owl and he was up in the middle of the night vacuuming and things like that.
Look, we live in a different world today from the O.J. Simpson world in Great Britain, particularly, but in parts of the United States as well. Everything is recorded. There are cameras all over the place. And that's an argument that can cut both ways, because sometimes the cameras will show a person in an innocent context, as you say, around a Walmart or something else. In other situations, it only points to guilt. So it's a knife that cuts both ways, the pervasiveness of cameras. In a case of guilt, generally, it will help the prosecution, but it's something that has to be explored. Look, we're right at the beginning of this. The prosecution has had its say. The defense has probably hardly begun its own investigation, and it has to look at all the evidence, and jurors and judges and even members of the public have to come to this with an open mind. The people should have a presumption of innocence. As I say, the lawyer has to start with a presumption of guilt, particularly in a case of this kind.
And you had mentioned the video evidence. That was going to be my next point. We have surveillance footage, according to the affidavit in this case, that they say shows this vehicle entering the general area. They had put out a call for Hyundai Elantras between 2011 and 2013. That was back on December 7th. They put out the call for that. But it's, according to the affidavit, this guy was on their radar on November 29th. So that was a week or so before that. How do you challenge that video evidence? They later said, an FBI, an analyst said that Hyundai Elantra could have been 2011 to 2016. So they kind of, moved their window there.
What's very surprising to me is that the defendant in this case is a criminal justice major. Yeah. He understands everything we're talking about. And he understood that the car that fit the description of his car was in the area. And it's surprising that he didn't take, if he's guilty,
I'll drop it after this.
The kinds of precautions you'd expect.
Which it's almost getting time for prime time. So,
of somebody as intelligent and as educated as he is. But let's remember the Leopold and Loeb case back in the beginning of the 20th century. Two brilliant people, really brilliant people, particularly Leopold, who eventually went to prison and did medical things. Brilliant. They wanted to commit the perfect crime as criminology majors as well. And they committed the perfect blunder. They left the glasses behind. They left evidence behind. So there's no accounting for the stupidity of people when it comes to committing crimes. They all think they're smarter than the officials. And in the end, in general, the evidence prevails. And the evidence in this case does point, according to at least the affidavit, to probable guilt. And therefore,
so it sounds like if he took Topamax, it'd be back in the day.
Or the job of the defense attorney is going to be very daunting, very daunting. And there are too many things that have to be explained here. But let's wait to see what they come up with before we rush to judgment.
Sure, of course. And we have this document, a 19-page document. The attorneys don't have the evidence yet, and not that we know of, at least. And I would assume that the discovery in this case will be voluminous just because we had 19,000 or so tips. We've got video that was submitted, hours and hours of surveillance video. Combing through all of that is going to be daunting. I would assume they would need investigators and paralegals to be assisting with that process.
Yes, I would hope that the state would provide it if the defendant can't afford it. It's interesting that there's more discovery in civil cases in most jurisdictions than there is in criminal cases. In some jurisdictions, and I don't know the local law there, the defendant doesn't get access to everything, gets access to anything that's exculpatory, obviously, but not necessarily evidence that's inculpatory. So we'll wait to see what discovery is afforded. I'm always in favor of open book discovery. Both sides should present what they're going to present at trial as early as possible so that adequate investigation can be conducted.
And the fact that he went back to the scene, they claim, that morning, later on, around sometime after 9 a.m., they believe the homicides were committed between 4 and 4:20 a.m. How do you defend that, do you think?
Well, again, the argument they'll make is it's a two-edged sword, that a person who's actually committed these brutal murders wouldn't go back to the scene of the crime, particularly if he's a criminal justice major. But again, there's no accounting for the stupidity of people when it comes to committing crimes. And so it may not be able to be explained. And not every piece of evidence has an innocent explanation. And that's what remains to be seen. But at the moment, all we have is the prosecution's version. We have material that's in the affidavit that probably is inadmissible, hearsay evidence and other kinds of evidence. And so we'll have to see what happens at the trial itself, what admissible evidence there is, what explanations there are. Will the defendant take the witness stand or won't he? Will there be corroborating witnesses? We're a long way away from being able to evaluate the likely outcome, although based on the affidavit, the likely outcome does at this point in time point to probable guilt.
And the surviving roommate, DM, she says she saw a man with bushy eyebrows walk toward her and past her and go out the sliding glass door. Her identification could be very powerful.
Well, identification testimony is usually the least influential. Many of the cases that we've seen reversed on appeal or based on new trial evidence are based on false identification. And so identification evidence is good if it's corroborated or if it corroborates other information. But standing alone, eyewitness testimony during a tense period of time, as general as this is, would not be the strongest evidence. The strongest evidence would be the combination of circumstances, the elements that come together and point in one direction. And then the eyewitness identification really helps corroborate that and put the last nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm. Well, Professor Alan Dershowitz, thank you so much for coming on to discuss this case with us. We appreciate it and hope that you'll come back another time.
We appreciate it, and we'll hope you come back another time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to go get ready for this interview, get all prepped up, get everything all, in line. I'll holler at you guys.
G-ball, you gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop.
G-ball, you gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is failing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie, and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just want to play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And NSF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. God save me on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa Mae out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Yeah, I got goals. And you know what? I was trying to help a lot of people and not worried about myself, not pushing forward, not worried about my grind. I put everyone before me. And I promised myself when I woke up on my 32nd birthday that I would make a change. And I'm gonna stick to that. People need to understand that I put my energy and everything that I have in my soul into this music shit. I live, I breathe it.
I got this music running through my soul. You may never know. Step away, cause I see the fake. Foot up to his throat. Anybody stepping in my lane, they gon' catch the smoke. Got my goals and I'ma stick to it. I ain't playing hoes. Listen, homie, I ain't playing around and run circles around these fucking clowns. Plus, anytime that they talk shit, they know I'm ready to go walk them down. I do what I do with the best style. I say this shit with my chest style. Fuck my mind, you get stepped on. I run the track with no legs on. Pump the gas up like an Exxon. Pump the brakes before your ass gets flexed on. The mic is my weapon, these words are my bullets. And you be foolish to try to test me, I cock it and pull it. They be hating, let's face it, they try to turn me to Satan. I got a cross on my chest, God's got my back with the fakeness. I spit my shit with conviction, you rap that shit, you ain't living. You try to deal with the devil, I'd rather go to a prison. I'll break them down in the sentence. With this pen I was given, have it quick in the mission. My hands are certified like physicians. I'm not pausing for the wicked, I'm above and I'm winning. They just wanna see me fall, but I stay breaking down the fence. Over the years, people always wanna get at me. No matter what, they try to turn me to an enemy. I had a lot of folks become a fucking friend of me. They stab me in the back once they get every bit of me. Get rid of it, I'm done, dog. Back away, cause I'm pissed off. You better stay your way. If you know what's up, you better get lost. I'm the big boss, call me Jigsaw. When they get a taste, it's like withdrawals. Like a chop through any beat, like a swing around blade from a fucking chainsaw. Back up, act up, run them over like a Mack truck. The only time you seen a G is from that keyboard that you whack from. Homie, I've been through the struggle, overcame all of the stumbles. If you ain't made a mistake, then you ain't never.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here!
Take on with the Sociological. Louis Beats.
Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face. to ask for. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. You stay in your lane, and I'ma stay in mine. I'm out here getting to this paper like the New York Times. A lot of people wanna see me take a fall, but I done rose above it all. Middle finger to them loud. They need a couple blessings, so I'll teach them a lesson. Benji behind the keys in the street, you're a peasant. And I just use what God gave me. I love what he left. I feel the passion in my soul, but y'all wish that it left. But I don't give a fuck about you little punks, cause all you do is run around and wait for me to pop up. You run around your mouth, but who's the one that's on my page? All you suckers really do is try to bring around the hate. That's why I lock you at the gate. Separate all the snakes and throw them all in the pit and watch them burn with the fakes. I sat back for a couple of months just to see who was real. Now I know all the runts. Let's go. Fuck around, yo. Now they all look down, yo. Claiming you my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face see the ass fall. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. Ain't no fuck around, yo. Now they all look down, yo. Claiming you my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face see the ass fall. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I go to bat when it comes to my kin. I had your back, you left me hanging like a fucked up friend. Now I'm focused on myself, I never folded on the shelf, and I ain't never giving up. That's what I always told myself. Stay working on my health, one step at a time. I got goals and I'ma reaching for the cost of the grind. I don't care what it costs. Best believe I raised the bar for myself. I'm in a different weight class. Fuck everyone else. And fuck all of them. Where were you when I was struggling like last week? Where were you at? Couldn't post no new music for like 12 weeks. Now it's like your turn. I learned one lesson. There's a ton of sheep. People out for themselves, so I just let them be. I had to learn a lesson to understand what I had. This whole time I had this music shit here in the bag. Man. Me up like Trev, I'm glad you're back. I never disappeared, homie. I was just leaning back. Ain't no fuck around, yo. Now they all look down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face see the ass fall. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. Ain't no fuck around, yo. Let me fuck around, y'all. Claiming you're my homie, but you're praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face see the ass fall. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. What you really wanna know about a team? My first shot stay rolling us a week. All in my song, mind all alone. I stay on my shit, never selling in my soul. I ain't never gonna live by another person's code. I'ma reach for the throne. All on my own, I've been on my grind. You can never take my soul. I'm a self-made boss to get elegant exposed. What you really wanna know about a team? My first shot stay rolling us a week. All in my song, mind all alone. I stay on my shit, never selling in my soul. I ain't never gonna live by another person's code. I'ma reach for the throne. All on my own, I've been on my grind. You can never take my soul. I'm a self-made boss to get elegant exposed. What you really wanna know about a team? Keep it blunt, let's stay smoking up some weed. Stay ahead of the lanes, cause they will take a change it. Leave you in the streets with no money in your bank. They claim they help, don't got no wealth. Just put your ass right on that shelf. If they think they gon' do it to me, motherfucker better go and hire some help. I bet about me, you ain't taking that. Stumbling on the ground to the pavement cracks. Paying my bills with this money off rack. Dumping out songs like drugs in the trash. I ain't gotta be a puppet, no strings attached. Doing what I do cause I love my craft. Helping in my peers so they make that cash. Ain't never been selfish and holding back. Pass it to goofies and let us spit fast. We're tight to the people, not shepherd our raps. We're burning it up like some tires on tracks. These people are foolish, they live in the past. I'm here to make a change, cause these people in the game been turning real shady like Eminem's name. What you really wanna know about a team? My first shot stay rolling us a week. All in my song, mind all alone. I stay on my shit, never selling in my soul. I ain't never gonna live by another person's code. I'ma reach for the throne. All on my own, I've been on my grind. You can never take my soul. I'm a self-made boss to get elegant exposed. What you really wanna know about a team? My first shot stay rolling us a week. All in my song, mind all alone. I stay on my shit, never selling in my soul. I ain't never gonna live by another person's code. I'ma reach for the throne. All on my own, I've been on my grind. You can never take my soul. I'm a self-made boss to get elegant exposed. Let's go.
bossing up. I keep it real, so my soul I never offer up. Why you always wanting a favor, but never want to offer much? A negative, hella offer plus. I need mine, cause I'm on the grind. I don't really even got the time to be adding all the losses up. Look at what it took and look at what it costed us. And then nobody really wanted to start the dust. And the whole team out here moving on some bullshit. Y'all not really sticking to the code, we unlocked it. See me out here shining, but you living in the darkness. Riding on the beat like I just don't know where the park is. Saying that you have, but we don't even see the spark yet. But the nigga code and going hard like I ain't thought yet. Do it independent, I've been in and I can fall back. Grind on my own night and no one know that. Look, king shit, only homie tell me what it sound like. Y'all too similar, sounding like sound bites. Rolling at the blunt strap in, about to take flight. You know, in this bitch, so what you really wanna know?
By the team, make your shot, stay rolling as a beat. Rolling my phone, mind all alone. I stay on my shit, never selling in my soul. I ain't never gonna live by another person's code. I'm a reach for the throne, all on my own. I've been on my grind. You can never take my soul. I'm a self-made boss, take an elegant exposure. What you really wanna know about the team? I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. There is no tapping now, that's not what I'm about. I'm down to ride, always high, head above the clouds. I'm on my grind, try to stop me, I'ma knock you out. Praised in the streets, little boys, you are not allowed. Claiming you're the best, now I'm coming for your neck. I came out the pussy with the mic as a vet. I've been on the grind, they see me as a threat. I ain't here to sign deals and run off with a check. I just got a lot of passion and a heart in my chest. I love making music, when I do it, it's the best. I've been working non-stop, serving beats like a chef. I'm here to take over, separate me from the rest. Cause I see a lot of separation from people that wanna go and help, but they never go and do it. They claim they really about that life like 6ix9ine, but ain't court look foolish. I've been all around the block, streets flooded with the cops, doing time in a cell life, looking at the box. My mind on my dreams now, reaching for the top. If they say that I can't prove them wrong on the spot. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. They got you tapping out, let's go. What's all that rap about? You got bars, but your music ain't a cap and gown. You try to make a song, your hooks lack the sound. The fact you think you're good has got me laughing out. Step hand to the belly of the beast, you all food on my table and I'm ready for the feast. Stomping on the field like an old Pericles, you better hang it up now, cause I got you by your feet. Walk you like a dog, cause I got you by the leash. Labels got you on the paper, signing deals like a lease. But you do what they say and you say what they preach. If that's being real, I'd rather hang from a tree. People don't know the term of being real. They'll be anyone just to go and make a meal. They act all hard to the gangsters in the grill, and they hit it, him a cock on the spot, you get killed. Little sucker, you don't want that beef. Claim you got hands till I kept you in the streets. Run up on a pussy like a steak, you get beat. I've been about that life, different Gacy to the peeps. I'm with it, motherfucker. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now.
Oh, weird ass niggas, bro. Niggas be just talking just cause they got motherfucking lips. I swear for God, they ain't gonna be satisfied till I send one of my little niggas to slide up on their motherfucking ass. For real. If you talking about another man, dog, you know you weird for that. That's that type shit make motherfucker put money on your head for that. Nigga keep front like you want that smoke, nigga ain't prepared for that. You really weird for that. Dog, you weirdo. Nigga keep talking that gangster shit like he don't know that. Got a bunch of youngins when they coming, they ain't got no rap. Little nigga just came home, he don't even give a fuck if he go back. You just as good as did one shot to the head, that's right, no cap. Niggas be talking reckless, guess that man got a death wish. Don't make me second guess this, take your name off the guest list. Don't make me regret this, snatch your life like a necklace. Have your family mourning this morning, fuck up they breakfast. Cuz hit my jack, ask me if I'm strapped. Yeah, I'm riding through the hood, got that 40 on my lap. Got my shorty in the back. Talking about that Mac, back them down like Pacquiao, smoke them like a black and mild. Back around the corner, yeah, we on that nigga head. Only reason that he living, I don't want that nigga dead. Yeah, you heard what I said. Yeah, you heard what I said. Only reason that he living, I don't want that nigga dead. If you talking about another man, dog, you know you weird for that. That's that type shit make motherfucker put money on your head for that. Nigga keep front like you want that smoke, nigga ain't prepared for that. You really weird for that. Dog, you weirdo. Nigga was talking that shit last night in the club to one of his niggas. He ain't even know that nigga he was talking to was one of my hitters. He hit my line, I said it's fine, old boy, sit back and listen. Don't make no moves, just play shit cool, just fall back, play your position. Everything got a time and a place, and I ain't trying to go back spending time in that place, cause I bust a nigga face. I don't trust them niggas, ayy. They some sucker niggas, ayy. If they could, they would get me out the way. I don't know what else to say, but these niggas acting gay. If you praying on my downfall, turn your ass to pray, cause that 40 spin you round, dog, blow your brains away. I don't hang the fuck around, y'all, cause they in a way. Oh boy, you a weirdo. Oh boy, you a weirdo. Oh girl, you a weirdo. Oh girl, you a weirdo. I don't fuck with you, weirdo. I don't fuck with you, weirdo. I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck weirdos. If you talking about another man, dog, you know you weird for that. That's that type shit make motherfucker put money on your head for that. Nigga keep front like you want that smoke, nigga ain't prepared for that. You really weird for that. Dog, you weirdo.